is back. क्या ले भाई के आवाज आ रही है? GOAT is back. New marathon streamer in the town. Yes. नहाया obviously भाई. नहा के फ्रेश हो क्या है? समझ रहे हो? नहाया, भगवान का वो किया, पूजा किया, डिनर खाया, सब कुछ 20 मिनट में 30 है गेस या 30 मिनट. समझ रहे हो? मैच स्टार्ट हो गया. मैच स्टार्ट हो गया. सच्ची में नहीं हुआ बे. अभी तक बातचीत हो रही है.
因为我的信念吧，因为我要
नहीं हुआ. Hey man. Oh, baby. Get better noob timings. क्या noob है? Bro, I don't understand. Why oranges have seeds? Huh? Hello, I am back.
Hello, I am friend.
Furian, how are you?
Level 22 पता है? Level 22 हो गया मेरा.
वाओ, मैं इतने दिनों से खेल रहा हूँ लेवल 26 में. हाँ फिरन.
हेलो मेरे बेटे.
कैसे हो बेटे? हाउ आर यू?
बाप को बेटा.
एग्जैक्टली मेरा भी वही सवाल था. बाप को बेटे क्यों बोल रहा है?
क्या कर रहा है?
फिरन का आवाज मेरे को क्यों नहीं आ रहा है?
अन्ना, सच्ची में?
थोड़ा सा आवाज बढ़ा लो ना.
I can't hear Furion.
हेलो.
हेल.
तेरे को आवाज आ रहा है Furion क्या?
आ रहा है.
Guys, can you hear Furion?
ना. I mean I can. Bro, every fruit has a seed, TbOne by. What? Really? I mean.
वॉच पार्टी चालू है.
चालू नहीं हुआ.
अच्छा.
Where is Sun? Where is
पूरा
Mr.
boost किया 150% किया Furion का आवाज.
Where is Mr. Vertical Streamer?
ए वर्टिकल शॉट्स वाले को बुलाओ.
Where है?
सेंटिनल जर्सीज पहन के
हेलो,
मैच को
अन्ना,
वॉच
हेलो.
पार्टी करना है. कौन सा वॉच पार्टी राइट्स देते हैं इन लोगों को मेरे को पता नहीं.
है ही नहीं अन्ना जर्सी.
नहीं सपोर्ट वॉच पार्टी कर रहा था फुल सपोर्ट. वेयर इज माय 5 o'clock बॉटल तो खत्म जाने दो.
क्या कर रहे हो?
7 o'clock बॉटल स्टार्ट करते हैं. दिस इज 7 o'clock बॉटल गाइस.
ला 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 ला. क्या बहाने भाई. चलो बकचोदी नहीं. चालू करता है.
I just think about playing the game that's in front of me and learning as I go.
As a whole team, I think Carmine Corp is very strong, but I believe that I can outduel anyone.
Have you opened Twitch stream of VCT? Yeah, this is Twitch stream of VCT. Beetroot juice, yeah.
प्रॉपर टाइम पाए ना पब्लिक. Wow, the entry award. Bro, I want Sentinels to win, man. Casey gotta see us. भाई सीडलेस ऑरेंज है क्या? गोट्स. आज इनकी बजरा सब खत्म होगा. देखिए वो कॉपीराइट है क्या? लौड़े लगे.
One of the biggest matches of Masters Madrid is coming right up. Sentinels versus Carmine Corp. The kickoff winners of their respective regions, NA versus EMEA, is a tale.
Kick their ass, man.
It's matchups like these that signal a whole new chapter of this rivalry.
It absolutely is. Both these teams have massive fan bases behind them, people cheering them on. But for both these
Indirectly Shobith Rai बुला रहे हैं वो लोग.
behind their past failures. At one time, both these squads
Bro,
were the means
this
of
is
the-
my dinner.
The teams with a lot of clout but no skill, and now they're the two squads defining the meta at the forefront of the VCT with some of the best players in the world.
And just because of that Swiss stage, we get to see
कौन
them
कौन
head
कैसे
to
support
head
करे,
today.
कौन कौन
Maybe
Sentinel,
some
जरा हाथ
say
ऊपर करो.
A little early, but this is probably one of the matches that people were expecting the
It's
most.
the
And not
match.
only the people, also the players. Of course, for Sentinels, they want to go up against
TbOne
the big
imagine
guns
stage पे
of
VLT होता
EMEA,
सच्ची में
and
यार.
for EMEA is never different.
Okay, I did hear something in the press conferences yesterday, and
भाई
Martino
KC
was
का
saying
supporter
that
से
Bunny
भाई.
is good luck for him. So if that Bunny comes out, you know he's dropping 40K.
TbOne भाई happy to see Fatu TbOne Raka fam. क्या? Happy
I'm so
to
sorry.
see
I'm
Fatu
sorry.
TbOne
It's
Raka
true, I
fam.
forget.
No
I
jealousy,
forget
no
the
hate.
power
Hey,
that
thanks
But,
Shubham.
you know,
TbOne
these
bhai,
two
please
teams,
no
if
jinxing
we
Shobith
told
bhai.
me that we would be seeing this match,
Bro, I'm just gonna
you know, the
blindly
first international
support,
event
man.
Valorant has,
TbOne
Sentinel.
भाई
something like alternate
कैसे हो
universe,
मामेश?
Yeah, it is
एकदम
really
sexy.
shocking.
आपका
The
advice ले
comeback
लिया
that both
मैंने.
these teams have had.
क्या चीज
कर
का?
दिया,
Vertical?
Things to be excited for
नहीं,
are
नहीं, वो
first of all
वाला
the map pool.
WATCHPARTY का.
Starting on display,
Bro, I just told you, man.
Sentinels looked unbeatable
Love.
on this map in Americas, and it was the exact same for Carmine Corp. But they play incredibly different styles, playing the Yoru
देखो,
noise
कैसी अच्छी team है.
style comp with this double dive for Carmine Corp, and playing the old standard comp, but just executing on it incredibly well. For Sentinels, this is a map about
Mouse
their
cursor हटा दो, कहाँ है?
and
Oh,
how
man,
strong
sorry.
they are at finding the right timings on defense, at making the right calls. This is, in my opinion, the best map for both teams.
Protocols, that is the word, Mimi. Of course, Casey is going to try and disrupt and break the protocols for Sentinels who need to take back and think about those retakes, how good they've been in the region, especially when playing.
Bro, are you
competition like
serious?
this one. They know
Casey
how
is
to
going to
administer
kick
the
10's ass? I mean, are you
They know
fucking
how
with
to,
me?
as I said,
भाई crowd कहाँ है public?
thinking and your interpretation of the map.
भाई why
This
crowd zero?
opponent is not going to be an easy one.
Kaplan in the press conference last night, he said that this tournament was about prep, was about anti-strat, because there was not a lot of turnaround time for teams to switch up their strats. The issue here
How
is,
about
for Sentinels, 14 hours of prep since their game last night. You gotta sleep for at least some of those. And on the other hand, Carmine Corp have had a good amount of time for ENG to come up with a counter strat. They're so good at implementing that.
Ooh, and right now, as we're seeing our agent select, we are seeing Martin bringing
No
out
Yoru
the
है.
Yoru that we talked about. So that head-to-head we talked about, like it's gonna be a double duelist this time.
I love the fact that we get the double duelist, that we get to
भाई
see the
second
split,
बढ़िया
because we're
खेलता
going
है
to see
public.
a Rai playing on that
Sentinel
duelist.
पक्का
We've had enough of the
जीत
initiative,
जाएगी
and
एक
this
बार.
duo also
बबले दिखा दो,
combines
हराम
Magnum
जादे
and
हर.
the initiative and gathering that information is going to be key to this.
Agreed, agreed. लेकिन कल यूरो के साथ क्या होता देखा था हमने.
But if you haven't watched Carmine Corps, the things to look for is how they're pairing the teleports in their comps with audio denial.
Did you see that?
They have Fade Seize, they have Fade Alt, they have Omen
Puss.
Paranoia, they have all these tools that take away your ears, and then they have Yoru Gate Crashes, Omen
See.
Therapies to get behind you. They're so
देखा
dynamic
क्या?
on the way that they double dive, on their retakes on defense, and on their attack side hits.
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget about the Astro as well. Another key.
इनका गाना गाओ.
Well, let's get this match started and bring in your casters. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, forget the bundles.
अन्ना बोलो एक बार.
Forget the clout. This is two teams, #1 seed in
बात
the
करो.
respective regions, going at it for that straight
कर रहा हूँ
shot
बात.
to
Hello,
playoffs. It's all on the
mic
line here right now. I mean, we are expecting
क्या हुआ?
an absolutely incredible
हाँ,
series
ठीक है.
between these two teams.
Especially given the map pool that we have in front of us. These are the teams playing at the top of their pools.
That's the main
And they're
concern,
the
they're
teams coming
attacking.
from the
कोई बात नहीं,
regions that have
5 round
lifted
चाहिए,
trophies in
37
the
जीतेंगे,
past.
खत्म,
The
that's all.
#1 seeds coming out from Americas. And from
अन्ना बहुत
EMEA.
attitude है
There
इनका.
was no guarantee that we were going to get this game throughout the
कैसी को?
tournament. Swiss tossed the coin.
आज दिखाएंगे
and
ना, उसका
landed
दिक्कत
on
नहीं
a
है.
goal
आज
kick.
दिखाएंगे बेबे. यार ये कॉपी ना कर रही हो भाई, क्यूटी भाई.
As you've already mentioned,
क्यों क्या किया था क्या कुछ केसी वालों ने कल?
teams.
परसों.
मैंने नहीं देखा क्या किया.
Sit down बोला ऐसे. किसको बोला मैं भूल
कैसे
गया.
full toxic है रे.
Squads down to their region.
Heavy
मजा
toxic.
आएगा रे बाबा.
Maybe we might see that being.
कोई ये फेंक सकता है फ्री है?
Casey looking to see
Chat?
if there's any aggression at mid here. Sentinels, you can see just from their pistol round buy, they're not planning to go for an aggressive pistol
Shit,
strat.
yaar.
Zekan did not buy the blast packs, go to the boom bot instead. Full utility on the sky. looking to try and play a more defaulty pistol, punish the aggression from KC, which maybe...
Bro, French culture is too shock sikha kya?
Took a little bit of damage.
Almost first blood going away. A Sentinel
Badi mop hai
chip
jab
damage and away. Narrate spamming back and forth, exchanging with the bullets. No casualties. It is so slow going.
I was taking a look at Magnum and Martin, who were thinking about getting information over
Bro,
towards B Heaven.
fucking I damaged everything, yeah.
Spot that Sen are going for the walk up.
Contacts on contacts, but a stack of KC.
Bro, I gotta clean the shit, man. I'll wash my hands and come, okay?
Prowler through along with the decoy.
And because I'm very hygienic person.
And the mid-round audible here now. 30 seconds left. Sen, we're going to accelerate into the A side, but they're worried in case it's some kind of a trap. Zelsis goes for more info, punished, but that is finally going to make the call. Sassy gets the spike down, planted for Heaven.
Exactly
System
so.
hai.
Close attention to this.
Heaven control nahi hai
This
hamare
is where
paas.
the Sentinels protocols have been
एकदम future में
immaculate
देख
in
रहे हो क्या
Americas, constantly stopping their opponents from taking Heaven
अबे
control.
Twitch पे देखना है.
मैं तो मेरा feed direct है ना वहाँ से. Madrid से direct आता है.
Absolutely, make the same argument for Carmine Core here. Paranoia being held and primed, ready and waiting. Was a flash to set that right up. Narrate will fall. Nade, unfortunate there, gets stuck into the wall. So no rebound for Zek and the rest of now Carmine Core willing to just try and take the fight straight into elbow.
मार दे टेंस.
Some ground gained, but oh my, the bodies falling and toppling. Pistol.
क्या हो गया केसी? नहीं हो रहा है क्या?
किसको डाउट था सेंट्रेंस के बारे में? किसको डाउट था? इधर आ जाओ सब लोग.
अमेरिका का नंबर 1.
Which is that they
Left side आओ, सब लोग left side आओ.
opponents want to play on split. There is a meta that's developed over the course
हाँ भाई doubters
of maybe a little more, which is plant for Heaven, try to
भाई
retake
10 जैसा
Heaven
aim तो मैं भी
control as
deserve
post
करता हूँ, मैं
planners,
भी deserve करता हूँ.
and the retakers are going to end up flooding often around that Heaven area.
ये आज cuties का है रे? Public?
You see how they sent that flash just to disrupt what was happening. The timings were all perfect.
Public cuties का है?
Sure they can upset some of that. Well, a little bit in the weeds there. I mean, just catching on to one another with the bodies, but they're going to be granted a ramp control deep in the position.
And this does look like a round where both teams have opted for the opposite side of things. KC stacking 4 players over towards B main, hoping that things were going to come into them. And instead, Sentinels getting a very easy A site. There was a lot of talk, Brent, in Americas after Sentinels.
I'm sorry, Babu.
About whether this version of them playing split was just the best in the world. And for me personally, it looks awesome, but you have to see it tested at an event like this.
नहीं हो गया काफी है. देख रहे हो? कोई aggression नहीं देखो.
Before you can make
पता है सामने इको है.
This might be one of the biggest tests they've ever had.
वाला है किसी को आज बहुत.
भाई कितनी मतलब एक मिला काफी है ना भाग गया
No,
वो.
they are on an eco round. You never want to count this team out.
Off हो तो ऐसा हो भाई. Off रे.
Nice nade.
Nice.
Always side by side. Not leaving any gaps. Nothing to chance. So it will be
EDG और GENG का मैच वो भी है बेबी.
सपोर्ट क्यों खेल रहा है?
Shin the last one left. And time
Tense is
ticking away. You're going to be paying close attention as well if you want to talk about
Only mind he plays
Loru. We get an absolute treat, don't we? Narrate versus Zek.
नहीं सच्ची लगा
भाई दिल से duelist.
Yeah. I mean,
क्या Sentinel fan बनेगा रे बाबा.
That really is spectacular.
अभी ठीक है ना बाबा. Sentinel का spelling गलत दिख गया था अभी मैं.
Yoru on bind just unfortunately exactly like when he could have gone up against Martin as we were thinking later on into the pool.
सब भूल गया मैं स्ट्रीमिंग में कैसे करते थे याद करना पड़ेगा सब.
Oh no.
अज्जू भाई को कॉल करना तो नहीं भूला था तू.
But here we go.
KC से पहले वो आना बाज मत
online and Sentinels with a great buy themselves. Second picks up the judge. He was talking about how much he was playing that on split during his
stamina तो
great
है.
games since being in Madrid.
ऐसे गोट नहीं बोलते.
वाइप करेगा TbOne मेरे साथ.
Well, we'll see how it works for
वाइप
him.
करेगा मेरे साथ.
Why with mama?
The other day in their match versus Heretics.
वाह भाई इतना कुल्ले में कर रहे हैं.
The side,
कर ही नहीं रहे बाबा उसको.
Second, he's set up for success and
No
even
डर at
more.
all.
He's deep now.
भाई मैं ऐसे जज लेके जाता हूँ तो मेरे को तो चप्पल पड़.
जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा. Sentinels जीतेगा. मैं बोलूँगा तुम लोग लिखोगे ठीक है. जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा. लिखो. हाय बहुत स्लो.
The side has been fully taken. Territory now for Sen. Comical forced to slow it down now. Side by side, Narrate and Shin going to be holding hands through this one, but they've got a lot to chew through.
Normally. Observer में ऐसा दिखता है.
Sentinels जीतेगा लिखने का.
Second round में वाइपर का पिट आ गया तो खत्म.
वापस बोल रहा हूँ मैं. जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा.
It's a bit of that information yet. Close to Raptors, close to the corner. Narrate plucks him out. Now brings it to the 2v2 with an aid rebounding. Did they know? Did he expect it towards new box? Half clearance. Celsius just a one and done. Shin. That is nasty.
KC जीतेगा.
Nasty business, man. That's a 2v3 and you can start to see it.
VLT जीतेगा. Love you संकल्प. सच्ची बोल रहा बाबा.
That's a great work from both Shin and
किसमें?
but at the same time, a very expensive bonus round.
streamers
Look at the economic difference here.
ऐश कर मेरे को नहीं जमता
money
है.
to be able to
नहीं
work
जमता
with.
है.
KC on the verge of not even
एक
being
बार
able to
कोशिश
buy
किया
in
था.
this round. Great
0-12
awareness,
हुआ
really
था.
well clear. All of these different angles. Very fast from Shin clearing out these two final players to trade in the raid too. So it's a big round and Magnum gets on his feet early.
देखो चालू हो गया.
अन्ना
मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ ऑनलाइन को.
चालू रे बाबा.
मैं इसलिए बोल रहा इनको.
They come into this next round with two bulldogs.
ये तूने देखा क्या? उसके माउसपैड का लोगो उसने छिपाया हुआ था.
हाँ वो ब्रांडिंग
अलग है और माउस पैड अलग है ना.
Crash.
ब्रांडिंग का सिर्फ.
Just to back out in case it's necessary.
भाई शुरू हो गया पर्वती. I'm
From a much
sorry.
slower beginning, a bit of spam
Sorry.
exchange. Laid hailing down on either side.
Man, that's crazy, man.
And KC's retakes have been fantastic. Both of these teams look amazing on the split retakes. But Sentinels will try and force the fights before that's even a possibility.
Flash. Chance of the repeat needs. The fly straight past each other. Zekken is already way
Zekken को fast pick मिल रहा
The way that he breaks the process while continuing to
कुछ भी
scale.
करके निकाल के लेकर कैसे निकाला वो मेरे को समझा ही
He's
नहीं.
done it with the knife and with the run and gun movement. With
कैसे
the
निकाल
there.
रहा है?
It just ruins what KC are going for.
Mechanical ability off the
एकदम
charts.
full WB. ये बहुत बचता है.
Sent out the paranoia, but now backs away. Trying to play for the
अभी
life.
बोलेगा ये sit down.
Giving up heaven control, gives up B as a result, but maybe I'll be able to just pick him apart from the side.
ऐसे ही कंट्रोल दे दिया एक.
Is he gonna get
बिना
lucky
contest किए.
with a few stray bullets? Not quite. Sassy.
हाँ वैसे contest क्या ही
Bruises,
करता है.
basically. It's going to be that plant down now with 5 players up and kicking. Martin
post plant properly खेलो अभी.
holding that flash
Nice
out wide.
again.
Magnum not
Nice
expecting it, not anticipating it. Showstopper now
Zeko
earned.
baby Unraven
This is what I'm
also.
talking about. Sen forcing the fights before the retake can
Back
even
there.
happen.
भगा
The
दिया
swing
रे बाबा,
timing
भगा
there from
दिया.
Zekken was
भगा ही
excellent.
दिया.
It shut this retake down before it could even
Zekken
begin.
देखो.
KC were getting
जा
so
रहे
many of these
कैसे retake है? कैसे हर बार retake
against
खेलती है?
FPX,
लेकिन अभी तो
because FPX would,
saving लग रहा है.
I mean, to be kind to them, throw it away.
ये लोग
And
side दे
Sen
देते
are
हैं.
just
हर बार
not
देखा
going
है.
to do that. If they get up early, they have the discipline and
तूने
the
इस दिन
player
भी देखा
strength
था
to be
ना
able to
पहला
close
मैच
this
में?
out. They've been working
पूरा
on this since
छोड़ते हुए
October.
ये
Both of
वो
these
क्या
teams
सा
grinding
Icebox ना
away in separate
छोड़
regions.
दिया था साइड मतलब लिटरली कोई पीक भी नहीं कर रहा.
But I think
पीछे
one
से
of the biggest
एकदम.
things that we're seeing here that's allowed Zekken to get the entry both of these times is that he's just disrespecting the Prowlers. He knifed one of the Prowlers, got through and managed to get a kill with the Judge. And then this time,
Just run
look,
straight past.
Narrate thinks there that the Prowler's got a tag onto somebody, I think, or at least he's putting pressure on someone and giving him space to be able to swing. That is not the case. Zekken was so ready for that. He's 7-1 on a tag side split right now.
हॉट में कहाँ आएंगे?
Dominating. Much like last night.
Vertical कर रहे होंगे.
Let's talk about this team. Last one's out, first one's in. Haven't had much time to prepare for
So
this
guys,
one.
respect for you. सुबह से WATCHPARTY. Love you baby. Thank you everyone.
All the Sentinels players looking.
अब नाक आया थोड़ा fresh हो गया. वरना लौड़े लग जाती मेरी पता.
Main control. It's going to be the name of the game. So Sentinels are giving it basically for free, just the one snake bite in exchange for that one.
कुछ हुआ क्या अभी?
And most of this pressure has been coming through mid. This time, Zekken moves his way over towards B main. Tomashi might have gotten a spot there.
Oh, it's going to get explosive. Yeah, as soon as he spots
छोड़
that one,
दिया.
paranoia. Good to send that one out, yeah. Actually fantastic.
नहीं
But
छोड़ा इस
still
बार.
close to the corner. Dark
क्योंकि
most likely the nade rebounds and Zekken
Zekken take it Zekken by 10 and 1 है बाबा. 4th round 5th round में.
Snipes Martin up
Respect to
there.
TbOne by very hardworking. Love you
With the
Kilwa.
showstopper, and then also gets a nade kill
तो
too.
लगाना पड़ेगा रे घर में.
Unreal.
प्लान कर रहे हो टेंशन क्या ले कोई नहीं है प्लान कर
See as it goes,
मैं
isn't it?
देखता हूँ
Look at
प्लान
that.
कर
Pick and choose
कौन आएगा मैं
targets.
भी
Who
देखता
wants
हूँ
to
प्लान
plan?
कर
Who wants to earn their ult next? Sassy, okay, you're up. Keep the war machine chugging.
And that's the big thing, right? Once you start to get momentum like this was only a
इसका
bit of
वो
an
क्या है?
Antanika round.
Gun buddy?
KC
10
still
का?
had 3
देखा नहीं मैं.
rifles, if you want to call the Bulldog a rifle as
एक बार
well.
notice करो.
But it wasn't a full buy.
Purple कुछ है.
Sen used a big ultimate,
तो
but they
VCD का
managed to
होगा
get
ये.
another one online too. So this ult
हमें
cycle
भी
is now
चाहिए
gonna start
यार.
to push
ये देखो,
forward.
ये देखो.
Things only get more difficult trying to hold off
Sassy
Zekken
का,
when he has
वो
the
है.
Seekers to be able to entry behind too.
वो हमको हमारे पास भी है वो.
And this is all before we
Sassy
get
का
to
बोल रहे हो
see
ना?
Sen playing on the defense
नहीं,
side, where
इसका
I
भी
think
देखो,
they've
Tens
also
का भी.
looked spectacular. In fact, might have looked
observe
better
Tens
if
का
you're
देखो एक
thinking
बार.
about how you weigh up their attack versus defense side split.
Yeah, I mean, I would make that argument. Defense side, they have so many different looks on it now.
The silence was deafening.
As we've already mentioned, haven't really had time to
Champs
pick
winner
themselves
बोल रहा है
back
public.
up after the series of losses. The economy has
ऐसा है
never
क्या?
really been
ओ
honest.
उनको मिलता है भाई, मुझे भी चाहिए यार.
Working with classics there for Magnum. I mean,
The world isn't ready for that.
now you're going to see.
अरे मतलब ऐसे ही दे दो जैसे राइट गन बड़ी मिलता
A
है.
couple of rifles, still the Bulldog being kept for Magnum.
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं.
Of course, we can see this.
Yeah,
Flex
another opportunity for Sentinels to mix some stuff up.
कोई बात
Second, by
नहीं,
the way, still
चैंपियंस
10
विनिंग
and
का
1.
टीम लेके
Still
उसका
yet to be punished
अकाउंट से हम
for the
खेलेंगे,
high.
दिक्कत नहीं है.
He's dominating. And this looks like once more the pressure's going to come towards mid.
Correct.
Martin and Magnum have been
This is
trying
what
to
you call
get
fuck
legs
you
in
money.
this area.
तो है.
They just haven't found the opportunities.
TbOne acidity होता तो क्या
But
करते हैं?
Carmen Core looking a little bit
क्या रे?
out of sync with the high-low, but Martin's been pushed forward, so they want to fight this.
I think Martin is just looking to catch Zekken as he powers his way up mid, trying to position himself into an unusual spot.
एल भी नहीं मिलेगा आपको, ऐसा कहाँ है बोल.
Really close Trailblazer. Using the close corner, Martin wasn't stunned up there actually. Catch him, but still the trade's there. Does Martin
थोड़ा
not have
aggressive
escape
खेल
crash?
रहा
I'm
है.
not too sure.
उनको समझ में आ
Did a
गया
lot of
रीटेक
damage
एनएच
to
के.
Sassy.
थोड़ा आगे
So there
जाके
has
मार
still been
देते.
damage done there, even though it was a
भाई तो
1-for-1
मॉनिटर
trade.
के पीछे माउस रखने का मेरे को लॉजिक आज तक समझा ही नहीं. भाई कैसे
हाँ भाई,
खेलते
इनको
हैं?
पता ही नहीं है क्या
आम
करना
ना,
है.
basically आम
No
players.
Sentinel on the other side for KC means that these gaps do exist.
अंडर लाइन का लाइन स्ट्रीम कर रहा है अंडर उधर.
Should be
लाइन
now
जिस बोल.
used, spam down and spray down, so Narrate gets both of them.
Are they aware
Points.
how deep John and Tens are?
It seems like it. Look at that, Narrate watching
Oh,
for
he's
the avenue as a king
read,
of
yeah.
timers, but he is going to be granted.
लेकिन एम तो नहीं है ना.
Should have been a freebie, was not.
Uh-oh.
Shin, he's got so much more to do now. Perfect paranoia. That's 10
Oh,
setting his team
what a
up.
flash.
To capitalize. It's him himself.
paranoia
He'll
मारा है
want
रे
to
बाबा.
follow through, man.
ये भाई ड्यूअल सीआर
Absolute
10
dismantling so far. In terms of the entry in,
Smoke तो खाली
terms of the
लेने के लिए
lurk
दिया है.
play there too. It looked like
Public थोड़ा lags भी कर रहा है यार.
ये लोग
but I
ने
don't think he
सीधी से
anticipated
गया,
the
सीधा
timing
फिर
being
रैंप
quick.
तक आ गए वो
And
लोग.
this puts an enormous burden onto Magnum and Tamaji.
Running away with the early section of this half
Boy,
here.
mate.
Horn sent wide. Paranoia only on the one. Zelsis holds it down, but as the instantaneous trade, Thomas, he does not expect that position. So it's 5-1.
भाई 5 राउंड ले लिया अभी. अब बोलो ना सेट डाउन.
Really looking like just a mid
Huh?
round calling. The
5
idea
round
is
चाहिए,
initially
5
up
round
the
मिल
ring,
गया,
but
ठीक
when
है,
they seem to
शायद
get
मैं
that
जा रहा
minor
हूँ,
advance for the
simulator
first
खेलने.
kill. There's always that instant trade coming
साइड
out.
चेंज करने के बाद बोलो.
No, they are absolutely crushing
नहीं
them.
अन्ना अभी इनको बोलो ना सिट डाउन बोलने.
These are the kind of bang
मैं मेरे को
matchups
गुस्सा आ जाता है भाई.
खाली इंस्टाग्राम
when
में
one team
ट्विटर का
just,
गेम है रे.
when you haven't had the opportunity to experience how the two clash and collide,
आपकी
you don't
वजह से.
exactly know which way it's going to go. And when you see it play out like this, you're like, wow, this is spectacular the way that Sen are just handling everything that KC are throwing at them.
यार
But
ऊपर
I
तो
also
उतना
feel
ऊपर
like KC are not
form में
actually
भी
being
public.
able to define the tempo at
क्या
any
scene
point
है?
in these rounds. Maybe this,
भाई
and an
confidence हो तो
eco
है.
round
Public क्या
where they
scene
can
है?
take more risks could be the one.
This is the time to do it. Peek and wide, Shin.
क्या एग्रेसिव आके खेला ये.
पता है उन लोगों को.
Shows presence though, so Senna going to be wanting to re-clear B main just in case.
This Astra smoke does make it a
अरे
little
this
difficult
blue
to do that.
gun buddy you have रे. TbOne वो मिलता है, हमारे पास भी है
Especially
वो.
when
check करो
Zelsis has
एक
the
बार.
pit
पक्का.
online, which he's
टेंस का जो है.
हाँ हाँ.
for a
है,
post-plant
हमारे पास
situation
भी.
probably. If things get dangerous, perhaps
ब्रो
you can save it
लेकिन
for a rifle.
स्प्लिट इनका स्ट्रांग है सच्ची में.
चैंपियंस वो सब विनर्स को
Bro.
इन गेम टाइटल कार्ड का नीचे जो स्टेटमेंट रहता है ना वहाँ वो मिलता है वो
Haunt
विसिटी
thrown
मास्टर्स
over
आइसलैंड
towards
विनर
A
ऐसा
right
कुछ.
now, so
Oh.
Carmen Core start to stack B. It didn't see anybody. Sassy might decide to try to use some Sky Util to pull people back away from the B site before this pop happens. But also that means that there won't be initiator utility with the site hit.
Away, no, going back to heaven. Close corner, flash, Martin collects.
That's a great punish. It gives them the kill and it tells them to keep stacking B.
रीड है अभी इन पे पूरा
Here
रीड
we
है.
go, Util being forced out of them with Paranoia going flying. The pull on top of it, Tens cannot get through. In fact, spam down to just single digits of HP. There's 20 seconds left. Narrate's still there with the rocket in his back pocket. It's going to be...
कैसी भी लाइक राउंड निकालूं झाट भर ट्रैश ना करूं रात भर. हाँ ना.
Becoming an issue up top.
Bro, what?
2 for 2 on the way. Carmen
What is
Core
he,
full
man?
control. And no more chances here. No more chances at all for Sen.
भाई नरेट का 2 किल नहीं होता तो खत्म था.
लेकिन उसने कहाँ से मारा? हेवन से मारा ना.
वहाँ से कुछ तो मारा रे आज लेकिन भाई.
दिखा भी नहीं.
सेकंड का स्कोर देखा 13-3.
I think the big play.
ना
I
ये
mean, I
kill
can't
दे कौन.
believe, by the way, that Zekken even in a round where they
अरे
lose.
वो हेवन से आया.
But yeah,
Evan sir.
that is the combo of the ultimate.
Evan sir, वही बोल रहा हूँ।
2 kill लिया यार उसने।
Spam into the
हाँ
pit.
2 kill लिया नहीं तो वो सेंस तो ऐसे ही लो था।
But the pick that Martin got.
आप सुपर चैट बोलते ही अथर्वा पनौती हो गए एंड अथर्वा इन द चैट।
They've never been able to read what's happening, and even if they got the read, the second bowls them over.
Kamakor back into it.
B main का कंट्रोल नहीं दे रहे उन लोग।
Be more than happy with it. Celsius has the beautiful cry.
That one way is a little difficult.
Hello. Disrespect from Zekken. It's not for the util.
ऐसे फैंस भी टॉक्सिक लग रहे हैं जैसे तुम लोग मेरे पे लगते हो।
From getting his ult online.
Love you guys.
How passive these positions are from Narrate and Magnum. Really far back in spawn.
Martin expecting player to walk right past the back wall there, holding his crosshair for it, but
Bad दुआ to Sentinel. क्या हाल है गौतम भाई?
up there, caught that timing.
क्यों भाई?
Cleared. Rest of his
क्या
team now
हरामी है भाई
regroups and
गौतम
beats
तू
him
तो
from
कल
mid.
सेंटिनल चिल्ला रहा था।
Is looking very isolated on the A site. Narrate's trying to get into a position where he could help him. Now gets smoked off. That's going to be a danger signal. Alarm bells ringing.
Yep, Tens, ult. Does this a lot to just try and gather that
पार्टी
information.
बदल लिया
Like what he
साला।
sees, yeah, going
भाई
in
नो
the
वे
opposite
नो वे
direction.
भाई ये
Players
फेक
still
सेल कर रहे हैं।
ready
नो
here to
वे
beat
बरे
them.
बाबा
Close to
ये
the
बहुत
corner,
तकलीफ देने वाला है इनको।
Has to do more than that, but he still gets the
Lord,
one kill for him.
rotate.
AMD main controls there with Thomas. He
छोड़
smokes
दे। नहीं,
himself
आगे।
off now, pouring into the side of Sentinels.
गुरु
20
को अगर एक और
seconds
मिला
left.
ना रे
94.
बाबा, खत्म हो
Paranoia
गया।
near sighted spike. Drop down, Carmen
Nice.
Core. Rapidly
Tens
approaching the
देखो, Tens
position.
cross कर
And there's
गया।
no way for Sen to bail themselves out. That is Carmen Core. Again, in complete control.
Nice read.
Another lovely round there.
फेक अच्छा था लेकिन वो बीमेन वाला जो पुश था ना उसको बहुत
नहीं
काम
नहीं वो
किया।
योरो वहाँ पे ही था ना वो सीधी गया नहीं
So
योरो
this
नहीं
time,
किया।
Zelsis
सीटी वाला तो ठीक है लेकिन बीमेन में भी उनका ही बंदा
तुम लोग
था।
बज रहे हो ना
They
एक
see
राउंड
good
नहीं
info.
जीत रहे।
Now they could have been miles away from the play. If they decided to commit A there into Shin and Narrate, who was not, you know, in screens, then that round could have
देखो,
been very
देखो
successful
इसको,
for
देखो
Sen. They decided to pivot in the opposite direction and ended up falling straight into that crossfire from
भाई लेकिन मेरे को तो भाई
and
ट्रैश
Martin.
टॉक बहुत अच्छा लगता है भाई। कोई भी करता है मेरे को देखने में बहुत
Second,
मजा आता
ult online though to try and get things back.
है। कुछ भी हो
in the
जाए
hands of
आरआर तो
Sentinels.
चाहिए मैच के अंदर।
बात तो है।
चाहिए
ना,
चाहिए
ना,
skill चाहिए ना।
Kamakor have had their most success actually.
लास्ट भाई लास्ट टाइम चैंपियंस में डीमन 1 को सब इतना गाली दे रहे थे ना मैं बोला
Bad दुआ to KC's
Forcing
opponents.
the fight early on, where you know
मतलब
we saw
हमारे लिए
Narrate
अच्छी।
Martin getting punished
OP in the chat
in those
रजत।
earlier rounds.
रजत भाई
Looks like
बेल हो
a
गया।
stalemate just being drawn initially. Exchange that util, waiting
Super
for
chat
it out.
कैसे कर
Tomsy is going to be in trouble here, potentially. Forwards now with the ult flash into the corner. Rocket
अरे,
bounce. There's no kill there. Thomas already repositioned. Spray
Lol,
by
out of
Tens.
syllabus हो गया वो।
Wrangles the beast and eventually takes out the rate. But evacuation was
लिया ना,
successful.
woman भी,
Thomas
हाँ।
is alive and now he's going to be sitting.
ये गया। I am
The Orba.
sorry
He's got
बाबू।
a free walkout into the site. Wraps back to the pillar. Sees potential connection.
अरे बाबा।
Players are weak, and this is an interesting one. It's an unusual one. Neural theft gives them an idea of where these players might be. The positioning's now highlighted, pointed out. 40 seconds left, but they don't have heaven control. No real way to play this one and fight this. Doubled up together. The double swing is called. Zelsis finds two. Flash through. Martin lucky for that one. Straight bullet just going wide, but it finds the target. And
इधर मारो उधर मार गया।
25 seconds left.
कुछ भी
25
आज कुछ भी
seconds.
था ये
Tens is
shot,
going
कुछ
round
भी
the
था।
world. He's got his knife out trying to make this play happen, but Martin's already read it.
Yo,
They know
KC
there's
players are
no
young.
noise
Let's
being made here.
batter
Someone
is
must be going for a
expected.
flank.
Bro, I am also young. Do I do all this?
Trying to push the players and pull them away. They're looking the wrong way. Shit up top.
अरे राइट साइड रे भाऊ।
पहले
ये
ये
मार
तो clear
दोनों
करो।
मार सकते
अरे
थे
इसको पिक करना था फर्स्ट उसको पिक करना था साइड वाले बंदे को पिक करना
Or
था
a tragedy, depending on which side of the equation you're on. But that round came down to, as you said, the smallest things. Martin was so aware that a flank was coming through.
अब बोलना तुम क्यों बज रहे हो भूपेंद्र जोगी?
भाई लेकिन वो योरू का जो दूसरा किल था ना राइट साइड पे भाई कैसे मारा मेरे को समझा ही नहीं कुछ भी शॉट मारा
No idea where Shin was.
तो लेग्स का कॉल नहीं आया क्या
अब
And now KC have won 3 rounds in a row to get themselves back.
चालू हो गया बजना चालू हो गया रे बाबा।
Dominant for Sentinels, but they have lost their grip on this map so far. Oh, here we go, the paranoia play.
Yeah, dimensional drift.
पूरा
Sentinels
recon
swapping
कर रहे हैं ये।
multitude of targets. 19.
Lol.
Too
Lol,
many.
dude.
Exited out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
far too many from our
Wait, did he?
perspective.
I guess John QT.
Did he just teleport
That
there,
is such a
dude?
nice play. Oh,
Shot
Sentinels have destroyed it.
अरे भाई भाई
गाइस शॉट टेंस का गन बड़ी देख के बताओ क्या सीन है, कहाँ मिलेगा? चेक करो एक बार।
EMEA, but with
आप तो मुझसे भी 10 ईयर बड़े हो, यंग कैसे बोल सकते हो यार
bit
गौतम?
off a
अरे
little more than he
बाबा।
could chew.
पड़ेगा चप्पल पड़ेगा
Ten's got the punish.
दिल से रे बाबा,
So
दिल
this
से.
does look like now a round where Sentinel should be massively favoured. Magnum's positioning is the one that I'm looking at, down mid. Wondering if he could get some kind of flank timing to turn this round. But it does look very much like Sentinel should be favoured.
Should be. Right, narrates down already onto the floor. He's caught the back end a second.
And nobody in behind to try
Nobody
to get the
too
trade.
far. Spray! Magnum almost
Phantom में मिल
there.
जाता, Phantom में मिल जाता.
Nasty stuff.
So
Three
much
players
danger.
moving,
Hard working,
pivoting,
Shimmer.
40 seconds left.
Thank you, Paji.
Making their way over towards mid, but they're making all the noise in the world. So Narrate is hot on their heels. He's right behind them. He's making a call for it.
But he can't afford to make noise, so he's got to travel more slowly. And that's allowed Sentinels the timing to be able to get into the site. Surely somebody is going to be watching this.
क्या करेगा मैं सोच का अल्ट है क्या करेगा
This is where the ASRock could be useful.
Nah, they won't use, trust me.
This crossfire setup. First point of contact, close to hell. It's John
Wait,
QT.
what?
Boombot.
It's coming from Bayman now?
Clear him. And actually his position up top. Celsius takes the fight.
Oh, it was all trying to distract as well for Shin to get this timing. And now
Main कोई
I
नहीं
fear
देख रहा है
it is simply too late.
He's gonna save.
Realizes it, not even going
I'll
for
take
it.
Brangal,
despite
hello,
the
bete.
money. Obviously two of his players still basically brought down to
तो
0.
शेरॉन मिल
But
गया.
you can feel the tension, man. I mean, how back and forth these two teams are. So closely matched.
It is gutting though for Karmin Core when you've been having a lot of success letting the rounds tick down and playing for kind of late round advantages, and you decide, right,
6-6
we've won 3 in a row,
Baba.
let's change stuff up and go for an aggressive play at the beginning.
इसको लगा सारे blind होंगे.
Not quite realizing
हाँ
that
बे
one of
वो
the
उसके
players
बाद
was
मारेगा
forward
लेकिन
paranoia.
कलेश हो गया.
Even if they all had been,
ये रीड तो नहीं था,
might
बस
still have been a
भाग
bit
गया
too
वो.
much there for him to deal with. But Eng is now going to call a timeout. We're headed into a tactical pause.
First half का
for
first
Karmin
time out,
Core.
guys.
Like I said, they
Kौन
tried
लिया?
to adjust the tempo
KC?
there, but I feel like
KC
everything
लिया
they've been
होगा.
doing in the early round, Zen have had the advantage. But it is so difficult to play patiently and slowly with their composition when you don't have a Cypher or a Killjoy or something like that giving you information.
Hi in the chat, Gautam bhai.
I think as well, some of those aggressive plays that you see. Because otherwise you're starved of that mid-round information. You don't have a clue really where players might be landing.
आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? Obviously by
The rounds go late. That's
Sen
where
Army.
Karmin Core are favoured.
But we are on to our 11th round, and this only the
भाई
first
chair
time
में
out
बैठ बैठ
that
के
either of
नीचे
the
गया
coaching
फिर chair
staffs
पूरा.
has taken. Yeah,
हुंड इतनी
playing
heavy है
things,
ना.
you know, trusting their team. Even when they were down 5-1, I believe it was, to begin this. So Eng is now going to have his input. The only head coach at this event who's won a Masters before. Which is madness, but that shows you how new a lot of these teams, rosters, coaches are to the big stage here at Madrid. It was a very unusual qualification process. It does feel a little bit like a new era of Valorant, if indeed they can win out against the old guard.
बिना देखे सारे Sentinels का players का नाम बताओ.
अभी देखो भाई
Ten,
second चढ़ेगा चढ़ेगा full
विराट
on
कोहली.
चढ़ेगा.
अरे
Very,
चढ़ के
very,
मारेगा.
very many of these Masters events or ones that happened a long time ago.
Karmin Core, young and spry, looking to try and take a big scalp early, but got to offset this disadvantage in the round. There's a flash repeat through, stun, a little bit too late, Martin.
भाई ये क्या POV था?
Rips the head clean off Zek and shoulders.
And they
But
decide
still
to fight
going their
that.
way.
I mean, a massive fight there. Comboing the Prowlers with the Boombot, so they have even more utility to try to stop Zekken from entering. That's the first time they've actually
अगर explode
blunted
किया
the
ना
tip of the spear.
तकलीफ पड़ेगा.
Flash connects, second one used now, Sassy, no more left available to him, sees.
That is a big seize.
Let's connect, yeah. Stops him in his tracks for just a moment. Smoke, finally.
कल आर से भी जीत गए तो लड़कों पे जो प्रेशर आएगा ना पब्लिक कैसे लग रहा है?
God into them. I think Thomas is just setting that one down.
After watching morning VCL matches, it feels like Iron versus Radiant.
Planting the default spot. What's the call now for Sentinels? An aggressive play into the spawn. Paranoia. Oh my, it's almost perfect. Thomasy though, he's got the escape.
भाई साहब आपका rank कौन सा है?
Just a TP away, having control, not given up at all. TP heard by Tens, breaks it. No funny business allowed. The rate already in, leading the charge and through the back, twisting and turning. Tens, he's brought back up, but it's a 1v3, and now he's got to weave and dodge and juke. Diffuse being stuck by Shin, half on it already, too much to deal with, Sure,
Bro, nice try yaar.
it is.
Bro, nice try.
Looked impressive there, that's
भाई
what
वो
control.
करता भी
I'd be lying
shotgun
if I
नहीं
said I
होता
wasn't
तो
worried for
करता
a
वो.
moment.
भाई मैं
But Jin had it
turn on
under
हो गया
control,
एकदम।
and frankly, the numbers just a
Wait
little
हो गया
too
मुझे।
much there for Tens to deal with.
Oh,
What a
really?
retake from KC. That's probably the first one where we've seen
How
them
the world
have a proper execute on that. They really nicely come out of this timeout with two big plans.
Anti,
One
bro.
to stop the early round aggression.
मुझे भी एंटी
in
बोल
the
दो
way the
कभी
second
कभी
was
मैं भी अच्छा
dominating in those
खेलता
first 6
हूं।
rounds. And the other to be able to set up a cosmic there. Cosmic flash through with the double blast pack.
वाइब्रेट हो रहा है रे बाबा पूरा एकदम।
They have a chance to be able to tie this up at the half.
क्यों हिला डाला ना?
Wouldn't that be something after that
भाई,
blister of
shake
pace that
करता
Senna
है
just come out
पूरा।
the gates with? But
Guys,
almost
did you just
equalised.
see that, man?
And with a
The
major tool in their
fuck?
back pocket with
The fuck
regards
is
to
that, yeah?
Narrate's ultimate.
मेरे इंग्लिश को क्या हो गया?
We've seen Sentinels run some of these slow rounds. And in
मुझे
fact,
साहब कैसे हो
it
बढ़िया?
was a bit of an eco when Narrate used his showstopper before to be able to get success.
Presence. Prior conditioner by Sen here. Usually there's a player following up.
Man,
Usually
उसने
Zekin,
ignore किया
the
क्या right side
trailblazer.
This time though, the Prowler not catching onto anybody until it hits Sassy. So I think they can be fairly sure that that isn't where Zekin's going for. Martin.
भाई क्या aim
He
है?
tries to go for the info
क्या
peak,
aim है
punished.
Boombot to set it up here. Neural theft
लगता है
as well.
feature
So
smart है
info
सबका।
gathered. And notice
Yes, and
anchoring
because
spot,
clearly
but what
that's
they
the only
choose
thing
to
that's
commit
lacking,
into.
no?
Paul again, Nate to just contact through.
It's you do not want to give a timing here for Narrate to pop his ult.
TMQT का है।
That's what it comes down to.
वहाँ पे।
शिन का गोदी में गोदी में मेरे बाबा।
Shin! Nasty!
छी!
Anchor in position!
Anthoo!
That's turn
Anthoo!
around. Rocket might not even be necessary. Narrate.
लिफ्ट लेके ऊपर
Fuse
चले
running
गया।
out, doesn't know where to fire it. Pre-fire into the corner. That is ridiculous. And now just tens.
Nicely tense.
Last alive.
सारे ओमन सीखना पड़ेगा रे मुझे।
मेरे बाबा। ये निकालेगा फीलिंग आ रहा है मेरे को।
Paranoia, blind as a bat. 6-2-6 for
6-6
Carmen
not bad.
गलत।
इनके अटैक इतना स्ट्रांग नहीं रहेगा ऐसा फील आ रहा है मुझे पता नहीं क्यों।
Excellent timeout as well taken.
हमारा defense बहुत
Both of
strong
the
है
smokes
Sentinels
players.
का।
I say
वही है,
both, I
नहीं, मैं
suppose.
बोल रहा हूँ इनका
Tomic is
attack
also playing smokes,
कैसी
but
का?
Shin and
हाँ,
Tens
block
up
attack
towards the
weak
top of the scoreboard.
वीक है मेरे को लग
Shin
रहा
with
है
a
फील आ रहा है
perfect
पता
cap
नहीं।
on the end of that.
Public I got a
See,
feeling
also from the anchor in position. Now earlier we heard
that KC is gonna be bad tonight.
भाई always 6-6 not bad dude, not bad.
लौड़े लगे क्या? कैम नीचे करो क्यों आज क्यूटी नहीं है ना?
भाई मिशेलिन स्पॉन्सर कर रहा है इनको।
हाँ ना।
स्पॉन्सर हो तो ऐसा हो भाई।
Any nerves going into the match? I just think about playing the game that's in front of me and learning as I go.
Playing the game
because
and
obviously our
budgeting
team
ये
is
भी
very
बोल
young
दो।
team.
Budgeting
So it's very
against
important for us
opponents
to
ये
just
भी बोल
learn
दो।
from every match. I didn't really have any doubts about
गुस्सा आ जाता
whether or
है
not I'd make it to the international stage. For
player
me, I
तगड़ा
don't
है।
really think about winning
Player
or
तगड़ा है।
losing. But me personally, like every game that we played in EMEA, I just felt like we couldn't lose.
Flying here, but again, no connections. Martin towards the back. Trying to go wide here with a dizzy. Narrate is on one, man. He's on one. Almost there for the ace, but 4 kills eventually shut down in the end, but 7-0.
Narrate नहीं बचता है।
Merci to the French fans. I appreciate everybody for coming out. It's incredible that
Can
so
you
many
give me
French
shout out
fans
kind of
come
stuff?
to Madrid just to watch us play a video game. It's really an incredible
ये
honor.
बजलिश है।
I can't thank you guys more.
ये बजलिश है बस।
Arena certainly
ये
filling
गैंग
up
का
with quite
फाटू
a
लग
lot
रहा
of
है।
that. The cheers from the blue wall. You can hear it building, emanating.
अब ये कौन सा मैच है? ये
And with
क्रिकेट
all of
मैच
the
है।
success that Zekin had on the attack
यस
side
भाई,
playing
हल्की सी
Raze,
लोमडे
now
टाइटल
our eyes
है,
are going to
थंबनेल
look
है।
towards Narrate,
पूरा
who you
देश
just
को
heard
पता है।
from, and Martin together. The double
Masters
pronged
का Valorant
tip
चल
of the
रहा है।
spear. Does that make it more of a fork? I
ये
suppose
कौन सा
the
मैच है?
Carmine Core- the Carmine Core 2-pronged fork. But Carmine Core's composition, the double duelist, I think it does look better on the attack side and the retakes. You know, not so much in that mid-round battle on defense.
चालू करो रे
But they
तुम।
weathered the storm. They won 5 out of the latter 6 rounds to be able to tie this one up. And now we get our second part of this big discussion.
ये भाई क्या गेम है?
Things are
ये
even
पाल
here.
वर्ल्ड है।
It resets. We know that Sentinel's retakes
गुस्सा आ जाता
have
है
looked unbelievably good. Does Carmine Core offer them the opportunities? Are they able to get advantage?
सैसी का I guess
What does this
bro I guess सैसी का thank you for service होने वाला है। अन्ना फील आ रहा है पता नहीं क्यों।
किसका?
Familiar
सैसी का
scenes.
थोड़ा thank you for
Previous
service लग
time,
रहा है।
how slow going it was just off.
ये लोग narrate के साथ
All of
skills
this,
किया, वो
all of
चीज़
this is
पता
all
है?
just a fake to allow
Okay,
Carmine
nah.
Core's players to
Entrance
mostly
वाला।
try to take space on A.
It's pulled back forwards. I mean, you've got 4 players of
Insider
Sentinels looking for a
news.
reclear fight through the smoke as well, setting up for the flash. Through and the
United
timing
Championship?
gone away. Even
Second
close, 2 for 2 here. Carmen Core in the meantime, all the way through, going to be hearing them on the ropes. And now the sound.
भाई ज़ेकन का सारा डिटेल्स चेक करो.
Deciding whether or not to swing, tried to find a timing, didn't quite manage it.
Crosshair, mousepad, resolution वगैरह.
Flash need to be able to put pressure on these elbow players. Martin though is very far away. Do they anticipate this?
There is a rat. There is a rat.
Triples broken. They're walking all the way in again. Tens opens himself up, just showing himself at the back. Nade rebounds. Paranoia now. Kind of connection if there's going to be any sort of follow-up from behind. Martin. So to call them. It's all up to John. Low enough, dodges the fast. Expecting and anticipating. Two players to deal with. Reposition is immaculate from the rate.
What they're winning.
With a pistol round under their belt. Gonna be more than happy with it.
Yeah, great attempt there from Carmen Core. I think they looked coordinated as a team. You could see that they had a clear game plan going into it. That got disrupted a little bit by the camera. Their team was thinking about calling the audible and going to punish the players in mid. They decided, no, let's just commit to site, play a post plan. When Martin's positioning, he was tripped off. Ended up being really important. That pistol means so much. You were tied 6-6. You've taken the lead for, I think, the first time in this map.
I wonder what mousepad that is, guys. I wonder. Artisan
control return.
Obviously भाई glass mousepad है देखा तो
glass थोड़ी था
glass ही था भाई shining हो रहा था भाई
and it's another one of these rounds where we're just seeing
artisan है क्या
stitching है ना side में
each other. Yeah, he's hunting. You can smell the blood in the water. Backing down, wants a little bit more as well. Just some stray warning shots popped off.
It would be a major ultimate to try to get up.
That's part of the reason why he's playing so aggressive.
And I think the other reason is both of these teams want to play disruptive against the other teams. You see them on paper, both of these teams have ridiculous retake win percentages, especially on split. So trying to play aggressive.
बहुत consistent player है अभी थोड़ा aim नहीं हो रहा है मुझे भी बोलो यार कभी-कभी
firing squad
मेरे लिए अलग रूल सैसी के लिए अलग रूल हाँ बुरा लगता है सच्ची बता स्ट्रीमिंग छोड़ के जा
the alt cycle going for KC.
ठीक है भाई
It's disciplined. It's a good call.
Yeah. Not the time there. Everybody going down.
Martin did actually manage to pick up a kill, but he was nowhere near getting the ult online. So this is going to be a pretty dry bonus round with some good weaponry, but no danger particularly coming from the ultimate side.
मेरे को aggression देखने का ये round पता नहीं क्यों पता नहीं.
We've seen KC not really rely on too many of their set play ideas here.
Welcome.
ऐसे भाई झूलो नीचे.
1 in 2, I suppose. The B retake and then that aggression with the ultimate.
Guys, #Jatin.
अरे 2 assist का 1 kill भी दे दो तो भी चलेगा.
A lot of new stuff that KC have cooked up for Masters Madrid.
सर मेथड के मार्क्स दे दो सर मेथड के मार्क्स दे दो
पर गन राउंड साइफर की सेटअप ए पे है
even ways to counter strat.
Sir, so many years I am not able to. I'm finally happy mid the wall तोड़ो का scene नहीं.
Right through the snake bite. They do not care. And Tens just taking a peek there from heaven. Punished.
Oh!
I know that feel, bro.
He gets away.
Never mind रे बाबा.
वो इग्नोर करके गए मतलब वापस आई गई.
15 years.
Google तब loud
experience.
Fully experience is.
If he can catch somebody.
T1 भाई का एम टटी है पर कभी-कभी
ऐसा नहीं है कि सेंट्रल्स गलत खेल रहा है सेंट्रल्स अच्छा ही खेल रहा है
दिल से बोला था
walking right into it. Good crosshair placement from Celsius, and he recognizes it as a threat coming from behind. Satchel through.
Lead देखो रे.
QT quality tactics. This man just hitting nasty shot. C's avoided narrowly now, but 2 players left to stand here for Carmen Core. Spike in their possession.
Look at this flank. This is really nice from Zekin Assassin. It's going to be unexpected.
किधर कंट्रोल लिया उन लोगों ने?
Stuck in the middle of the map. He doesn't know where to go here.
Control ले लिया ना.
They only have 25 seconds.
Wandering about 20 seconds.
John's ready.
This fight is so important.
अबे यार.
4 HP चलेगा 4 HP.
क्या करेगा? Maximum क्या करेगा बता?
Planet towards B so they can get a jog on.
Plant करेगा.
4 HP क्या करेगा?
वाह भाई plant भी आ गया.
भाई plant करना नहीं आता है Magnum क्या VCD player बनेगा रे.
That's a critical mistake honestly. He might not have time now.
बता क्या मारोगे? बता क्या मारोगे?
possible नहीं है क्लच करने का. पीछे आया bro.
बता क्या मारोगे?
knowing that Magnum was that
Oh,
low.
no.
All adds
अरे
up.
वो
नया
Zeke
Zeke
का
नहीं रे
shot
बाबा।
देख ला, पूरा तार पड़ा है उसके पीछे.
Very well done.
फिर भी
I'm amazed, frankly, that
क्लासिक
John
लेके
was able to get both of those kills.
उसको मालूम रहेगा ना लो है
He did look
इसलिए
Low
a
है,
little
low
off
है.
from
इनको आ
KC.
गया रे.
As narrated
अपने
by
जैसा
that
थोड़ी है
Black
मैच
Peak,
मरने के
where
400
was the
सेकंड बाद
second
बोले अरे
player?
हाँ
The
एक इधर
spacing,
लो है
not quite there. Now John's aim, fantastic, and the spray control too.
John ने जो clear किया भाई.
John Kate is using a setup how you're playing. Dude, that's what I saw, man. Dude, that's like, you know, that's like clear cut of stream sniping, yo.
Advantage.
I mean, all these guys, they lurk in my chat. I mean, it's quite obvious. They use my setup.
Crowd building up.
Fuck, English अच्छी है.
Barrier is going to be dropping.
इनका meta तो
Karmine
नहीं है
Core
रे.
fully grouped up as 5.
Too much of investment for very little return.
The TP, so.
Util ज़्यादा हो गया ना रे मामा game में.
Control, Nightfall.
Oh, भाई, heavy ult हो
Going
गया.
wide, Sassy.
Yoru
There's
उधर
danger
TP
here for
किया.
him. He's tucked in a
Yeah.
very forward position. He's there. Follow up, yeah, he can't see.
Sassy
Right
Sassy
No,
bhai.
he
already
knows
into the back of the
no.
side. Magnum now with the plant.
Bro, Sassy
Ray
got
wants to go
stuff,
hunting
man.
for a little bit
Satchel
more
करके कहाँ
this
जाएगा
time,
player?
aware of it. Both of his
ये
teams trying to
देखो
disrupt that
ओवर
retake
एक्सटेंड करना
potential.
जरूरी है
Just
मैन
deploys
एडवांटेज है
now
लेकिन नहीं
4-2-4.
खुजली है
How's this
पीछे
get played?
ऊपर चढ़ना है रूप
Into
में
the
स्मोक
post
के
plant,
थ्रू
players close up. Into the position still with the paranoia available. Flash through, now the paranoia. It's there, spraying forwards. Gate crash wide. Damage
Oh.
done to Martin, but he still survives.
आगे खोल दिया
Alive
भाई,
and
आगे
kicking
खोल
into the
दिया।
back of the side is Magnum tucking. Dodging, weaving, tens forwards.
Yeah.
This is relentless.
दिया पूरा.
by Sen.
खत्म.
धर दिया रे बाबा
Really lovely play. Relying on that individual
दिया।
ability that's coming out from Tens and Zekken. They've been
नहीं
tearing
हो रहा है,
apart
क्या
KC
क्या
players in
ये?
terms of duels taken. And you see the difference in style there.
What a retake,
Really
man.
solid awareness to be able to punish the
समझ
Wraith.
में आया?
He went for that
राधे
same piece
श्याम?
of aggression.
कैसे retake
Something
किया?
now that Sen are expecting. But in terms of just also the duels won, I mean, Tens is swinging. Not completely alone, but certainly going to try to take the 1v1s.
कितना खुश
And they're
है
winning.
कितना खुश है भाई
So now the score is 8-8, but the economic advantage in favor of Sen. KC can't buy.
मेरी
Sen have
शक्ल
ults.
क्या हो गया?
Primed to take the lead
Table by
back.
244k हो गया. What are you saying with me? Really?
Such a high degree between these two teams here. Satchel.
Zelsis got spotted by the Prowler.
Yep, spotted, haunt, cleared. He needs some help here. Decoy forwards. Showstopper.
Thanks, fam.
Relieved from Zekken. That was just to try and spot that one player. He's got a timing. He's right past him. Ships in the night. All the way through. Shin wins it out, but still the follow-up there from Tens. Hopping across the box. This man is just hunting them down.
चलो भाई.
And if
अभी
that
इनका
fight in mid
बजना
had gone
सब खत्म
slightly
होगा.
better, Narrate's timing might have been worth
Congratulations,
something. But now
thanks,
stuck in
fam.
a 1v4. They have
250k
the timing
soon,
to be
man.
able to go and look for him. And they pick it up.
क्योंकि बोलते हैं.
Sentinels
और
the
मार,
other
और मारो
it
उसके
was
ऊपर.
scrappy, but they came out to the good in mid. That was absolute chaos, but I tell you what, Zekken and Tens look amazing in those
एक बाई का
spots.
244k, एक बाई का 500k. Love you, Pratik.
Look at Tens here.
At least we all buys are growing together. That matters.
He just looks really aware and quick in these
भाई
moments.
भाई मेरे को ना बुरा लगता है इस गेम देख के कभी कभी पता है
क्यों बे?
जिंदगी में मैं कुछ भी कर लूं भाई तीसरा हाथ उगा लूं तो भी नहीं होगा ऐसा अच्छा ये
One in particular. And here we go, fast up mid for KC.
The Wraith, he's punished.
Sit down, bro. Sit down.
The rocket available, but
उसने मॉली के थ्रू आया था ना? अबे यार
मैंने मॉली
से बच गया ना?
The molly was amazing from
Molly है
Zelsis.
ना,
He
Molly है.
caught a little bit. I
Team
believe
is
of
there
the
to help
fireball
out रे.
onto the
अकेला
right,
अकेला
so
नहीं
that he
खेल
only
रहे ना वो
needed
लोग.
half the spam.
Raka love Table. Yo, you guys are making me blush, yaar.
The decision making to do that so quickly and land it and not get caught with utility in your hands.
NA versus specific which
Very
region you
Sit
prefer
down,
better?
little bro.
I prefer
वही
NA.
बोल रहा हूँ Nexus भाई.
क्योंकि कम से कम ट्रैश टॉक तो होता है भाई
जो मैं बजूंगा ना.
सबको इंग्लिश आता है रे बेसिकली.
maybe just hoping to fake some
अगर फ्यूचर में टीम लेना है तो लैंग्वेज पे रहे.
ये सैसी तू आराम से खेल रहे बाबा. तू आराम से.
Gets himself back. Sentinels not.
Table by Nanas in and still going strong. We keep giving the community entertained. We appreciate you, Table by.
Time to spare for Karmine Core.
भाई तुम लोग भी एक सैल्यूट यार. तुम लोगों ने देखा ना 9 घंटा. वो अलग बात
Been
होती है भाई.
continuing to put a little bit of pressure onto
तुम लोग के
John
लिए
Judy's setup.
सैल्यूट. लो
He
आज
knows
2
that there's a
हाथ.
cipher playing here. He knows where this trip is too. His clone caught it. Didn't break it. of
वो भी
course.
मैटर करता है भाई.
भाई सेंटिनल्स का रीड तो बहुत अच्छा
Noise up
है
here.
मेरे को अगर बी गए ना तो इनका फुल
Like B now, but
जीजी
breaking
को
trips
नेक्स्ट
as well. It's all over the place. Zelsis.
एक बीजे में वर्टिकल तो बनता है.
Zekken is your turn to shine. Swings out wide. There's an operator. Hello.
Shot.
What a surprise. 12 seconds left. There is no way in hell Martin has any chance in this round now. Just got to give it a
change of pants.
Waiting at the sidelines now. And
economy crushed.
अन्ना से 8 बजे से गेमिंग कर
starting to pull away.
अन्ना को भी हो
And it's
जाए
not based on the retake stuff. It's based on punishing again that level of aggression from KC. And they did win one of the previous important rifle rounds by going for a slower paced retake.
And the lens
stopping
नहीं
their
है
aim from
बाबा
getting inside of the
नॉर्मल
smoke, but these rounds,
ओ भाई
they
ये
just
क्या
shut
है
Karmin Cor's early round
गले के
ideas
नीचे
down.
टैटू करा है कुछ तो
Center primed to pull away to a 3-round advantage.
चैट मेरे को पूछ रहे हैं हमारे इंडिया का लैंड्स में ऐसा क्यूटीज क्यों नहीं होते हैं?
This is where
अन्ना मैं बोल रहा हूँ डायरेक्ट बस से हैदराबाद से
and these players
सीधा
who are new
मद्रिद
to a stage
देख लो
this big, most of
बस में
them.
क्यों जाना है भाई? एयरबस में जाते हैं ना.
ये मेरे को चाहिए क्या
Listening to
ये
their
यूज
coaches
करना
here,
है
getting that
Hand
input,
warmer है वो.
trying to
हैंड
stabilize
वार्मर साल्ट रहता है.
भाई मुझे
It
टी
looked a
बैग
little bit shaky, I would say, in the game against FPS.
वो अंदर साल्ट रहता है क्या ना
I don't think it's the
साल्ट
best
रहता है
performance
when
we've
you
seen
rub it together.
from KC.
It
Today
breaks
looks a
and
bit
generates
cleaner.
heat.
But how are they going to perform
TbOne भाई,
in the
आपके
big
पास तो hand
moments,
warmer
the
already
ones
है.
that test you
You don't
and
need
add
no.
all of that mental weight?
argue outside of that
ये
EDG
क्या है?
finals.
पीछे घूम के जंप कर रहे हैं guys. They want to go already. पीछे घूम के जंप कर रहे हैं. That means they want
टेबल
to
भाई लव यू यार मोस्ट होलसम स्ट्रीमर हो आप होलसेल
Buy the same bundle.
सॉरी शाउट आउट दे दो थोड़ा सा
Sentinel
शाउट आउट योर
break
नेक्सस
even
गेमिंग लव यू बेबी
लोग खरीदते हैं उसको पैसे मिलेंगे नहीं तो नहीं आएगा.
Sharks in the water.
Oh,
घर
yeah,
जाएंगे रे.
I mean, we call it a lower bracket, but I mean, the losing teams, there are no bad teams.
पेड ऐसे नहीं है बाबा रियल है आई वाज देसी
So KC
होलसेल नहीं बाबा
have some
होलसम
ultimates
बोला
that might end up making the
है
difference. Martin
छोड़ दो
could get
छोड़
the
दो
dimensional
रीडिंग
drift online
अगर ये
this
राउंड नहीं
round
हगाना से ने तो खत्म
and
है
cook something really interesting up. We're not
हैंड
counting
को
Karmin
कौन
Corp out
वार्म
by any
करना
means,
है
but send
मुझे
our
तो
favourite
हमेशा
team.
गर्मी लगती
And
है
look, Zeka
अरे इधर
with the
एसी
op-
चालू है ना इसलिए
Adjusting. Nails a shot straight into the
Bangalore
right.
second.
Backing
जरूरत
away
नहीं है.
here with the paranoia. Has to
ओवर
respect
कमिट नहीं ओवर
it.
कमिट नहीं
और नहीं कर
बाकी
नहीं
नहीं.
कर भाई दूसरा शॉटगन रेडी रहता है ना इनका
What's the call now? Grouped up. Looks like you're ready to try and take this fight. Shorty. Close flash. Satchel.
Oh, what? क्या इसके पे?
Blinded up entirely there. Couldn't see
Gaming तो
anything. And I also have another go.
What the fuck?
What a snap. And what an adjustment.
गेमिंग तो है
A rifle for your troubles. Now the fight taken straight up to them.
रेडी रेडी मतलब ये जाते हैं वो रेडी है इसके पास
Spotted out. Poor
खत्म हो गया था गोली.
Sit down कैसे sit down
हो गया हो गया
And the setup from the
नहीं
rest of
अन्ना
his
वो
team there too.
क्या मूवमेंट्स है
भाई
ना
जो भागा पीछे सैचल डाल के अरे
Insane value from the
Bro,
blast
that's
back.
just insane
He's
man
full blind when he decides
Dude.
he just want to disengage.
Get the hell out of
that's
here.
just insane
कैसे
dude
पता रे फुल ब्लाइंड में यू नो गेट टू डैश बैक
Following
आल्सो
up on that
अरे वो
blind.
फ्लैश वो खुद वाड़ना योरू
Punishing
आपने नहीं देखा क्या उधर
the game
हां
plan to
वो
come
फ्लैश
forward.
बट ये भी फ्लैश हो गया ना बट स्टिल ही डैश बैक
Bro
इन द राइट
Zeker is a true goat man
And this round, it's a
भाई,
must-win for
insane भाई.
KC. Rifles, ults, they have
हैंड
it all.
वार्मर नहीं मुझे बॉडी वार्मर
बस इसीलिए
चाहिए
मैं चैंपियंस नहीं खेल पा रहा हूँ.
जिस हिसाब से आप कलेश किया आज
सैचल पीछे नहीं जा रहे हैं
Sides here, flash connects, giving that information forwards.
बहुत बजे
Desperate
रहते
होगा
हैं
अभी
ना
किसी बहुत desperate
हाँ?
हो गया.
Karmin Corp.
बहुत बजे रहते हैं ना
They're not
Now
like
fully cleared
playing
out.
smart. They're trying to brute force their way
Bullet
through.
Sassy.
Free kill free kill बोलते
Narrowly
Yeah,
avoiding, just
Baba.
dodging away from it. Fuse running out. Second.
Damage.
Big damage. Sassy though, he's refound that angle. TP broken. No
उसका
gate
TP
crash
भी
for
तोड़ा.
you, but still.
हील भी गया हो गया गुड सासे का काम हो
Backlines
गया
here. Flash repeat of Martin seeking to
भाई,
do some
राम
damage.
से आ रहा है,
Takes a
उसको
risk,
देखना है पहले.
potentially tear away a couple of
लेकिन
his
कल
players.
उसने दिल जीता ना बाबा
They are
बू ब्रदर्स ने
disadvantaged.
पब्लिक
Sen looking all the way
दिल
now.
जीत
Set up
लिया रे
for that
उसने
12th round.
But what?
It's going to have to be hero moments. It's going to have
Public
to be
हाँ ना,
individuals putting up
दिल
big
जीत लिया बाबा.
performances. Another flash. It's perfection.
क्लीन एम है कहाँ पे हो?
अरे बाबा खत्म GG go next KC. Sit down baby doll.
It's
Sit
just
down.
not possible, man. There's
Chill.
just
Saving,
absolutely
भाई आप गेम
no
खेलना
way
चाहते हो बैंड जाना
he
चाहते
can
हो
hold on.
लोटस
The
Lotus
Sentinel's
how उनका
retake
pick है.
utility there was perfect. There is
क्या
no
पता
other
भाई,
word
Sentinel
to
fully
describe it.
मिनी बू बाय
ये भी तोड़ेगा
They put
बाबा.
pressure
जीता
over
भाई
towards
उसको.
ramp, grab a kill.
सच्ची
They
में मैं
back
उसका
off. They
सोच रहा हूँ
dog out through heaven.
उसका क्रॉसर वगैरह यूज करो
They have this kill trip to be able to set up at the start too. They then have another paranoia to layer on top of it. As they blast pack into elbow, that catches onto
कैसे हो रहा
Martin. So many waves of things. And KC's post-plant aggression cannot find any timing. They can't disrupt it, can't stop it. The war train keeps on going. 6 rounds in a row have taken Sen from losing to map point.
It's all in from Carmine Corp. This is it. Showing
Perfect Valorant, yeah, dude, like
The
crazy.
timing through the wall, Paladin spots him, and the race finished.
Oh, mila!
Ah, bhai, na bhai, aise kaise bhai?
Sassy, as safety in numbers, and numbers are arriving.
Bro!
He does indeed.
I was doubting the goat Sassy, man.
Man's in a class of his own when he's really on fire.
अब क्या GG है?
And once more, poor Shin.
हाँ भाई.
बाबा एकदम खत्म.
कहाँ है कैसी लिखने वाले?
This series.
कैसी लिखने वाले कहाँ है?
भाई भर दिया रे.
Outrageous dominance in the
कहाँ है?
second half. The first,
मजा तो आया.
full credit to KC.
कहाँ है bro?
They came back into it and made a go of that.
कहाँ है bro? Easy
But when
for us,
Sen
man.
got onto defense, there was no
सब
stopping
बंद
them.
हो गया इसका. बजना सब बंद है.
Of course, and absolutely
देखो,
electric.
अन्ना देखा है अभी?
Even more to come.
Sit down, bro. मैं क्यों बज रहा हूँ वैसे? नहीं पब्लिक, मैं क्यों बज रहा हूँ? हे प्राइम गेमिंग बस आप कंग्रेट टिपर बाय 280 से देख रहा हूँ जब आप होली स्किन्स पे परफेक्ट अरे बाबा करते करते एंड हाउ यू आर हियर प्राउड ऑफ यू ब्रदर हे वी हैव कम लॉन्ग वे मैन फ्रॉम होली स्किन्स टू स्किन्स क्लब
you're going to be able to fight this.
आपस लाओ स्टिकर मेरी बाद में दिखाओ क्या बोलते KFC कौन बोला बे कौन है यार KFC बोल रहे KFC नहीं रे बाबा KC टीम में हाय हाय क्या करूं इस चैट का पता कौन था यार
कौन बोला KFC कौन बोला
नहीं भाई चैट में किसी ने बोला ला 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 ला
KFC बोलते रे बाबा
घर चंगा आज बुलबुल क्या कहा बुलबुल
ये बोल भाई लोटस में क्या लगता है क्या स्कोर होगा मुझे तो लगता है भाई सेंटिनल्स जीत रहा है बाबा
भाई 2-0 ब्रो दे आर प्लेइंग सो बैड मैन आई मीन केस
इसके बाद का किसका मैच है
ब्रो कितना इतना गंदा के लिए तो मैं आता नहीं था भाई रात को स्ट्रीम करने Dude, just give us a good match at least, man. I mean, yo, True Reapers played better than KC, man. Come on.
टीबोन भाई भावना में बह रहे हो अब
सेन क्या बात है
एडवर्ड गेमिंग और जेंजी का मैच है भाई एपैक रीजन में नाम भी कितने क्यूट होते हैं मंचकिन लाकिया
भाई वो मंचकिन क्या मारता है टीबोन भाई एक बार बुड तो दिखाओ प्रिंस भाई क्यों व्हाई आर यू बिहाइंड माय बुड मैन What are you gonna get by watching a men's bund? Huh? What are you gonna get, man? What are you gonna get? भाई sexy है ना मेरा English आजकल? Public? Full time जाओ क्या Twitch? अरे वो alert में text to read वगैरह भी नहीं आता है क्या public? Properties आता है क्या? होलसम को होलसेल बोला आई एम सॉरी
Avradeep donated 2 Singapore dollars through Super Chat. Sen, celebratory gesture. Sen, celebratory gesture. Sen, celebratory gesture. Sen, celebratory gesture. Sen.
जेंजी का गेम देखना है भाई जेंजी और वो दोनों मेरा फेवरेट टीम है यार आई कांट से लाइक यू नो हु इज विनिंग हु इज लूजिंग एंड स्टफ मैन दोनों लाइक माय जान के टोटिस कल क्या प्लान है पब्लिक तुम लोग का चिलेंगे संडे है मुट्ठी ना मारियो कि संडे है अभी बता रहा जेंजी में एक प्लेयर का नाम बोलो ना. मैक्सवेल. You speak English or English speak you? I speak English now. Hello, I'm under the water. Watch party fun तो है टिपन भाई. हाँ ना बे. हाँ?
Prince donated 40 rupees through super chat.
Hello, I'm under the water. Can you hear me? Okay, क्या चालू?
मैं बाकी है.
And I think that, you know, they were talking about how challenging
Analyst
this
test
match is going to be because Sentinels probably didn't get as much rest, as much sleep. I don't think so. But before we dive fully into map number 1, we want to gauge the audience. Which team has their allegiance? So spam in chat right now, as in right now, guys, Sentinels or KC. And we'll get to your votes a little bit later. But as we said, Mimi, that match, I mean, there are so many rounds that just were probably masterpieces in what could possibly
By
happen.
आज all female
desk
desk
had
है क्या?
such
Analyst
incredible
desk.
ideas of how their opponent wanted to play this one, but to me it was really defined by
रोज
the
है,
protocols, and
आज क्या
Sentinels
है?
showed why their
ऐसा है
defense
क्या?
split is so good. I think something like 7 rounds in a row to close that one out, Bea.
Yeah, exactly. The retakes were on point. The fact that they were reading off of each other, exactly
दिल
what
की
they
बात
showed
बोली रे
back
मेरी.
in Americas, but actually
रुको
the
रे
fact that
जरा.
they're
इंडिया
able to
का
do it
analyst
here,
desk
and
देखने
also the
देख के आने
KC is
दो.
not prepared,
दिल
and
की
somehow
बात
is not
बोली रे
expected,
मेरी.
cannot think
कौन
through
सी?
that.
Guys,
It was
Alonso is
surprising that
back.
they're still that
Alonso is back.
Yeah,
किधर?
and I wanted to
Yeah,
take
yeah,
a look at a
it's
round
Alonso.
from actually the first
वो
half.
Alonso.
It
Even
talks
मैं-
about just how good
Fernando
Sentinels
Alonso
protocols are.
Bro,
अरे वो
Also,
Raul is
how
my
good
favorite
Tenses
color.
look
आज
back.
तक
So
बोला
let's
नहीं
start
रे.
this one off. The situation that we're in
अन्ना, आप देख दो क्या Formula
we're
1?
in mid, and Sentinels have started off by
भाई, क्यों
heavy
नहीं देखूं
fighting
करे
here.
Formula 1?
There's been a
बाबा?
1-for-1
ओ,
trade.
आपको याद है क्या?
Sorry, sorry, क्या
बहुत साल
बता रहे
पहले.
हो? Sorry.
मेरा ही तो पैसा वहाँ पे है पूरा.
No Sentinel on the
बात
KC
करो रे बाबा.
composition. So instantly you see
आपको याद है
him and Tens
जापान
trying
में
to take this
जापान का
opportunity and
जीपी
bring
चल
the
रहा
Brown
था.
अच्छा कलर,
और
brown मेरी
शूमाकर को
favorite.
130 आर पे
So
बाहर से ओवरटेक किया था
that
अलोंसो.
trade I already
तो क्या बोला था
mentioned
क्या?
has just taken place, and now this
बोला था
war
कि I knew he would break because he had a wife and his son waiting for him.
Because you see,
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
second
क्या
that
आदमी
trade
है रे
happened,
भाई.
आज तक मेरे को तुम लोग ने ब्लैक अच्छी फेयर कलर है तुम लोग ने नहीं बोला
they're
यार.
clearing this space. But as we speed up a little bit,
तुम लोगों ने
this
दिखा
one
दिया
makes
है.
it all the way
Days,
through,
no
and as you
days.
look at your map again, the
No,
players are being called back into A,
And the cars are also so
actually making
nimble and
noise
like
when they run
very
through here,
agile.
which
आपको
means
भाई
देवन
that
भाई
back
ये
side.
लड़कियां जो भी बोल रही है सही बोल रही है, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है लेकिन सुनने में मजा आ रहा है. आज तक मेरे को नहीं बोला था कृषि भाई आपने.
Even Godspeed is asking, एक ऐसा question था.
That's a great kill by Tens. But now here comes Tens' mobility when he's playing
But
on
that's
the
sorry,
open.
man.
Kaplan talks about why they put this guy in this role because of the X factor. And we
But
see it
Bajaj
here.
में आपने
His
तो
first
आपने तो
kill
बोला था there are no
is from
stupid
CT
questions.
spawn,
Bajaj
fighting
नहीं,
out of
you have to
heaven.
tell
The second is
congratulations.
teleporting
There
here.
is
Step
one
stuck
is
है क्या?
Watch the
क्या
map
सीन है?
as this plays out.
हाँ team stuck है.
He's gonna
Bajaj bhai,
reposition
congratulations.
towards main, throw a paranoia towards ramp, and as we look, Shin
Congratulations,
completely blinded,
Abhishek.
and He's so quickly
Congrats,
beating that
buddy.
timing, getting up
ये
towards
stuck
heaven,
है क्या
and killing
stream?
him. But he's not done yet.
हाँ, but
He
stuck
goes
है.
stuck
towards
है,
heaven
stuck
yet
है.
again. He re-pushes
Chat
into
बहुत
his
हरामी हो.
space, and
Brown
as this
heart
retake
spam
has
कर
cut
रहे
a
हो.
little bit forward in this round.
गुडी
As
ये
this
नुते.
retake is coming out from
Brown
KC,
मुंडे थे.
and Sentinels is stuck back
गुंडे
side.
पट्टी, गुंडे
Watch
पट्टी,
Tens on that
गुंडे
little
दे
map
ले ले.
again, because he's
अंगमारे
gone all the way
आनिया,
up towards
अंगमारे
heaven, and his
ओनिया,
third and final kill of the
अंगमारे
round is
ओनिया,
from that
ओनिया.
position. Sentinels are
गुडी
so
मेरे
good
दे.
at, in these chaotic
Brown
late
मुंडे
rounds,
दे.
finding the
गुंडे
perfect
पट्टी,
position,
गुंडे पट्टी,
setting up
गुंडे
their
मेरे
players
दे.
for these
गुंडे
plays
मारे
when
मारिया,
risks need to be
गुंडे मारे मारिया.
that need to be taken, but also just finding great calls on both sides of the map.
Sorry,
I
sorry,
think it is
sorry.
that movement that is going to characterize them, and I think that is something that they're going to need going on to Lotus, going on to that next map, because even though Shin was a very good strongholder for the majority of their defense, giving us amazing rounds to watch, I don't think it's going to be enough, and definitely shows up how prepared Sentinels was for
Spam
this
your
split.
team
As I said,
tricord.
all the weaknesses
मतलब?
that were exploited time and time again, and those timeouts
आपका
were
थोड़ा
simply brilliant,
हिंदी
brilliantly used by
इंग्लिश
Sentinels.
वीक
Every
है
single
तो
time they had
चैट
to respond. Even when
उसमें
Evolv did something
इतनी
different on the
मजाक
table,
उड़ाते
अच्छा,
हैं
वो
यहाँ
was
पे
just brilliant
मैम
with his
स्पेनिश
movement
में
and
भी
with his
समझ में आ रहा है
interpretation
इनको
of what the
हाँ
next
ना रे
movement was
बाबा
going to be for them.
देख
Oh,
रहे हो
look
ना
at
यार
that. We have
इनको
84% in favor of Sentinels.
Wild.
And I think that, you know, that crowd
Public
also
देख रहे हो
agrees.
ना,
I mean,
दिखा
we were
दिया ना यार
surprised that
तुम
we
लोगों ने
actually heard
अपनी
the
अपनी
Sentinels chant over
true
there.
face.
But of course, KC fans were jumping on there
Public
as well.
true
So
face
I
दिखा
think
दिया
right
तुम
now
लोगों ने.
it could be anybody. anybody's game, even as we look at the fan reception, right? But right now,
Who
it
do
is
you
going to be
know
time for the
Brown
Evolv
did
shoot
you?
around. So let's check in on Casey Shin right now. By the way,
kar lo,
Shin
papi
had
pet.
some
Kar
amazing
lo.
plays, and a big part of why Sentinels had such a hard time against
हमने
Casey
के पापी
was
पेट
this
क्यों
player.
करते हैं यार?
There is
समझ
a
में नहीं
couple
आता
of
था।
things that made
मैंने
made
आज
the
तक किया
match
है।
and the score seem closer than it was. First, that crazy second pistol round that we saw.
किसी बोल रहा है करना पड़ रहा है इसलिए कर रहे हैं मेरे को करना नहीं है
Using the Euro and the TP that they set up at the beginning of the round. And another one of those factors was Shin as a strongholder, as I was saying. Name a more iconic duo, this guy and defending B.
Has he ever lost a 1v2 clutch on the B side of split?
I just want to go back to
Acha.
EMEA and watch that ace that we couldn't see, but he managed to defend time and time again, and it's so complicated. I think that also his utility coming from an Astra, when you don't have that Sentinel, there's a lot of responsibility that falls into your place.
Absolutely. Across that first map, both teams
Oh,
really
bhai,
had
iske
such a
baad
great read. I
EC2
think they
hai.
both had this idea of
25,000
really
ki mouse.
forward committing to fighting in
Sticker
towards
ka gaya? Arey yaar,
their
isme nahi
opponent
dal
when they're
sakte
in their
sticker.
post plants to stop these set retakes. And I really think that's what got KC in particular on that attacking side, right? When Second was going in, was disrupting these ideas, but it was the exact same thing from Sentinels. KC had that same idea, but they managed to shut that down. They did such a good job at playing up against that
Keshav!
position and still managing to play these set
Love you,
retakes.
mere
And not
Jaan.
only that, they also
Thank you
managed
so
to
much.
win, I think,
Hashtag
almost
Keshav
half or even
Biswal
more
in
than
the
half of
chat,
4v5.
please.
It's having the right read and the right
फिर मैं
response
उनकी
and what
brand देखो,
information that
sexy
you
brand
gather,
से
even
भी,
when
बहुत
you're
brands.
having one player down
Sticker
because of
sticker से
getting that
भी,
information.
बड़े-बड़े organ foreign
The fact that they're so in sync into following onto that
Sentinels का मालिक क्या करते हैं रे?
that comes
किसी को
after
पता है क्या
has to
बोले?
come into play also in Lotus. FPX showed some of the cracks that are already on that map the other day, and it was only because of that crazy performance
उसको
that
निकाल
by
देगा टीम
Narrate that
से?
they managed to close that one
From
out because
CS:GO?
FPX,
Huh?
trust me, a 13-10 is not that much. And specifically, after seeing the retakes that we got from Sentinels and how we struggle on that on their attacking side, I'm worried.
We're going into
Mirror
Lotus
combo,
right now.
Same agent
no
calls.
big surprises here on the
Same,
Asian
same,
competition.
same, they
But
plan.
maybe I think that, definitely
No money,
we're
no
gonna have our eyes
honey.
on each and every one of these players right now. And of
Oh,
course,
bhai.
the Tense Omen again.
Heavy
In this first half,
percentage
what I
win
watched
है
is
9 का
Sentinels post-plant
KC का
protocols. In their match against Heretics, what they did really well was in their post-plants, getting
हमने कहाँ से
forward,
सीखा ये?
tying into their
No money,
opponent's
no
तुम्हें क्या
play,
लगता है?
tying
अरे एक
little
song है
plays
रे।
up towards heaven, disrupting those retakes.
तेरे song नहीं play?
Biggest
Movie-
focus for
movie song
Sentinels
है।
coming into this
हम
event.
बता तेरे को legend song नहीं पता?
Good guys go
If
to
they can do that
heaven,
again,
bad
they
guy,
have a
bad
real
guys go
chance
to
to close out the
Bangkok.
series 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. And for K-Cup, we know
सच्ची में तेरे को नहीं पता मम्बा?
नहीं,
Song
नहीं,
था, Bangkok में जब
Hashtag.
जिस दिन land किया सीधा live जो send that song.
time and time again.
वही
But
है।
I assume that Sentinels is going to be very ready for it.
Well, let's find out if this
But
one makes it to
Bangkok
map
नहीं
number
आना
3
भाई।
and send it back to your casters. Here's Brand
पेट्री
and
पेट्री
Sideshow.
डिश बन के वापस आओगे
All hope isn't lost, really, if you are.
भाई project work के लिए गए थे भाई, हेलो?
They are highly specialized on.
Biology का project
Great
work था क्या?
Success in the past on this one, but they are up against Sentinels.
वो रात
Listen, there are no slouches on it either.
बोल, बोल,
So
आगे बोल,
excited
आगे
about
बोल।
that ball heading into this one between both of these teams. We're seeing an interesting
वो रात
beginning.
बैंकॉक में ही
Already, it looks like it's gearing
अरे तूने
up for
देखा क्या लेकिन
aggression
अभी
out
हुआ था लड़ाई हो गया था
towards
उधर
the map.
फुल फाइट एकदम
Looks like we've got a set pistol
नहीं
round
रे।
coming out here, especially from
अरे
KC.
भाई वही रोड पे
Time to see
दो
the
ग्रुप्स
Killjoy player on
चढ़ गए एक
defense,
दूसरे के
not buying
ऊपर
utility and just going straight for the sheriff.
पता नहीं मैं
Expecting
यहाँ
something
कहीं
with
और
KC. KC trying to take tempo right at the beginning of this round. Walking
And
up,
table
Paranoia
with
prep,
push, yeah.
trying to take the fight.
फोर
to
मैन
center.
पुश
Horns.
अरे बाप रे
No signs of life, John.
Oh, the timing there. If that had been a tad earlier,
Reverse
KC
भेजो।
probably would
वाह
have
भाई
stayed to try to
project
take
work के
the
लिए
fight.
तुम लोग जा
Rather
सकते हो इधर
anticipating that
उधर
John's calling a reaction. And they've read it correctly. The deaths.
ला ला ला
So,
ला
the
ला
deaths was talking a lot about mobility.
भाई पेपर एक्स होता
I
नहीं
feel
इतनी देर में
like
दूसरा राउंड
that's
चालू हो
gonna
गया
be
रहता पता
key
है
on
Ah,
both of these
obviously.
attack sides. I think with mobility comes
देख
confidence,
देख
confident
देख
to be able to make that play. Trust
पब्लिक
the call,
लाइक तो हो नहीं
take
रहे
the swing.
बकचोदी टॉप
So far, that's been one big area.
सारे
where
मिलकर लाइक करो हो जाएगा 2000 लाइक्स
Been missing a little bit for Carmine Core. Maybe a
लाइनअप
Sentinel.
लाइनअप भाई इतना कौन लाइनअप
क्या लाइनअप है सीधा डाल दिया
Old
उसने
guard, Sentinels have got some
भाई
experienced
लाइनअप
players,
किया
so
उसने
Carmine
तूने
Core
देखा
क्या लाइनअप किया गाइस इसने लाइनअप किया गया ऐसे
himself
डाल दिया
was shut
नहीं
down
रे
his hopes
बाबा,
and dreams in
lineup
Reykjavik
पे
डाला।
2021 grand finals by tens himself.
बाकी
So
गैप ना रे
now
लाइनअप
we
किया
see it, a bit of an explosion.
Wow,
The
ये
pivot
strat
here
मेरे को
over towards
सच्ची में
B.
अच्छा लगा यार।
Open sight line rate. Ooh, chunk load of
क्या
damage.
किया
Has
समझा
to
ना मेरे को
back
एक बार
away,
एक बार
respect the nade now.
पब्लिक 20 से एक बंदे
That's
आए
their star player.
इधर से
बराबर।
सीधा डोर तोड़ के अंदर गए सही है ना
heals online as well. No chances there for him to get
retake
back up.
अन्ना हम भी ऐसे खेलते हैं अन्ना
हम भी ऐसे ही खेलते हैं
Looking to set their sights on.
या तो रेस का कटेगा या तो फेड का कटेगा, दो में से एक कोई तो कटेगा, कोई तो कर रहा है गांडू छीर है बाबा। ये अभी वन और मरेगा।
सही भाग गया।
Reposition up
तो
towards
चप्पल
heaven,
पड़ने वाला था
call
इसको।
made, still
Good aggression bro, I like this control लेना चाहिए इनको। भाई पर भाई सेन वाले
damage done, clearing them out into the site. It's getting dangerous.
भाई टेंस का घूमते रहते क्या पूरा टाइम?
All over the place here.
Around the world.
बुला के मारा।
Into him. Celsius.
हे कौर कैसे हो?
टेंस का सही है रे वो गोल गोल घूमी घूमी
वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम।
Celsius. No time left whatsoever for Carmen.
क्या हुआ?
Struggles here. The opening.
अच्छा स्ट्रेट वॉक किया उसके सामने से
क्या हुआ मेरा वो स्टक हो गया
पॉप इन स्विंग भी नहीं था भाई
वो पॉप इन डांस है वो सीधा वैसा स्ट्रेप करते गए वो सीधा उसके सामने से
ट्रोल किया गया
अरे बहुत भारी वाला क्या आएगा रिप्ले में आएगा
पब्लिक क्या बाबा
नहीं आया
Public get entitled watching valorant क्या?
Superb.
क्या था?
You can only go for those plays if you're feeling really confident and very in sync with your teammates.
ट्रोल कर रहे हैं भाई हाँ क्या? Guys hashtag kaur OP in the chat.
चैट बोल रहे हैं गार्डन में घूम रहे हैं।
हे क्यूटी मेरे को नहीं बोला भाई आज तक क्यूटी ठीक है
क्या
Thanks man. He's passed it, but Celsius is watching. Yeah.
Bro, case is so
bad.
So this is
ठीक है भाई
protocol to clear through. See.
ऐसे कैसे किया मेरे को समझ में नहीं
Could
आ
have
रहा
got dangerous.
लग रहा है लग रहा है
ये जक्कन का दूसरा मेन गन है क्लासिक है
मारा वो मारा
ये वैंडल ऐसे खरीदता है मेन गन इसका क्लासिक है भी जक्कन
हो गया राउंड
देख कैसे सब लोग हैशटैग और ओपी बोल रहे हो देख कभी मेरा नाम कभी हैशटैग भी किया कर
Is it supposed to be?
I'm sorry
सबका
करता हो यार
You have 3 sides to attack. Defenders 3 sides कैसे defend करेंगे?
Correct. मेरा brain fart हो गया guys. Sorry माफ करो.
Some momentum here in the first half, but it is going to be very difficult for morale, for the way that they approach the map, for their confidence.
भाई लेकिन वो जो टरेट से पुश किया था ना मजा आ गया था देख के इंसेन पुश था
satchel only grants some access
कोई ऐसे नहीं आ रहे क्या
the map not really being played in fact Carmen Quarter wants to have taken a
वो
few
फक उन्होंने कंट्रोल ले लिया ना ये पे इसकी लगने वाली क्यूटी की
spots but there's a lot to account for
क्यूटी की जो गन है बोला कि नहीं मैं वो ऐसे जम करते रहे ये लोग वॉक करके आ गए
भाई ओडिन निकाल रहे बाबा खत्म हो गई
कैन सम टीम हायर मी फॉर एनालिस्ट टीम में एनी हाय क्यूटी देख चैट में किसका जल रही है
There's been a gap in the defensive protocols and need to force these players out wide. The damage being done to them. The rate looking to the side.
TbOne by any matter, any updates on Rajat Dalal matter? हाँ भाई, उनका मैनेजर हूँ.
Trade by every part of the definition. Prowler.
सब मेरे को पता है.
Damage. The shot's going wide. Second. There's no way he's getting away with that.
अरे वो DP नहीं करता होता तो गेम हमारा था रे.
Really respecting it. It felt like there was serious danger in that round. The time in the tens found was extraordinary, and I think.
भाई ज़ैकन लेकिन क्या strong start दिलाता है ना सही में मारते रहते हैं.
पब्लिक वापस बस कट नहीं करो ना. हाँ पब्लिक नहीं ना.
The unfortunate play though. Two of the players both got seized there towards the back of the site. Shin and Narrate.
Bro, what is this chain? I like this chain, man.
I mean, he was absolutely dominant map one, so he expects to be able to.
क्या लिखा? कुछ तो लिखा हो.
TbOne the goat लिखा.
On either side. This time Carmen Core more keen to fight overseas, man. Look at it setting up with the paranoia and a few players.
Can you increase the game tone? Sorry man, sorry.
Good plan, but well, Magnum's just out wide like that. There's no return fire. Thomas, he can't take the fight and stand his ground. Not with the.
Sorry guys.
बताओ
ना यार.
The showstopper engage here instead of being a vulnerable victim on site.
Could be the danger zone still. Showstopper. Tomsy can't hit it. Straight through near sighted with the prowler.
हिला उसमें गया.
Rocket
By tension में मारा उस.
Two players down now for Carmen Court. Do you really still choose to take
तो लिखो ना
choose
UC.
to take the save. They're looking hoping for a bit
ये
more.
round पे सही.
Left right bounce कैसे हुआ वो?
Tile or something, but he
वो
also
awkward
does
bounce
the
हुआ.
job. Cuts off
हाँ
that
वो
one
क्या
sideline
ball है
now.
क्या वो?
It has to be the
पता
call,
नहीं.
surely.
I think you got a save here.
Yeah,
Hi baby, what up Adi?
They look like they're still sticking around.
ए
तुम्हें आपके हेड दे दो, normal hat है बाबा.
Tomaji is just not good enough to be able to go for this.
ये कोविड के टाइम पे लिया था, चाहिए?
Away.
तभी पहना
That's
था कोविड के
a
टाइम पे,
huge win
चाहिए?
for Sen here.
चाहिए तो बता.
Sen, by the way, getting into their very standard post-plan
जब मेरे को
setups where
कोविड
they
हुआ था
have
ना तब मैं
second
पहनता था ये,
up
चाहिए?
top. So they often tuck
चाहिए तो
somebody in
बताओ.
towards the box. They have a one-way smoke as well. And you can see here, that really is the crucial duel when Sassy is able to get that pick onto Tomaji.
Oh yeah.
क्या हाल है अंकित भाई के?
What keyboard to कितना
Astounding
घंटे
as
से
well. I
stream
mean,
कर
the
रहे हैं?
consistency with Zeki
Bro,
frying.
there is
Just
only
built
one
results
watch
like
party
nothing.
streamer like marathon.
Absolutely, and
only
you can
me.
see that the clear game plan there from KC
भाई
was,
बोल रहे
we're going to
एक
fight
बंदा
overall
इधर आके
tops
बोला,
on both
भाई
sides
मैं
of the
9 घंटे से देख रहा हूँ,
map. So they
टीम
had
में
a
काफी
triple
ऊंचा
player
है।
over
अबे
towards
बहुत सारे
C,
बोलते
fighting
marathon,
very heavy for
marathon,
mount control,
होता नहीं
because
है,
that's where
फिर
they
मैं ही
expect
हुए.
Sen to start the round, and then they had a crossfire setup. But
इनने
it
में
just
कौन
ended up
करता है
with
marathon
Magnum
मेरे
kind of
अलावा?
wandering around in
मैंने
the
किसी को नहीं
open.
देखा.
He missed the timing, didn't tuck,
लगता है बाबी जी
couldn't play
घर
the
गए
cross
हैं.
with Tomaji properly.
नहीं रे.
Ended up
बाबू
giving
जी
away
बोल
his
रहे
life a
हैं,
little too
शादी
freely.
हुआ.
And Zekken has started this map much as he started the other one, dominating.
हाँ, मैं तो बैंगलोर
कौन सा बंदा? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
A fight to contest over the A rubble control.
लेकिन how is married
Sentinel's
like
happy to
TbOne भाई?
concede it.
Married ले?
Karmikor going to just place
जो
it
चप्पल
straight into
का
that
है.
forward angle. He's going to be getting a lot
वापस
of
आ
in-round
रहे हो?
information
तो आया
for
ही
his
क्यों?
team. Some juicy
Exact
bits
words
that
though.
Magnum could use for some potential calls.
These are the
Like
situations
पूरा
where
retake
it's so difficult to get away
ये वाला
from.
retake है हमारा public
Teams
नहीं
go
जा
for
रहे
it,
क्या
especially if they have a really competent IGL like John Cutie. So this is going to be a lineup to try to clear out Shin if he was playing behind
अभी
Rubble.
बोलेगा अभी
or
भी
on
लाइनअप
top
नहीं
of
किया
it.
बोलेगा हाँ टू
But
TbOne
Shin
साढ़े
is playing that jump spot angle a little further
कहाँ
forwards.
वे? कहाँ जा
He's
रहे
not really
हैं?
gonna
पिलर
get caught
पिलर
by
के
this.
राइट पे मारेगा वो.
घर में नहीं आएगा.
I mean,
He's in a
he is
very
really
exposed spot.
वो बहुत गलत लग रहा है वो जो हाथ ऊपर दिख रहा है ना मेरे को.
Ahead of the wall. So they couldn't lurk out, but now backing away. Few stray shots.
And this is where KC start to lack information. 45 seconds. They know that Sen might be pressuring A.
Sparta
but are
not
they
doing
really
watch
there?
party,
Is it
Saturday
a fake
boom bomb,
commitment?
Crossfire.
सैटरडे ब्रेक लेते हैं
Right, I mean, Martin's just trying to play
Saturday boom bomb हो
in and out
सकता है.
of this wall, see if he can get that
Office
time.
fight है.
Vertical
It looks like a
streamers.
fake. I mean, Martin's
आज
seen
next
that there's
vertical
nobody
होगा.
really pushing off the back of this.
Yeah, it's not really going to be calling as well for the rotations here.
बोल रहा मंडे वाला सेटअप भेजना है याद है ना?
Can't do the same moves as Zekken was doing, not in that last map. Can't
आज
get out of
night
it with the
vertical
satchel.
होगा इसलिए नहीं कर.
Vertical और
Is
what?
this going to end B? Straight into Shin.
वो वर्टिकल होगा या उसके
Could have
ऊपर
been the
में
difference
वर्टिकल
maker,
होगा?
might still be.
Wait
With only 12 seconds left, they've really just got to get a move on
आज
into
दोपहर
the
को भी
side B.
vertical, रात को भी
Plant,
vertical.
Magnum, forwards, pressing forwards, the players, they're dropping. All
Sit
over the place,
down,
the time
KC.
pressure maybe just getting to them.
Professional rider हो क्या?
Frantic for
Pato
Karmikor.
Pato works.
Those are the kind of confidence moments that I'm talking about, where
Hey
it feels
Casey,
like
why
Sen
don't you do
are
your
very
KYC and go
strong
to
in those
airport?
kind of spots.
अच्छा था,
You see
अच्छा था.
Zekken or Tens in a
अच्छा
situation
था.
like that, they're
3 days
taking
no
the
stream,
swing, they're taking the
vlog
fight.
done sin.
Feels a little more
Kida,
tender,
come to
tentative
Bangalore, baby.
from KC, and they're getting caught out.
बुरा था,
A
अच्छा
half
था.
clearance by Magnum.
Oh
And
my
it does
God.
look like that at the moment. You see Zen,
Guys, कैसी
Zen
थी?
are
अच्छी थी?
fired up.
डैम भाई.
अच्छी थी +1 थी.
भाई देख मार्क्स
They
रख रहा है मार्क्स
believe
रख
that
रहा
they
है
have
बोलता
had the
मना कर
most
रहा है भाई देखो
difficult
भाई.
run. I mean, their run through kickoff, through the play-ins, their run here, fighting against Heretics, then fighting against Karmikor. Two big, heavy hitters coming up from EMEA.
You got to think as well. I mean, you got two of those teams in the EMEA.
We're gonna win this game. We're gonna win
It's
this
only
game,
EMEA
huh?
Americans who are winning the titles.
Yeah.
Two of the potential strongest teams at this event they've had to go up against early.
पूर्ण क्यों दिखा रहे हैं?
And Kaplan clearly not happy in
Boy,
the
that
interview
profile
at the
completely
arrival and having to be
भाई
last
इधर
out
देखो
first
भी
in
स्टेज
and not
में
having that
heavy
break
scene
time.
चल रही है.
I don't think he got sleep.
भाई उनको
हाँ,
लग रहा है कि
देख
डांट
रहे
होगा
हो.
लेकिन
He's
फिर
come
भी
in
कुछ
here
नहीं.
and I feel like the whole team has just got an aggression about them.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, they're fired up. There's a certain rage about it with the way that they're carrying
ये
themselves.
क्या हो गया?
They
WhatsApp
have to
update हो
turn
गया
it.
क्या तुम लोग का कभी
No matter
guys?
how many obstacles you throw up in
एकदम
their face,
चूतिया
no
दिख
matter
रहा है
if you
WhatsApp
give
अभी.
the number 1 seed, the number 2 seed of EMEA, they don't care.
चेक करो एक बार तुम लोग का
On a
WhatsApp.
warpath right now, and their goal is the
लंडोरी
playoffs.
जैसा दिख रहा है.
And remember, this map tends to be attack-sided, so they need to be stacking up as many rounds as they possibly can. Karmikor are no slouches, assuming that KC don't get mentally
भाई
wounded
क्यों
here,
करनी है ये सब बच्चों वाले
they will
हरकतें
still
इनको?
probably put up a good attack side themselves.
भाई
You can't
लैंड
let
हो
off the
गया
gas.
यार.
What's this cooking? Okay. Fast play.
Android में.
But then don't bite. They don't go for an aggressive reaction somewhere else around the map. They're playing it slowly. So many
भाई
players from
प्रॉब्लम
Sentinels
पता है
are
इधर
close
क्या है, ये
to
लोग
these ults.
एग्रेसिव मैप कंट्रोल ले तो
Coming
रहे
online
लेकिन
as well,
गिव
the
अप कर
lockdowns
रहे
one away, the pit.
हैं. They can just walk in. क्या फायदा है ऐसे कंट्रोल लेने का? यूटिलिटी वेस्ट करके आ रहा हूं अपना खाली.
Of course.
अभी रखा है, ठीक है.
Timeout, holding on to Mount. Paranoia only clearing the one
But
side.
Mount
Nade
के
as
आगे
well
खेलना
through.
नहीं होगा
It's a
ऐसे.
couple of kills collected on either side, yet it's still Sentinels.
हो गया.
Out on top of that one.
चप्पल रे बाबा,
Weaponry or otherwise, but they've got the
ऐसे नहीं हो
protocols, they've got the
भाई,
aim,
iPhone है
sharp
भाई.
as anything.
खत्म है. GG go next.
The two players that
Go
were
next क्या हो गया?
dominating the duels
2-0.
on Split, Tens and Zeka,
अरे go next
just
मतलब next match.
वो नेक्स्ट मैप है ना, एक और मैच है ना.
Anytime you see them in a
क्या
duel,
मैच चढ़ना है? नहीं होगा
obviously
इनसे
it's
अभी,
against the
जीतेंगे ही
show.
नहीं.
अरे
2-0.
मैच रे बाबा.
अरे
हाँ,
एक और
वो-
है EDG वर्सेस
You see
जेंजी
them
कुछ
taking
है
a
ना.
fight, you expect
Sorry,
them to
sorry,
win it.
sorry. वो
The way they're
बोलेगा.
swinging it, you know they expect to win it
उसके
too.
बाद सिमुलेटर भी खेलना है.
It's been monstrous.
There's none of that swinging
Marathon
into
or
crowd
what?
spray, uncertainty with your aim, with your own abilities.
भाई किसी को तो
Just
मारो.
decisiveness.
It's all been there.
डरा रहा है खाली, वार्निंग शॉट्स दे रहा है
Expect to
वो.
be winning every single
भाई क्या
fight.
फोटो
Look at
भेजा
this
ग्रुप में.
swarming.
अंकित देख लेगा.
Lost to
घर
remnants here
जाएंगे
in
फिर.
court, 5-1. I know we've already mentioned, listen, it's an attack side of map. Everything points towards it so far.
ना हो पाया भाई,
All
ना
the
हो
data,
पाया
doesn't matter what changes they made on Lotus. It's
टीम
still
में
points in
सिर्फ
that
कुछ ही
direction.
डिवाइस में
There are still
अपडेट आया
chances,
है.
as much as that feels
भाई मेरे को
right
रोल बैक
now,
कर सकते हैं क्या गाइस?
really going for
एकदम
Carmen Core.
झाटू जैसा बनाया उन लोगों
Question
ने.
is just how many rounds they really need to get online on the defensive side.
Quite. We don't know that, right? Sen didn't look like they put together too much defense on the last time that we saw them play.
कैसी
Lotus,
को
but
पूछो
their players were
कैसी
still good enough in the
लगी?
game against Heretics to give them rounds every
That
game,
was a good one,
which
Kamish.
was more than you saw on the
that
other
was a good
side.
one.
हाँ भाई कैसी लगी?
They're a very dangerous team.
गाइस अच्छा था
Even
ना.
if they get outplayed in the macro,
Perky,
even if
but
the map
good.
doesn't lend itself to, one side or the other, they're still going to find those win conditions.
ये नप्पा watch party streamer, thanks.
Here, you have
Full time,
huge
baby,
ults up for
full
both
time.
भाई
sides.
इतना अल्टे घर लेके जाएंगे क्या भाई?
He's
सेंट
also swing
बंडल
round.
खरीद लिया मैंने.
They have to invest all of their ults to
मैंने
try to
दो
win.
बंडल लिया सेंट्रल्स के, एक
Can't
नहीं.
play close here because he's got the showstopper. There it is.
Beef on the
Prowler,
movement?
acknowledge, yeah, beef on the movement. Massive
ये
one, in
देखो रे
fact.
बाबा.
He sees
Yeah.
Kevin.
Once
To the
a
side.
legend,
He's
also
down.
broke.
What are we gonna come with that?
Only
Doesn't
turret.
want to take a refight into
It's
this.
weird.
That is
अरे पहला
wild.
सैचल हगा
Really,
हो.
really.
And I said beef on the movement, but I think Zekans threw a blast pack to disrupt that and
Only
the Seagate threw
legends
afterwards as
break.
well.
A little bit unlucky towards the
Turret
end.
with
Nade
arts.
was meant to be tucked
Trust
into the corner.
UCK से भाई turret गया ना.
Amazing
UCK
reaction
was-
instantly from Sen to stop that from finding any
सिर्फ
value.
S23
And
Ultra
they
में हुआ
neutralized
अपडेट.
the
हाँ
threat
क्या?
here, slowed the round down,
Oh,
denied
mom,
information for
that's
KC,
why.
and now they can go wherever they like.
9-4 through the site. That's one trigger onto it. So they're going to know that at least there's one player there. That's Thomasy! Time to shine, son. Time to step all the way up, and he certainly has done so. Still in control of Tree.
आवाज कम करो.
Door
Fan
broken,
तुम लोग
horn
कभी-कभी
forwards,
ज़्यादा
rotations
चाहिए.
abound.
सही है अभी.
Breaking it through now with the paranoia to really
Sorted
set
है.
that one up. Shin giving them this space. Locked down. To be committed.
भाई ये round
Goes
जीत गया.
towards it with 15 seconds to spare. Is there any attempt by
अब
Carmen?
बोले ये round गया ना.
Aggressive into it. Looks like
इन लोगों
giving
का
them that
फिर से
space. Now
लॉकडाउन
playing
लगा के एंट्री
for a
करो.
retake of their own.
This pit
ये round गया
could
ना.
allow, John Cudy's going to commit pit here, and this can allow them to
नहीं,
get back into the site and
निकल
help them
सकता है, क्यों
flood,
जाएगा?
stop the lockdown
Big
from
player
really
सब
finding
बच
too
है
much
ना.
value.
We'll see. Even Tense as well, holding the TP as well, making sure they can get straight back
Pit
into
के अंदर
the fight.
pit.
Forwards, into the corner. Barely expecting it,
चलेगा,
but it's
चलेगा,
traded
भले
almost
काम कर रहे हैं,
rapidly
नहीं
on the
होने
approach of
देंगे.
counterpit.
Defense नहीं होने वाला,
Online,
नहीं होने
layers
वाला,
it forwards and Carmen
possible
Court have got the players, they've got the bodies, they just need to win and they're going to get it. The round.
दिख
Pit
गया.
के
Going
अंदर
their way,
pit
finally.
भाई 3 अल्टिस
It's
का
been a bloody
कमिट
long
किया है
time
ना.
at that,
2
but that
अल्टिस.
second one is on the
Pit
board.
के
for them.
अंदर क्या हो रहा भाई
It
इधर?
took a lot, don't get me wrong. A lot of ultimates had to be
ऑब्जर्वर छोड़
expected.
दिया. पिट के अंदर कुछ नहीं दिखेगा बोल के बाहर आ
Sen made
गया.
it extremely
बोला छोड़े रे
expensive,
बाबा,
and I
मेरे से
think
नहीं हो
that's
रहा
the silver
observer.
lining
exactly.
to KC winning the round there if you're looking at it from the perspective of Sentinels. But a lot of ults being drained on both sides. This play, though, it just wins the round.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They're hoping
kill
that
it.
Thomasy is going to be passive in this situation, is going to respect the Nightfall, worried about being
यार,
pushed from one
reveal
angle.
था वो.
No, he holds his ground, steps
सबके
up when his
पास
team
हाथ
needs
नहीं
it,
पहुंच रहा है रे
and
उसका.
puts one on the board.
Artisan
See
Mousepad.
more of that. Show me a bit more fire.
लग गया क्या?
बूटिंग का कीबोर्ड बस सबके पास.
पीछे का है
ये कौन?
वो गॉड स्पीड आया
Default
उसको
है.
ड्रैग कर देखो.
Satchel through for Zeka.
मजा आ जाएगा.
Double satchel.
बजाज भाई किधर हो?
Punished potentially. All from Tenzi's just taken out. Completely punished. Bullet to the Darmus, all it takes. And yeah, that's the punishment of stick in that one. I suppose he thought it was clear. Door.
बजाज भाई welcome to the stream.
Rotating
हमें
now,
कर दिया.
falling. Pivot, getting a move on.
Bajaj
Out
bhai.
to the seaside. Now it is entirely open.
Mr.
Util
Always
Bajaj,
your health, buddy.
congratulations.
and a nano swarm. It's going to be completely given up.
Better हो रहा है but
Now the question is, what kind of post-plant aggression do we see here from Sen? I felt like on split, their post-plant aggression was timed well. They played together.
Damn, dude. कल से पेट तो मेरा भी खराब है वैसे।
ये सिंपल सी मेडिसिन है।
Bit of a timing.
Bit of a timing behind us.
सुबह 3 बार, रात को 3 बार।
जी?
Sound cue is going to be missing from a few
Excuse
players.
you?
He's in a one and
अरे वो नहीं रे बाबा, लाइम जूस बोल रहा हूँ।
लाइम जूस।
Barely grappling onto that one. A
अन्ना
satchel forge just
दिन का 6 बार करोगे ना गिर जाएगा।
6 बार करोगे।
backwards position.
डिटैच होके गिर
दिन
जाएगा।
का 6 बार करोगे सीधा लिस्ट आएगा मुख्यमंत्री साहब से। ये 5 लड़के।
Stick this hard. 1v2, 1v2, not sticking it. Out wide. And the patience played.
मधुजा।
The job done.
अभी पूछा मधुजा का।
That's more like it. That's what we want to see from KC when they were playing in EMEA.
ये 5 लड़के।
I was worried just for a moment when they lost track of where the final player was and
अरे
one
भाई
went
मैं
to
भी
check
मैं
the
भी
ball for the other
liquid
mount.
diet.
But they got the play there. The finish onto tens. Through a
भाई
slip by
इंटर
Dennis
क्या
Wall to
था
stop the
गाइस
rest
वो
of the team coming
इंटरमिटेंट
in,
करो बेस्ट है।
isolate tens, get the
Bajaj
swing
bhai,
and punish.
I have
Very
also
nice
started
from
losing
KC.
weight.
And they follow up.
ब्रो आई लॉस्ट 2 kg
कौन सा
ब्रो।
वेट है रोड लूज करने के लिए?
अरे नहीं अन्ना मैं मोटा हो गया था। आपने जब लैंड इवेंट पे देखा था उसके बाद बहुत मोटा हुआ मैं। उसके बाद I put on 8 kilos.
After that huge explosive round in round 7.
तो मैं जाके किसी को कैरी करो ना ब्रो।
तूने कैसे 2 किलो कम किया लौड़े? तू तो एक्सरसाइज
इंटरमिटेंट।
Follow from the prowlers just
ओनली वाटर मैन 8 liters a day।
check there.
8 liters
8 नहीं 4।
हफ्ता भी तो पानी का लौड़े पानी
Close to mount. Pressure the wall race. We have a TP out of dodge. There is any.
Man shits water.
भाई नहीं बे अभी नोटिस किया मैं।
Getting ready to
आज भूल गया अभी
and actually crush
वॉच
this.
पार्टी था आज दिन से रात तक।
About this.
That's why it's holding it.
पब्लिक में तुम लोगों को बोला था सुबह मैं हक के आओ आया ही नहीं यार।
What a call.
कल ऐसे आ रहा
Swing it
है।
right through the
कैसा अच्छा है ना फ्लैश का पानी बच गया जरा।
कमबैक किया।
There was the danger there if he ended up losing that fight, but they don't. It's exactly
रुक भाई
right.
मैं थोड़ा आंखों में पानी डाल के आया।
It's back. It's
BRB.
boundless right now for Carmen Court.
हट भाई ऑलवेज इन मुश्किल लिस्ट
Looking to
इसलिए
take
स्ट्रीम नहीं
timings,
होता है।
even if they're not playing together.
का विजुअलाइजेशन होगा पानी हकते हुए।
Find themselves in another 5v3. Very
पानी पे
वो वाला
Diaz goes forwards past it, tens.
फ्री किल शिन बाय किल फ्री
To
किल
the floor. Can't see his Elsa's just to watch his team.
देख रहे हैं भाई support है।
At least, but will fall.
टीम
Spike.
को सपोर्ट करते हैं वो
Down in the
लोग।
open. 2v4, make it a 1v4. John.
बोलते हक दिया बे हैं
Little chance
आँख
to
लूप हो
overheat
गया,
on the
अब देख
opposite
सकते हो,
side of the
मजा
map. With only 20 seconds left, will be the save.
Yeah. KZ finding that mid-round aggression. Sure, the previous was taken with that punish onto tens, but they found themselves the player advantage situation
backdoor में shot
so
वाटे जा
many
रहे हैं।
times in the last 3 rounds. That's one of the biggest reasons why they're able to actually
और
win
बजाज
them.
भाई
They're able to find a double kill
आपका
that comes
लैन
out
इवेंट
from
का कुछ
Taichi.
दुश्मनी है क्या?
Then they get the
आपका
punish
टीम
onto
लैन पे
tens.
जाता है और
And
आपको
this
कुछ हो
round,
जाता है।
it was such a nice audible called by
लास्ट टाइम घुटना
Martin
तोड़
there
दिया
in the
एक बार
raid,
पेट तोड़
deciding
दिया।
to take the
बैच
swing,
क्या एस्केप किया वो
using Shin almost as bait over towards C.
वो नहीं मैं हैदराबाद का बात कर रहा हूँ।
Pre-planned or called on the fly. Shin was completely alone on C. I mean, this team is big brain enough that they might have set
नहीं
that
मेरे
up
को
as a
बात
bit of a
नहीं
fake
समझ
there.
में आया
Look, we're playing
यार
mount.
ठीक है ग्रे जीत गया हिक्का क्यों बज रहा था हैं
Either way, lovely setup by KC. And you were asking a question earlier, Brent, as we go into this Sentinels
नहीं
timeout.
वो बजाज का एक्शंस वो
How
रेप्लिकेट
many
कर रहा है।
rounds does KC need on their defense?
yeah,
Because
it's a
this
good
is generally an
बजाज
attack
भाई बहुत दिन
side
से लंबा ट्वीट नहीं पड़ा कुछ डालो ना
now that
मस्त
they've got
इंस्पिरेशनल सा।
आप नाइनर्स वॉच पार्टी करके फिर से रहता स्ट्रीम मधुजा
take all the rest.
दिस इज नथिंग
A4
एक
half,
टाइम था
you can definitely come back
मैं
on that on Lotus.
15 years
You need things to go right for you, obviously. You
15
need
years
either a
continuous
pistol
ये
or to
कुछ
start
नहीं
rolling with the
निकल
right rounds and get the ults online.
हाँ
It's
ना
not
कुछ ज्यादा ही हुआ ना
given,
आज पब्लिक थोड़ा वॉकिंग करो
but there is
अब ले लो क्या
actually
वो
reason to celebrate for the KC fans right
अरे
now.
बूंद क्यों दिखा रहे
And obviously, there's not a game going on right now, but they're all facing away from the screens.
किसी को
I
नीचे का
respect
फैन
it,
आके
man.
बोलेगा लाइफ कैन
They don't need to look.
They are the loudest ones in the building, and they are taking up
Public.
probably 1/8. Maybe
मस्त कर
that.
सकते हैं इधर
Yeah, the loudest per capita. But there's a lot of Sen fans here.
पब्लिक इजीली कर सकते हैं ले लो क्या 29000 डोनेशन बोल डालो
I like that the desk through the KC versus Sentinels
WT
English
board.
broadcast, by the way.
Thank you
Just
Mudhuja.
ruining the
Really
KC
sweet
fans.
of
Yeah, what do you expect?
Only 15% of you think KC is going to win.
जानना रहता है कि जो लोग ऐसे
That's
पूरे
funny.
फॉल्ट
They
रहते
do
हैं
that Camino chat, see what happens.
वो लोग के थोड़े से भी बाल आते
ले ले,
हैं, वो
पक्की बात है।
यार रहने देते हैं, because
रोज
awkward
1 घंटा
रहेगा ना,
वॉकिंग नहीं हो जाएगा
A
ये कौन
judge.
सा पूछना?
Does this mean we're getting into something a little more pacey?
अभी के लिए तो फिलहाल सासी भाई झूल रहे
Satchel
हैं
plays.
है ना मैं क्या बोल रहा
Plays
हूँ
quite rapidly this time.
वैसे भी वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं
Carmen Court.
तो नीचे एक ट्रेडमिल जैसा आता है, टेक एड
That one prowler makes the
वॉकिंग भी हो जाएगा
split pushing.
बैठ के तो वॉकिंग करना चाहते हो वैसे ही है
बेसिकली। हां
Yeah.
That's the idea as well.
उनका मॉडल ऑर्डर बचेगा
Here we
बहन
go. Follow up fight.
वर्कआउट
Now he
भी
doesn't
होगा,
have to spot
सब
one way
कुछ
here.
होगा।
Paranoia is excellent. They're all grouped up right towards the back TP on top.
That's amazing.
This man is terrifying.
अरे मैं भी वही
What an
सोच रहा
angle
हूँ।
to find.
All the way forwards, judge in hand, Shin.
भाई
Still, reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much.
There's no
It's
fucking way,
immense.
bro.
This man
10
is
ये
a
करके
thing of
किल निकालता, मैं
nightmares.
ऐसा करता तो मेरे को मुंह पे चप्पल पड़ता है।
The mobility, the confidence. Both
नहीं,
working
वो
in tandem.
movement बहुत difficult है
He's
जो
on for the ace.
Give the people what they want.
कल भी एस मारा था, आज भी मारेगा भाई। कितना एस मारेगा रे बाबा?
He knows Shin is around.
Depress
He
कर देता
knows
है
Shin is lurking.
क्या प्लेयर है भाई ये?
Shin just tucking
भाई लेकिन
to
उसका
spoil
क्या
the
मतलब
clip.
he's one with his fucking hand dude and his mouse. Exactly पता है किधर हिलेगा उसका mouse.
बैठ के वॉकिंग
Aimbot
नहीं
ऐसा।
रही
What a
ऊपर।
demon. You
Yes,
saw
yes.
that the counter
Tens bhai.
paranoia there thrown from Shin
Tens bhai, yes.
pushed back the rest of
अरे champ
Sentinels.
master skill में तो
Nobody
क्या
else
होगा
was
भाई?
able to get the punish in that kind of way. But then when Tens teleports up top, he's not
बेंच
been
प्रेस भी
caught
ले
by
ले।
it. Everybody else is blind.
नहीं तुम
It
लोग
is
बबले बबले
shooting
बोलोगे
fish in a
बैठ।
barrel. And it
बोला
really
ना,
is terrifying
we
what Tens
need
is able to do on
all
offense.
franchise
It's fitting like a
teams
glove.
need
It's
one
gonna
no
roll.
fucks given player.
That's how you know he's different from 2021. Not
Oh
just
my
the
God, Leo.
man, but he didn't play for the clip.
उसको नहीं मार रहा था, वो आ गया बुलेट में।
आउट ऑफ सिलेबस।
Keep the rifle going.
Now in that round there was still a little bit of danger, right? I mean, Shin got
तो
the
मैं
pick
9
onto
घंटा वॉच पड़े करके
Tens.
another stream
If
bro।
Narrate had been able to
Just
punish
go
Tens
things।
too. Oh, sorry. Shin got the pick onto Zeka.
बात तो सही है लेकिन
If
हम
Narrate had been able to punish Tens, maybe KC could have come out with something.
Player like proper investment करना है, expensive होगा।
नहीं बोलेंगे लवड़ा नहीं बोलेंगे, एक सेट होते ही बोलेंगे दीपन अब तो दिखा दो।
And
A
create
set
rounds
fight
like
for rubble
these.
control, something they have not been doing very much of. Zelsis quite far away. His lockdown could be a large entry piece of utility, but they could also save it for post, as Zekan now had Showstopper online
We
too.
have some wonderful
Right, with the
examples in
swing.
India as well, na? Sunny
Like?
है,
See what he ended up using.
Sunny है, all the best example ever. Like,
सन अंदर जाता है, किसी को नहीं मारता है।
Decided not to use the ult though. Just
भाई अंदर जाने की बात नहीं बोल रहा, अंदर जाने के बाद कुछ करना है।
Everyone setting up from Carmen Core side. Backwards, spots ahead. Vulnerable.
अंदर जाने की बात हो रही है तो
nicely,
मामा
though, they've
एक्सपेक्ट
saved
कर
all of
सकता
this
है।
utility.
हाँ नहीं मैं सोच रहा था मिनी में हो जाएगा भाई। मिनी में हो जाएगा स्लो
सूरत
करूँगा
का टॉप
तो।
रेटेड, सूरत का टॉप रेटेड टिंडर प्रोफाइल में आता है मामा का।
Because of the ults,
नहीं टिंडर नहीं अभी बम्बल और है।
देख रहे हो गाइस? मैं तो ऐसे ही बोला टिंडर, अभी देखो बम्बल और क्या दूसरा क्या?
हिंज हिंज
ग्राइंडर
ग्राइंडर नहीं
ये उड़ रहा है क्या?
हेलो हेलो
Business here, Tens.
क्या है दूसरा क्या?
Fall. Perfect.
बम्बल और हिंज
Back now in a side
ग्राइंडर
control.
ग्राइंडर नहीं
Close to the
ग्राइंडर
corner.
नहीं
Shin.
बेटा हिंज हिंज
The trade sticking now. Thomas is onto it, but
छोड़ हमारे
destroyed.
जमाने में
आप
सब
बता
नहीं
दो
था
आप ये
यार।
सब
Two
चीजें ना
players
जाने तो
caught.
बेटर होगा।
Surely that's the fuser now. Another
एक
tap from
प्रोफाइल क्रिएट कर
Magnum,
दो
but
क्या?
it's just him.
कॉलेज का
1v1.
प्रोफाइल फोटो डाल
Him
के।
versus Zelsis. Sticking.
Shobith
Have on it all the way
बाबी
through
के
to the
पीछे से-
fuse.
आई एम सॉरी बाबू,
Puts him to bed.
नहीं हो रहा पे केसी जाओ, नहीं हो रहा।
little bit of danger again there as KC started to get that retake working.
तू ग्राइंडर
Really
पे
lovely
प्रोफाइल
the
बना
follow up
रहा
on the paranoia and Martin's entry through, but Sen
है। मैं आप किसको
stayed
सपोर्ट कर रहे हो
solid.
ब्रो?
ऐसा
सेंस
बोल बोल
फॉर
के
So
बदनाम
many
ना
of these
Sen-
post plants are set up with two
चार
layers
मुझे
of
Sense
सवाल
army,
पूछो,
bro.
मैं
a
naughty
few
हो रहा
players
है
playing
पे।
further forward to draw all of that utility, and then a few players further back
Like,
playing the spam game. You know that
हमारा
we
तो
see
नहीं
the
लगता
same
है
thing
ऐसे।
when it's planted over towards C. You have Tens in a more advanced position on top of the box, a few players playing out towards Mount. It works all across their map pool, and we're straight back into things.
ग्राइंडर मीटे के लिए हाँ क्या सच्ची में मुझे नहीं पता था बे, ऐसा भी आया है?
And that is going to tell John right at the beginning.
तुझे कैसे पता रोहन? रोहन मैंने फंसते हुए
केसी वाले।
Pivot here on either side. So you can see it, the territory being slowly gained.
Sassy taps the orb. Once the rest of his team's got ready, that's Nightfall online.
Here it is.
सबकी सी रखना बहुत
Through
जरूरी
to
है।
Nightfall, Prowlers.
बंदे है मेरे,
क्या है?
Lil Bro is trying to cover up.
भरोसा हो तो ऐसा हो भाई, भरोसा हो तो ऐसा हो।
Retake. Still that danger with the showstopper in the back. Walking away.
That's just spam.
Narrate.
बीच में
Finding it onto 10.
आड़म तेड़म मार दिया, मार गया।
And this is going bad to worse really for Sentinels here. They still can't get a safe plant down. Util flying through along with the rocket. Martin. Fortunate really not to get that one. Satchel threw into the back, pushing his teammates right into forwards.
भाई ये देखो स्टिंगर में दो
कैसे भाई कैसे हमारा स्टिंगर तो नहीं लगता है
but everyone's there to collect it up. And so a
ऐसा हमारा तो
7-5 is a good half.
एक नहीं लगता हमारा स्टिंगर में एक भी नहीं
Very happy. That's an extremely
टेबन भाई एक हाथ से खेल सकते हैं क्या ऐसा कोई गेम है क्या यू नो ना भाई अरे बाबा त्रिदेव कैसे हो मेरी जान गेट वेल सून बेबी त्रिदेव पे एक हाथ का सीन हो गया यार गेट वेल सून बोल दो यार एक हाथ से कुछ और कर सकते हैं वो बेटर है मेरे हिसाब से समझ रहे हो ट्राई कर रहे हैं
Signs of life from Carmine Court. Really excellent stuff on there. Retakes all around.
गेम मत खेलियो
Steady lead for Sentinels.
लिस्ट का टेंशन हो डायरेक्ट
down to the floor with an interview.
लिस्ट का भी नहीं आएगा आपका नाम मैं बात कर लूंगा
Down on the floor, and I'm joined by Mama Zekin and Mama Tens. Give it up for the parents. Los madres.
नमस्ते आंटी जी
Mama Zekin, we saw you in America
qualifiers
cheering on your
matches के लिए
son,
भी था ना
here in Madrid cheering on your son. How does it feel to be able to travel the world and support your son as he pursues his dream?
I feel like I'm the happiest mom in the world.
Amen to that, sister. I love that. And Mama Tens, I found out this is the first time that you've ever watched your son play on stage. How was the experience?
बोलो ऐसा हो रही है मम्मी बाहर आप मुझे पैसे दिला दो मुझे नहीं पता
Incredible. It's a dream come true. I met so many amazing fans of his. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Guys, give it up. Give it up. It's a beautiful thing for sure. Have you been enjoying Madrid?
Yes, it's beautiful here. First time to Europe.
First time to Europe. First time to Europe. Wow. All right. Mama Zekin, how is the Madrid experience for you as well?
Mi amor en Madrid.
I mean, she's the
मैं
best
सच्ची में रोया बाबा
Let's just send it back to the cast. Let's get this party rolling. Give it up one more time, guys.
Oh my.
टेबल भाई आपको आपकी बातों से ज्यादा सस लगते हो मेरे से ज्यादा और मुझे बोलो शर्म कर शर्म मेरा घर पत्ते तोड़ो है सॉरी बाय -59
finals. Mama Zekin out there hyping up the crowd.
देखो
Because
यार
I'm loving the hype though, because this match is delivering so far. We got to see excellent
भाई मैं
shots from
सच्ची में
Sentinels
गाइस
when it
ये
came to
सब
split.
क्लिप्स
It was close in the
दिखाओ
first
ना
half and then
मम्मी
they
को
pulled away.
बोल दो ऐसे हो रही है मुझे पीछे दिला दो मेरे को भी खेलनी है
going into the second half of
Trust me.
Lotus. Doesn't mean they're going to win. Doesn't mean
क्या
they're
लगता
even
है
favored.
ऐसे आइडिया दूं
When you look at
मम्मी
what's
ऐसे सब
on
हो
the
रही है
board,
मैं भी चाहता हूँ कि
5
आप भी
rounds
ऐसे
on
स्टेज में आके
defense,
मेरे को
normally
बोले
KC
ताकि मैं
very good
इंस्पायर
on
हो जाऊँ
attack.
समझ ऐसा
Gotta be
कुछ
feeling
करो
good.
चलो भाई देखते हैं
मिलेगा
क्या करेंगे
कुछ
कुक करेंगे कि नहीं
In the series, have a chance of things here, but players are grouped
तो
up.
नहीं पता इधर चप्पल पड़ने वाले
Side shoulder to shoulder, Prowler. Bullet forward anything, right into the face. There's a satchel, Martin. Not even with a shorty, but he
ये
will go
भाई
down.
वो कैसे जिंदा है रे
गोदी में बैठ गया भाई टेंस का वो
Not to commit off the back of that. Certainly Sentinels getting surprised by how deep KC got before the trap play was punished.
वो कैसे बच
There
गया
are
रे
a lot of players still here on the C side.
पता नहीं निकल गया उधर
It's
से
re-hit, the danger is still here. Like I said, players anchoring into the seaside. Zekin holding into the corner. What a peak. Sakana Core classic. And it just got it. Look at themselves. Dodging and weaving out of the woodwork is what it feels like.
क्या मटा दे आई एम सॉरी
All of that fundamental prowess that we saw from KC being demonstrated here. Certainly warming up into the tournament. Starting to showcase the strengths of what made them a team to be feared.
गुड मॉर्निंग बजाज भाई
This pistol round was a great call coming out from Magnum.
Good morning.
As long as they can secure things. And John Cuties denied the miracle. They'll be feeling, again, really good about their chances.
Doesn't have the tools for it. I mean, a lot of players, we narrate, chooses to put an end to it. So pistol round should, you know, as long as things go correctly, end up being that 7-7 equalization.
And that's Magnum that actually gets the kill there. There's so many little set plays that we saw from KC when they were playing in EMEA, things like that. Doubling up and setting up maybe a high-low setup or a jump peek, and the second player swings in.
साथ में pick कर रहे एक जन jump करके wide pick कर रहा है ताकि
Magnum
उसको
picking up the
throw करे
outlaw,
इनको.
actually. Nobody on Sen buying
छोटी
armor, of
छोटी
course.
चीजें.
Not going for that force buy.
Few pieces of util.
And how many times have we seen this in the series? No real possibility for the team that lost the pistol to do anything because both teams just kind of rotate around each other. I feel like every time a team's won the pistol, we've seen this in the series so far. Dodging that variance.
Bajaj showroom का मालिक.
Wild animals.
तुम लोगों को नहीं पता है.
Free sight for Carmen Court. Plan of a mount
Bajaj
control.
scooter ये सब
A great plan. And now, once you get the plan down this easily, you have the mental bandwidth to start thinking about how do we optimize our ults. Right, so do we want to try to load them into Narrate because he's already halfway? We want to try to prioritize Martin, perhaps. These kind of things you can really start to ponder. But there is still pressure here onto Tomashi.
बंदेश भाई कौन है? आदित्य मैं बोलूं? हाँ? बाद में मुझे ना बोले टॉक्सिक. ऐसे बोलोगे आप मेरे साथ अभी? मुझे बाद में बोलियो. जवाब सबको पता है मेरे मैं क्या बोलने वाला हूँ.
Through the back there, and Sentinels realise that there's really no chance of this. They're making another call now, moving their way forwards.
And I think just looking to try to die to Spike here. But Sassy is going to take a little bit of a time in.
Players are caught out in the open. They're going to be able to die to the Spike. Yep, okay.
So, really successful there, to be honest, from Sentinels. Not allowing KC to get close to any of the large ultimates. And that's very important. Lotus, I think, more than any map in the pool right now, is so ult cycle dependent.
Rude.
Especially with it being attack-sided and both orbs being accessible to the attackers too. It's a mixed bag of a buy though for KC. They've come into this bonus with some unusual weaponry. I'm interested to see if Magnum can get anything done with his outlaw. He's the sole player holding back the A push, and Sen have committed 4 players to dominating that fight.
4 players of light armor too. Lots.
Yeah, that's a great point. Great point. 4 players that would die in 1 shot to Magnum.
तो मैं बहुत अच्छा एम कैसे करे बाइकिंग देखना पड़ेगा स्ट्रीम्स
का सेंस विल लूज गौरव भाई रुको जरा सब्र करो एक मैप एडवांटेज में है.
Not quite an anti-flash position. Initial haunt. There is a call from Sentinels to refight when the orb is tapped. Loading up the orb onto Narrate, making sure that Nightfall gets online.
You can see the pings over towards Rubble, pointing out the 3 main positions that somebody like Tens would be playing if they got him posted up in an aggressive spot. So they're going to go through the motions there, making sure that they clear all of these angles.
वो 2 आता है ऐसे.
There is nobody home whatsoever on A.
Bro, what? Not upgraded?
I mean, back and forth as the calls go from Carmen Core. Looks like there's a
lot of dude, you can't do that
shit. They're basically just playing rotate through spawn right now. They're not trying to participate this so much as just...
Are you sure we can do that? Like not upgraded and stuff?
Don't know what gave that one away still. It's a kill. All Sentinels, first kill going their way. Back up, yep. They're looking for smoke still up into heaven. What's the call going to be here? 15 seconds left. The chance really to try and fight them aggressively. Haunt, broken, boombot now. 11 seconds plan. Finally going down, but what is the fight? Yeah, right through. Sees, no connection. Second!
What a swing, guys!
The hopes and dreams torn away in this round.
नहीं उसने जो गोला डाला उसका क्या हुआ?
भाई क्या swing है वो? क्या swing है? Swing की तरह का song डालो background में.
नहीं अन्ना उसने जो गोला डाला उसका क्या हुआ? उसके पीछे नहीं उसको भी वापस.
मैं 180 कैसे मारा मुझे?
Of noise cues,
swing करके इधर मारा ऊपर से इधर मारा.
They're not worried about leaving holes because they're just trying to
एक बार देखो.
अच्छा खेल रही है.
That can really bite you.
पहला तो रन हारी.
Oh, he escaped that too.
Sometimes if the attacking team just cuts noise,
second 180 shot जो मारा
no idea where things are going to end. But the reads there from Zen were perfect. They got the right call on what KC were going every time. No damage on that bonus.
Heavy fan following तो है वैसे Sentinels का public.
Damage but a healthy buy on
top 1 है क्या Valorant में मतलब fan following में.
Everything is in order.
Public है ना?
TP4 is dashed across here. Sees Nate. Everything being combined. Shin surely goes down. He gets a kill on second.
How's that happened?
How has he managed that?
He was caught dead to rights inside the C's name.
To almost single digits. Evacuation called. Tens backs away.
होगा ना? PRX बोल रहे कैसे रे बाबा?
Fire lines being redrawn, but giving up space entirely of Rubble. Not even posting a player up deep onto A. Carmen Core giving it up.
certainly very willing to rotate around the map themselves on the attack side. And Sen now a bit frozen in place, expecting this to be an A re-hit. Even when Sassy doesn't really spot anything over towards Rubble. Celsius has all the utility here, but he is just one man.
He's caught here still with the Odin. It's a very big gun and a lot of targets to really choose. Down spot it! Beam in, he does! But the Molly's into the back, he had no clue about it. Snake bite. Everything lies on top of it. Ruins his day there, but still getting two. The position he was in, pretty miraculous. He's made it an even job for Sentinels on this retake. 4 position of Magnum. He's hoping for an easy kill, maybe even a cheap one. One-way smoke, has to force out that paranoia early, so Magnum, he's done his job. Pulling out that util early, now backs away with the rest of his team so he can play side by side, shoulder to shoulder.
Hey Samar, thank you so much!
One Sentinels in charge!
Easy! क्या retake है?
मेरा brain stuck हो गया भाई। कैसे क्या किया भाई?
And Sen still got the site so easily.
Samarth baby!
बोला तू डिफ्यूज कर ले ब्रो।
पूरा लोटस मैप ही पेपर है, ओडिन कहीं से भी कुछ भी मार देगा।
Hashtag Samarth OP in the chat please, thank you so much.
बट दूसरा किल जो निकाला
वही ना, क्योंकि वो पूरा मैप ही पेपर है, हर जगह स्पैम मारता है वो।
लेकिन उसको दिख नहीं रहा था ना।
हाँ वही तो बोला, वो रैंडम चलाया उस गली में, वाटरफॉल वाला गली में।
It just looks really claustrophobic from KC in the post plant. They kind of gave Sen too much space there to do whatever they wanted.
अभी तो वेट करो, ए जाएंगे हो सकता।
But that is 2 huge rounds in a row from Sen. One to make sure that they didn't take any damage from the bonus round, and the other to knock the economy of KC. If we're talking about Lotus being attack side, being momentum based, well, Sen have just stolen all of the wind out of KC's sails.
Finals में कौन-कौन चाहिए पता है?
Back-to-back gun rounds being won.
एक चाहिए
on the retake protocols, not just that. I mean, they've earned themselves up to some pretty serious
Sentinels.
utility.
क्या लगता है?
उन लोगों के पास 3 अल्टी है ना अभी केसी के पास?
Showstopper.
जो कलेश होगा स्टेज में, दोनों फैन बेस का।
Yeah, I feel like those 10s have been that guy.
आज Sentinels जीतो तो qualify सीधा। हाँ क्या बेबे?
Performance has been amazing. When they need him to get aggressive, like for example in that retake. John Cutie survives on the other side of the map. There's a Viper orb up in the middle of sight. They pop it up. That allows Tens to only focus on one angle, teleports forward, takes the one fight. Again, fighting off the back of John's utility.
EDG better होगा। अभी next game देखनी है, उसमें पता चलेगा GENG और EDG का। देखो अगर EDG ने PRX को हराया, वो भी गंदी स्टाइल से। EDG GENG के साथ क्या करेगा? I understand GENG अभी top 1 है, फिर भी मैं तुम लोग को बता रहा हूँ।
नहीं दिया हमारा पब्लिक ने। बी जाने वाले हैं।
क्या लगता है next game guys? EDG जीतेगा या GENG?
Probably.
And you either need a really good set play to be able to push this one across the line, or you're looking to try
Face your fears.
do damage to the economy and draw out ultimates.
Face your fear.
Certainly B is the best site to fight with these more close-range weapons, like Magnum's Stinger and Martine's Judge.
Texture अगर
They haven't cleared Martine.
Oh, way! Tens!
Sentinels? Sentinels? Tens? Tens? Hello, Tens, hello?
Get the job done there.
Hello? क्या हुआ वहाँ पे एक बार मेरे को दिखाओ?
I mean, that was
एक बार मेरे को दिखाओ वहाँ पे देखने मेरे को देखने क्या हुआ उधर?
And I don't think he realized that people were pushing through the door on him.
NA is greater than EU.
But great adjustment from the Phantom defense. They completely neutralized that round. This very reminiscent actually of one of the earlier rounds that we saw from KC where Martin and Ray pushed out through B.
कूद के आया वो भागा वहाँ पे.
And here,
भाई पूरा बंद उसका बजना।
clearing out that area in the ground and catching
बोलेंगे रे सो जा रे बाबा, खत्म करो खत्म।
भाई बहुत बज रहे थे।
अरे ये गेम के बाद ट्विटर देखने आ रहे।
Kamiko aiming to win that fight.
हाँ ना, बहुत बज रहे थे। बहुत बज रहे थे।
Sentinels का social guy is the guy guys.
Lots of pings to a variety of players. Kamiko though.
वो तो अभी चालू कर दिया रहेगा।
It's going to scatter, flow forwards here. Zelts is getting tagged. Same with John QT. They're not going to know how close these players potentially are with the alarm bot being broken. Sees into the back of the site. They really don't have a clue. Zelts is spraying away and praying. Just hoping that the reinforcements arrive, but he backs himself into a deeper position, tucked to the back, still danger, vulnerable, no way in hell. Second showstopper, but there's players right behind him. They don't have
Dude!
Shut down, close to the corner of
कर लेता लेफ्ट देख लेता भाई किल मिलता मतलब ट्रेड हो जाता फिर भी 1 मिनट तक
Some of these fights, the way it goes, I mean, flip a coin, you have a better chance of guessing. Still, up onto the ropes, that's Shin. Forwards. Do Sen expect it? Do Sen expect it? Do they expect it? They do not, John. Brought down. Angles watched. Forwards now. Sassy, keen to take the fight, keen to trade it out. Through the box, though. Couple of straight bullets, and Sassy's dropped down. Everybody watching, and eventually the adjustments are there.
उसको मारना था रेंट में हाँ
Well, that one was dangerous for Karmine Corp, but they come out on top. Magnum's position in pit ended up being so important. But there were moments all throughout that round where things could have flipped in either direction. So much of it coming down to timings that they find on one another. This, for example, not even a half clear from Zekken in that corner. Too many positions to try to guess at. Great aim from Magnum there. Big readjustment. Pulls KC back within 2. And they can start here to work some of their ults and start to build a bit of an economic cushion.
Bit of win con.
Hello bye, love you to Manus bye.
That's the rocket. Prowler, Boombot. Let's wait for Util to dissuade it with the Nanoswarm.
TbOne bhai, thanks for motivating me. आपका stream देख के गेमिंग शुरू किया था CS Valo सब खेलता जॉर्ज पैसा पर अब तो जॉब के टाइम 1 मिनट
Celsius couldn't withstand it.
TbOne, thanks for motivating me. आपका stream देख के गेमिंग शुरू किया CS Valo सब खेला जॉर्ज जॉर्ज जैसा पर अब तो जॉब है टाइम नहीं है. Thanks again bro, that's live bro.
And they still have Martin Showstopper.
Summer, that's live.
Surely they win it.
Well,
incredibly favoured. Sentinels are already in. Showstopper, don't want to break it. Couldn't let loose with the Prowler defuse, burning away. Into it, it's a gamble. John QT. He finds it.
Thank you, Summer.
Fucking way, Martin, you idiot.
Hashtag OP kar do.
Working against them. Paranoia 10's waiting for the timing. He flips the switch and now moves forward for Sodu Karmine Corp. Sodu Karmine Corp in complete control of the front section of the site, and a decision is made for him. John QT hightailing it out of there.
Well played by KC. Adapting to what Tens was trying to go for. Sentinels, you could see, were expecting KC to have already fallen back to Mound. They thought that they had the site roughly for free as soon as Martin got picked off after using his showstopper. That was not the case. Both teams really messing with expectations. And it's Celsius, a headshot through the wall there that actually sets up the nade kill. A little unfortunate. But both of these teams are looking sharp.
Yes.
Mind games on mind games in these retake post-fight situations.
वाला main feed देख रहे हो ना?
मेरे को तो सीधा mandate से आ रहा है feed.
KC, like 5 hungry wolves staring towards a snack on the C side.
बहुत ज़्यादा होगी ना ये match की.
Vacuuming up these orbs. Granted and given the C mound area basically every single time.
Snap great नहीं किया होगा बे.
They did manage to take rubble over towards 8, so they've got 10s posted.
We haven't actually seen Tens in this position before. We know that KC have got protocols to clear this out. We just haven't seen the fight actually occur. Now, do they believe that Tens is not on top of rubble because they've seen Zekken?
Not going to use a volley to clear it. One way.
Tens is not committing to the fight वहाँ पे.
They're happy to return back over to Magnum. He knows that there hasn't been any re-aggression on C.
Escape का scene नहीं है नन्ना.
Magnum did not give that one up already. Through forwards. Well, John QT. It's an unorthodox one. Just went closer to play here. Now sets down a Viper's Pit. This is a difficult one. Karmine Corp. What chances do they have? What is the call to be made out forwards in front of it? Lucky to be alive. Still smokes on smokes. Who knows which direction this one's going to go into with a nightfall now. They don't know anything. Adjusting Magnum! That is disgusting. But Tens, he's forwards and through, eventually removing that pesky problem that is the IGL. Two players forwards to the right, that's Evolv and Shin. Last alive, John QT.
QT, let's go.
And Sen somehow get that one through. Despite the fact that Magnum was able to pick off 3.
इधर तो IGL भी बहुत मारता है.
It looked great for Sen though. That opening kill from John QT to be able to get his pit online. I'm amazed, frankly, that KC even got the spike down. Because there was so much pressure coming through there. Pit used, Nightfall used as well.
Me, Sony A6600 करे तो या Sony A7 is not alpha or bro go for alpha bro, it's the better.
Into the C site, and John Cutie just reads that for the first kill, and a little whiffy towards the end from Narrate and Shin. Otherwise,
वो
had
सब
given them an
lens में matter करता है.
भाई मैं chat पूछी अनुज भाई को क्यों तोड़ा?
So 2 rounds ahead again, maintaining the lead are Sentinels.
Yusha making a difference in so many of these moments. Game being
भाई ये round बहुत crucial है recently.
ये क्या हो गया?
इस team अटका गया?
हाँ अटक गया. मुझे लगा मेरा नेट का इशू है.
मैं मैड्रिड से थोड़ा लेट हुआ.
Time to try and get that edge.
अन्ना थोड़ा धक्का मारो ना stream को.
Into C again.
Celsius.
हेलो हुई थोड़ा कहाँ थोड़ा?
Really deep off angle. There was a chance he could have been punished, but safety for now at least. But the snake bite fades. Here's the second go of things. Prowler, Satchels, up above, doesn't expect it. Stinger, exactly where it's favored. Close quarter combat. They don't have to sight just yet. They know where John QT is. John needs some help. John needs some help here. Swinging wide. Sassy will be punished for it. Casualty.
नीचे गिरा या ऊपर क्या?
Action here. It is
ऊपर से नीचे गिरा.
futile is what it feels like. Carmine Core only just getting ground underneath them. Plans, paranoia, that forces it out, and a satchel forward, smoke fading away. Martin!
ए बाबा इसे नहीं रे बाबा थ्रो नहीं.
One more.
ची
QT spotted 1v3. Spotted and shut down.
That's a wild situation. I mean, Sentinels realize that Tomashi is one of
भाई अगर ये
the pit online, so they can't just allow him to go for the
lens
forced
पता है
to go
कौन सा?
aggressive. This entry, excellent from Martin, and wasn't really expected in
Sigma
the spot.
1850
But
mm
yeah, they're forced to go for this
f2.8
level of aggression
ये
and run
वाले.
into Martin's Odin here because they need to deny the plant, otherwise they're going to be
4690.
retaking into a pit.
ये वाले lens.
Unfortunately, they lose the round anyway,
सोच रहा हूँ लेने
and now
का
Tomashi
यार.
has pit up for the next,
फोटो के
and
लिए भी सही
Sentinel's
होगा.
economy is getting stretched. I mean, look at this. 10 is at the top of the scoreboard, and my man's about to come into this round with a Sheriff.
Sheriff and half armor. Guardians, I mean, a few rifles, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's...
I'm going to need someone to drop him a gun.
At least.
I mean, I know that he can get worked on with the Sheriff, but you want to put your players that are in the aggressive positions in the best position possible. And here we see Sentinel's coaching staff taking the timeout because this is crunch time. They have a chance here of being able to close out the series against the #1 seed from EMEA. Book their spot into playoffs, set themselves up, potentially as tournament favourites if they make it through Phanteks and KC playing like this. Other teams will certainly be having words about that.
Timeout लिया कुछ तो होगा नया.
Little to doubt if they could close things out here.
Most people ahead of this tournament. Carmine Core Sentinels penned in as most likely finalists, really. The two teams that look the strongest coming into this event.
Been a banger of a game so far.
So back and forth.
But I think you kind of have to favour KC's chances of being able to pull this round across the line. Now, C's fade combo, C's nade combo, very possible here.
Not using it. Fawn though, again, have to deal with that one. Not sure what that lineup is, but
it's a different lineup actually. Sassy was throwing it previously from B, now throwing it from A. Still not getting broken.
So I'm perfectly happy to follow that trail of noise. They've stacked it with a lot of their players. Prowler forwards, Martin. Satchel in to clear that space and take control of tree, with them breaking the Prowler.
ये भी बता दो which camera better. Bro, कौन लो any day A7 triple I कोई better है.
Timing taken for it. Guess what? They want to go forwards. Second. That's a snake bite that takes him down.
There's so many layers to that.
It really is. First wave of util
ये लोग दौड़ दौड़ के भी जाने वाले
with the satchel. That has really. Sentinels in the driving seat.
But Magnum broke the alarm bot on B. No response from anybody there, so he's calling to narrate that B may be clear. Is Tomashi going to try to fake this with a pit or something? What are KC cooking? They had a free B site to go for, and they're still going A.
Coming in, Ten just walks forwards for the information. He's brought down 3 versus 3 still. 2 players at the back of the site. What is it called? Double face!
Oh shit! दो लिया उसने.
Parts on either side here.
करेगा clutch लग रहा है ना. इसको कोई expect ही नहीं करेंगे जैसे.
To avoid his team being put on map
कोई भी expect नहीं.
नहीं करेगा, but पता है ना उन लोगों को.
Zelsis is still tethered to his turret. 15 seconds.
All they have to do is guard the spike, no?
Just no
10 seconds
chance.
क्या करेगा?
Surely.
नहीं उसके पास है
भाई उसी के
बोला ना मैं
अभी भी है 1v1
इसको इन्फो आ गया इन्फो आ गया करेगा बोला ना सपोर्ट क्यों कर रहा हूँ मुझे लग रहा था करेगा
क्या लाउड है उसको प्लान तो करने दो 3v1 का सीन है
और टाइम भी नहीं था ना टाइम भी नहीं था ना 10 सेकंड ही बाकी थे वो लोग वेट कर
तो पूरा करना है ना उसको करने दो क्या है 3v1 तो कर सकते हैं
सेक्सी क्लच किया है सेक्सी क्लच किया
वही वेट करना चाहिए था क्योंकि टाइम नहीं है
दिल से मैं
अंदर प्रेशर है हां
ऐसा नहीं कि वो भी कर सकते हैं ना
पब्लिक तू क्यों बच रहा है
वीएनटी वाला थ्रो है
भाई वो क्लच सेक्सी था
None of us did.
टेबन भाई जॉब के बाद जो टाइम बचता है उसमें आपके हगार्ड गेम प्ले देके अलग दर्द है मुझे क्यों तोड़ा
And the ults are all in favor of KC, really. There are still ults over on the side of
बोला ना मैं
Enthoo.
करेगा वो क्लच
Do they choose to use them?
They're hard stacking. This is 5 players.
13-11 होना यार
I don't know what gives this read away. It just seems to be a gamble. Zelsis forwards.
चलो guys, let's go. Map 3, let's go.
Are they going to try to clear this?
अभी भी हुआ नहीं है
This one, Paranoia.
दो अल्ट है
Broken. Tags it in the
दोनों
smoke forward.
एक्टिव है
बाबा
And Sentinels, no way! From the jaws of the
यार
fiend,
तुम्हारा
they're trying to
उसमें
take it back. Magnum has
मेरे को
taken so
दिखाओ
much
एक बार
damage in the mix of things. 3 HP.
अभी सीज के साथ मारा ना वो
Retrieved. Backing away, not quite. It's
वो
dropped
fucking
down.
way भाई
And Sentinels
बजाज भाई चरण स्पर्श
the
बजाज भाई
jockey.
चरण स्पर्श
क्या गेम देख रहा हूँ बे
अरे मतलब सिंपल सी बात है ना वो लोग गैम्बल
बराबर
ये काम आ गया
आपका बात बराबर है आई एग्री बट कैसे भाई लास्ट राउंड ऐसा थ्रो करने के बाद इतना अच्छा कैसे खेल सकता है कोई टीम
I mean, look at the way the Martin is playing now. They find the
वो
exact
क्लच करके एस्केप कर रहा था उधर से
to commit. All of them with utility in their hands, ready to exec.
और अभी भी जेल्सिस स्टाइल बाकी है अभी जेल्सिस को ए पे फेंक दो तो जीत जाएंगे राउंड सी पे रेस खिलाओ तो
भाई एक गोदी में जाके ना बैठ जाए सामने
We're into this. The final round of regulation. It's already here.
कोई है मदरी से देख रहा है लिख दो
हाँ यही किया है इन्होंने जेल्सिस को ए पे फेंक दिया
भाई स्टिंगर देख के एक सेकंड के लिए मेरे को यूएमपी लगा मैग्नम के हाथ में
भाई ये तो हो
Individuals
गया
need
इनका
to
फिर
step up
दीजिए
to can stand a chance.
कोई मदरी से देख रहा है
बोला हमारे पब्लिक भी सिट डाउन बोला है
Doesn't even
हाँ
begin
क्या
for the players there on stage. You go from
ये तो खा
elation
लिया पूरा
to devastation.
1 HP हो गया क्या हो गया उसको किसने मारा भाई उसको 1 HP
सेन 1 सच्ची में तुम लोग बैठे हो मैड्रिड में
Connected.
मी बहन तो सब लोग मैड्रिड में बैठे हैं मेंबरशिप लो है
In a different direction now. Shin does have his ult. There's a chance he can pivot.
Martin has the showstopper, but he
ये
took
जाने
one
का
out.
पैसा है
पॉइंट का
काय का
काम होता है
मेंबरशिप
ना
चाहिए
होल्डिंग से आई थिंक वो मारा
Long-range
होगा
phantom headshot.
Fake.
एग्जैक्ट
Lockdown being used here to try
हाँ
to
ओडिन
try and
स्पैम है ओडिन स्पैम
इन्हेगा भी ना
call. Sentinels have been playing super reactive off the time cues.
समर भाई
Just from the minor amount of util. Now the showstopper. Forwards Martin.
ये
He'll go
करंट
down
से
to the
मरेगा
turret. Go down to the turret. He has to send him flying. Poor Timmy. Lockdown.
डर गया टरेट से पहली बार वो
30 seconds.
ना वो टरेट से मर गया वो
बॉस वो तो ऐसा हो रे बाबा
Sticking it, Shin backing away, Pit will stay up, and this retake is happening at a blistering pace. Forwards, Zelsis
भाई जेलिस
dominating
क्या
the
अपना ओडिन
angles.
के स्टार्ट
One
जाएगा
tap
मुंह
to
पे
force out the util, but this could be it.
क्या
All on the
लगता है
line for Carmine Core.
the most
And the
expensive ult in
calls are
this
being
entire
made
match
here, fighting up close, fighting forwards. All
ओ
tucked away.
तेरी क्या मार रहा भाई
Ripped to pieces, Shin.
गजब खत्म है
बस स्पैम हो रही है और कुछ
They
नहीं
can't come down to anything.
ये कर लो
Thomas C. No chance.
ये कर लो
जी जी
खत्म हो गया सिट डाउन
सच्ची में तुम लोग मैड्रिड में हो
Number 1 seed.
भाई
Take
2-0 खत्म किया भाई 2-0
to play.
सिट डाउन बेबी सिट डाउन अब बोलो ना सिट डाउन
Oh, this might have been a 2-0. This match delivered. Those final moments are just
इतना खुश क्यों हो रहे लेकिन केसी वाले ने कुछ बोला था क्या स्टार्टिंग में
Sin being able
अरे
to take this
क्वालिफाई कर
one
गए ना
with a
अपने ग्रुप से
5-player gamble stack on the takes.
करेक्ट सॉरी गाइस मैं फॉलो नहीं किया था
It looked poised. It looked ready.
ए ट्विटर खोलने दो रे
It
बाबा
looked like it was
ट्विटर
going
चालू
to
करो
buy.
पहले ट्विटर ओपन करो
But the final map denied us.
Sun is looking crazy. भाई dangerous लग रहा है. भाई जिस लेवल की बजलेस थे पूरा गिर गए.
अभी लिखा ये वो जो बूंद दिखा रहे थे ना सेंटिनल्स वाला लिखा ये we wouldn't want to watch it either.
Against the winners of EMEA kickoff.
अरे बाबा.
And what a game it was.
Oh yeah.
Sen definitely the better team there on split, but
breadth
between them on Lotus.
I mean, the smallest of differences.
आ गया ZOTAC marketing है.
Summer tag is
convinced we were going to be seeing Bind. I was convinced it looked like it was preordained, man. But it's
कल उल्टा पकड़ा था.
Moving forwards in the playoffs. They'll be happy for it, I'm telling you.
कल उल्टा पकड़ा था भाई वो.
Kaplan and Drew been gaining grey hairs at a rapid pace.
Summer man, thank you for the 5 gifted, baby.
We haven't had a break, but finally a bit of peace and quiet, time to prepare. Sentinels are first.
Guys, like कर दो यार सारे मिलके एक बार.
And you've got to be thinking they're looking like one of the favorites to be able to take the entire thing. Because chewing through, and listen, they had some close maps, some close games, but chewing through both of those EMEA teams who are looking so hot in their regional matches, Sen are looking excellent here. And with all of that time to be able to prep, certainly they're going to be looking at all of the other teams, seeing like who looks dangerous as they head forwards to playoffs.
Potentially even more dangerous as well. I mean, of course, can't count out Bangalore. They're not out of the tournament just yet. It's the Swiss stage, so they're going to get that chance of redemption.
Obviously, bhai, देखेंगे.
I mean, there's too many unknowns, man. There's too many unknowns. Too many other good teams. I mean, we're barely any way into this tournament, and we're just seeing such high quality of play. It's just insane.
It really is. It's also just incredible individual ability being brought to the big stage by these Sen players. They've worked so hard to increase that fundamental stuff.
TbOne भाई काश आप मास्टर्स में कास्टिंग करते bro. That's gonna be fucking awesome now, bro.
It's not
मेरी top notch English सोचो इस स्टेज में crazy हो जाएंगे public ना public.
EDG versus
individually.
ये सब लोग मंदिर में बैठे हो क्या तुम लोग?
Are those individual performances coming out from players like Tens, you know, the second on map 1 as well was just unbelievable. And John up towards the top of the scoreboard here for the second map too, whilst also calling an amazing game too.
Yeah, the battle of the IGL is something to behold, honestly, as well. Those macro calls, I mean, just the gamble in that second to last round.
How'd they get the read?
Making a difference.
How'd they get the read?
You're joking.
It couldn't have been better. The timing too. The timing on the horn, the break, the paranoia, the run into the smoke. I mean, these are what dreams are made of for Sentinels, but also KC. That is going to be going to be
winners versus winners, losers versus losers hoga. That's all.
Actually, to get those kind of moments away from you.
Yeah, I'm taking a gander, trying to see if the interview's ready right now. Will be, I hope so.
Yeah.
At some point, I guess it is. I've got the cue. Go straight to the interview.
What's up, everybody? Let's give it up for Sentinels one more time. Yes. I'm here joined by QT, and we're going to have a little bit of, we want to hear the feelings after this matchup. Estoy aquí con Young QT, vamos a hacerle unas cuantas preguntas sobre este partido. First of all, after failing to win Ascension, getting back to with your coach, getting here, making it to the big stage. Now you're on to playoffs. I assume that you're feeling amazing and crazy, but how different is actually IGL and preparing for Americas compared to this?
Guys, one more tweet has come. Please watch it.
We just have our process that we follow. We just trust our protocols. We're approaching the games the same as we approach them in Americas, pretty much. Just making sure we.
They really bought the perfect jersey.
And just trust ourselves, pretty much.
Le he preguntado sobre, obviamente, se tiene que estar sintiendo
Oh,
encima de una nube
oh
por toda la
no,
trayectoria que ha
surrender.
tenido y estar ahora aquí, ser además el primer equipo que se clasifica a los playoffs. Le he preguntado cómo es de diferente prepararse para América que prepararse para aquí. Y dicen que básicamente hay que confiar en sus protocolos, en lo que tienen preparado y que la diferencia realmente es mínima. Okay, you say that the difference is not really there, right? But coming into today's matchup, knowing that you barely had any time to rest, how was the preparation, if there was any, especially, you know, with the maps and everything that we saw?
The preparation wasn't that long, to be honest, because we had no time. We just made sure to trust ourselves, discuss the veto, and the coaches watched the games, I also watched the game, and we pretty much just predicted the veto. I watched their Lotusans play. I was very aware of how they played, and they didn't change much, so it wasn't that hard.
What was the hardest thing to adapt within the game for you?
The hardest thing was just to make sure we're not nervous. I think yesterday we definitely played bad and we still won, but we were very shaky, making stupid mistakes, stuff that we're not used to do. So I was I just made sure that everyone stayed comfortable and played well.
Le he preguntado que también cómo se ha preparado con tan poco tiempo, ¿no? Después de que ayer fueran el último partido y hoy el primero. Dice que tampoco ha habido mucha diferencia entre lo que Karmine Corp ha hecho en días anteriores y lo que han hecho hoy. Con lo que más dificultad han tenido, sí que ha dicho que es con mantener las energías y no cometer los mismos errores pequeños que cometieron en el día de ayer. Well, thank you very much, Yonky T. Let's hear it one more time for Sentinels as they make it to playoffs.
सबसे पहले मैं ही आया मदर टीम भाई.
Descanso, pero no os preocupéis porque tenemos más partidos. Don't go anywhere. We have another matchup
Love you,
coming up next.
Sentinel.
GENG versus EDG.
भाई जो स्पीड में बोली ना वो, लेकिन सही बोली जो भी बोली वो.
करेक्ट.
पब्लिक वो जो भी बोली सही बोली.
agrees.
पब्लिक है कि नहीं +1 वो जो भी बोली सही बोली.
योन भाई कितने घंटे से स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो आप?
डरते हैं क्या?
TbOne lives and breathes streaming है.
भाई टट्टे तो स्ट्रांग है भाई, मतलब
टट्टे
दोपहर से
टट्टे स्ट्रांग है क्या?
TbOne
अरे मतलब
टट्टे स्ट्रांग नहीं, टट्टे सॉफ्ट होने चाहिए.
ओए ऐसा बॉल स्ट्रांग ए कासम बॉल्स. देख 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 कैसे हवस देख रहे हैं. ब्रो मैं नहा के आया, फुल एनर्जी आया वापस, पता नहीं कैसे. Bro, it actually removes unwanted particles, no, from body, and you feel fresh. I feel.
हाँ, तो टेम्परेचर भी डाउन होता है ना बॉडी का, तो you feel better.
भाई होगा ना, लॉजिक ऐसा होगा ना.
हाँ. नहीं ये तो लॉजिक है, इसलिए कई लोग सोने के पहले भी जाते हैं ना कि नहाने. कई बहुत लोग सोने के पहले नहाने जाते हैं. मैं भी मतलब पहले एक टाइम पे जाता था.
So when you sleep, yeah, when you sleep, your core temperature definitely decreases.
तो नहाने से इंक्रीज होनी चाहिए ना.
अब ठंडे पानी से रहेगा तो डिक्रीज होगा ना कांडू.
ठंडे पानी
तो नींद आएगी ना.
मैं गर्म पानी से ही नहाता हूँ.
TbOne भाई आपके पास पानी भी है अभी, ठंडा गर्म का ऑप्शन देने के लिए.
TbOne भाई ठंडे पानी से नहा के देखो रोज रोज, 1 महीना आपको पता चलेगा.
भाई मेटाबॉलिज्म फास्ट हो जाएगा TbOne. वजन कम हो जाएगा.
मेरे को वो होता है यार. मेरे को वो होता है, नहीं जमता रे, नहीं जमता. सच्ची में कोई ठंडे पानी में नहाते क्या इधर?
अरे बाबा
चैट में मुझे को नहीं लगता.
मैं तो नहाता.
अन्ना से पूछ. अन्ना सो गया.
हिमालय से पानी
ठंडा पानी से नहाते हो या फिर नंगा पानी से? सॉरी
नंगा.
ठंडा पानी से नहाते हो या फिर हॉट पानी से नहाते हो?
समर में तो कोल्ड वाटर ही है. कोल्ड वाटर बोलते हो, नॉर्मल टैप वाटर जो टेम्परेचर में आता है.
हाँ
तो हर टाइम वो चाहिए, हॉट वाटर चाहिए, वरना नहीं जमता.
इतना गर्मी में हॉट वाटर में कैसे ये करेगा रे?
मेरे को रिफ्रेश होता है ना पूरा.
ठंडा ट्राई करो.
TbOne भाई कैसे हो? ऑल गुड मैन. ऐश व्हाट्स अप? सेंड TbOne व्हेन बाय द वे. आई मीन व्हाट डू यू मीन? सेंड का कोच हूं मैं भाई.
बस सब सिकुड़ जाते हैं वो अलग बात है.
वजह से मेरे चैट में लर्क करते हैं सारे प्रो प्लेयर्स. टेंस, जॉन क्यूटी, ज़ेकन, ज़ेल्सी, सैसी, सब लोग लर्क करते हैं मेरे चैट में. तुम लोग रोज नहीं आते उस स्ट्रीम पे, मैं क्या कर सकता.
TbOne भाई what is your favorite snack?
My favorite snacks is SA12 snacks.
Wrong answer.
40 rupees through super chat. Spun by
My favorite snacks is गोली बजी.
बाबू. No बाबू.
मतलब?
अरे यार इसको भाई इसको समझाओ रे. चैट भाई बोला बन गया रे शादी के बाद ये आदमी. बहुत बोला बन गया रे बाबा.
ನೀವು ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ರಿ? ನಾನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಪ್ಪ. ಆಶ್
भाई खत्म हो गया क्या अभी हॉरिजॉन्टल स्ट्रीमिंग एरा? खाली वर्टिकली करना है क्या?
ऑब्वियसली भाई.
वॉच पार्टी भी वर्टिकल कर ले फिर.
हाँ बेस्ट. मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ ना कि कोई अभी तक किया ही नहीं. फर्स्ट टाइम एवर वो होगा.
अरे चालू करो रे पब्लिक. देख रहे हो सुबह कितना था? 30 मिनट भाई मुझे अभी तक एक समझ में नहीं आ रहा ना, ये लोग 2 मिनट में कैसे नए प्लेयर्स आके अपनी सेटिंग्स चेंज करके रेडी होते हैं 2 मिनट में।
भाई कुछ नहीं होता भाई, एसएसडी चेंज
इवन
करते
भाई
हैं बाबा।
हाँ, इनका एसएसडी ऑलरेडी बना रहता है जिसमें इनका सेटिंग और सॉफ्टवेयर सब कुछ रहते हैं।
पीसी बंद करते हैं, उस तरह से एक एसएसडी अनप्लग और नया एसएसडी डालो, खत्म। कुछ सेटिंग नहीं करने का,
मतलब माउस सेटिंग्स वगैरह
सब। अरे एसएसडी पूरा विंडोज ही होता है उसमें।
विंडोज ही कैरी कर रहे हो तू तेरे साथ।
क्या बोल रहे हो सच्ची में?
अरे बाबा
वैलोरेंट पे उसके अंदर
है? हाँ
वैलोरेंट पे उसके अंदर,
हाँ सब
नहीं वैलोरेंट तो वैसे भी लॉगिन है ना।
हाँ बट स्टिल
दैट्स क्रेजी यार। तो बैठ के बस माउस कनेक्ट करो, बस हो गया।
डन रे बाबा, डन, खत्म।
बातें बंद करो, क्यूटीज आ गए।
It's been a long time coming for the best of these two regions in kind of their new form, with GENG taking over that crown in Pacific to have a match.
Yeah, exactly, and especially after EDG getting the final
Ma'am,
win
मुझे वो
against
penguin
PaperX,
बहुत
I feel
Ma'am,
like
यहाँ का
everything
Radiant,
is coming to
ma'am.
fruition. Sometimes when we talk about the
Leave
placements from the
Radiant.
teams coming into the tournament, I think that
What
both
are you
these teams
talking,
really
Radiant?
deserve
My
that top one.
dream,
GENG
bro.
proved it the other day, and so did EDG.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of
भाई
big
60 है ना बे?
surprises that happened the other day,
SSD
and
लाके
obviously
सीधा
it
change
came to
करो।
this point, right? But there was also a
हाँ?
lot of trash talk about
आपको कौन सा
this
plushie पसंद आया
match, and I
TbOne
just
भाई?
love it. Here's what Munchkin had to say about this match. Are you ready?
कुछ
Kang?
बोलूंगा वाइवर्ड हो जाएगा।
Like recycling talk maybe, but both these
A
players.
little like.
घर में घर में
I won't stop you. I'm never. From the beginning of LCQs, many Japanese fans call me the god of operator, but now I want them to know.
विवाद हो जाएगा रे बाबा।
क्या हटाओ? सॉरी बे, तुम लोग मेरे को एंड करोगे वरना।
फ्लशी का बात
I mean,
कर
they
रहा हूँ।
chew the bones to like pieces, or how was it? Like,
Yeah,
Correct,
I'm gonna
chat,
chew my
correct.
opponent's bones to dust. I
टेबल के राइट साइड में क्या रखा है? तू गया रे पापा?
Valorant has
देख
like a heavy metal.
अबे ये मैं ऊपर जाऊँ, मैं नीचे रहूँ, इधर
The
रहूँ,
song should be like Kang Kang's
इधर आ
voice.
सकता हूँ।
I feel like that's what
I feel also like in the past he was more about the teams. I
मैं
like the
इधर।
fact that he's humbling a little bit more. You know, I think that he's taking a step
He's
back.
focused on
ये
himself.
शशि को रिप्ले
Yes.
सॉरी
मक्खी घुस के अरे कमरे में
I think it's
इरिटेट
great.
कर
I
रहे
think
हैं।
that the evolution
क्यूटी
that
इज
we've seen,
ग्रेटर देन
within the
टीबोन।
players
वाह
themselves and
भाई,
the personalities
आज
coming
तक
into
मेरे को नहीं
merging
बोला।
with the rest of the community that we already have is perfect.
Well, I guess, you know, when you talk about EDG, you usually talk about Kang Kang, but there's so many other players that are really delivering.
There's actually nobody else to talk about.
There's nobody else to talk about,
इसको
really.
कहीं देखा
Well,
है।
let's send it over to Golden Boy and hear from EDG.
गोल्ड एंडेस तू गया रे रजत, तू गया कैसे? याद रखे इसने क्या बोला? ओ भाई कंका गया।
Nobody, come here real fast, my friend. Hello. Good to see you. How you doing? Oh, stand right here for me if you don't mind. Yesterday,
Gang को बुलाओ ना।
you guys overcame a massive challenge by defeating PaperX, and now today you enter a new era here where you have an opportunity to
Hey, so Cruz, what
overcome
am I
new
done?
challenges. Is the next challenge to win the tournament, or are there more in the way?
那其实，在昨天的比赛，你们也是完成了一个属于自己的挑战，打败了 PRX。那你觉得接下来会不会有更多的挑战在等着你们？或许是赢下这整个所有的比赛，又或者说还有其他的挑战，你觉得在等待着你们去完成的？
我觉得今天的对手来说，对我们的话是一个挑战吧。如果今天能够顺利拿下的话，我觉得我们后面的
Bro, TbOne की chat is one of the funniest I saw. They are always the best. I love them like my cuties.
Another challenge for us.
I give them
If we
daily.
can overcome
Anna.
this, maybe after this we can do everything well.
Well, I think a lot of people would love to see that. Good luck to you, my friend. Back to you guys.
जो उसने nobody ने बोला है।
Well, it looks like they're just about ready for every single challenge. And I mean, EDG got revenge on PaperX. So I think after that history and finally managing to overcome your demons at international tournaments, right? I think like you'd be ready for just about anything.
Yeah, I mean, they've played this team 3 times before. I go.
मेरा यही काम है क्या ऊपर नीचे जाना आज? SMS किसका बेबे? प्यारे की राह में
thing with this chaotic team who was so focused on individuals, a lot like what kind of FPX is now. But in this match,
Just saying,
they were
heads
so
के लिए
slow
hot water
and
बेकार
controlled.
रहता है,
They were
ज़्यादा
very
हेयरफॉल
focused,
होता है, ठंडे
especially
पानी
on
से
that side
नंगा
of playing these
सॉरी नहाना
patient
शुरू
mid-rounds,
करो वरना
waiting
आप
for
ये
PaperX to
सेक्सी
mess
बनने
up
वाले
and
हो।
then finding the gap.
हाँ क्या?
Yeah, and actually that is something that you can expect from PaperX, right? Not the messing up, but actually,
Really
you know, they're
sassy
going for the
bowling
aggression.
coming.
They're doing a little bit of those funky
Sorry,
things. I think
sorry,
that
sorry,
vision
sorry.
also
मेरा
is
यही
going to
काम
help
है
them
आज।
throughout
मैं
the
इधर
rest
रहता
of
हूँ
the
यार।
tournament because the opponents and the teams look more like PaperX than the conventional teams, especially with how the meta is shaping and how the regions are advancing and moving
Stop
forward.
lying,
So,
सबसे
good to
प्यार
know
होते
that they
तो
can can
सब
get
games
that
कर
revenge,
लेते
but is it
सुबह
going to
नहीं
be
किया
enough
विनीत
for
आज में
Puss to put up
तुम लोग के
against
साथ
different
डेथमैच
kind
नहीं
of
खेला
playstyles? Like for example, GENG
नहीं
being
खेला
more traditional.
I mean, I feel like both these teams actually have really comparable styles, right?
Yes.
They're both now playing that
भाई
super
झूठ ना
slow,
बोलो
mid-round
यार,
heavy
झूठ
style,
ना
trying to
बोलो।
embed lurks, but both have these like really ridiculous
That
kind
kid
of
is the
levels of
only
players to step up in the
one who
late
can
round
save
and win
Indian
clutches,
esports.
which I think makes this a
कौन
very
रे?
interesting style match.
Speaking of players
Cam
that really
हटा
step
भाई,
up and make it into
यही
clutches, we
काम है
have to
मेरा
talk
आज।
about Haodong, because I have to tell, there's almost something eerie about the way he plays. There's always something uncanny. He's always at the right place,
इधर आओ,
at the right
at
time
least-
every single round.
Yeah, exactly, and that is something that made the difference
Cam
completely
गलत
on
जगह
the
रखा
previous
है
matchup.
माफ
Seeing
करो
the way
यार
that he was finding the space, that he was
अभी
finding
सही है
the right time, and that he was
भाई
giving
वो
the
जो
right
राउंड था ना वो तो
information
बहुत
to the
पेनफुल
rest
था रे
of
बाबा
the
जो
team.
माम फाटू ले माम फाटू doing
And
vertical
it is time
दो
that
बार किया
EDG Evolv
एक बार
moves away
shower
from
walking किया
that
एक बार
attack.
lap swap
Pato
He's
is doing
on the operator, haha, with the
vertical
juice to actually
मैं तो यही सोच रहा हूँ
thinking
एलेक्स
of
किया
them
क्या
as a
रहेगा
very high
जाके
contender
Pato
team.
went to
Yeah, I
Shingla
mean,
and
this
doing
guy,
vertical
his evolution has really, I think, mirrored the team. As the team has gotten better, so much of it has been about Haodong's IGLing. I think we've really seen him learn from the teams they've played global event after global event. Well, this is the time he's ready to rock up and teach
Cam
some
off
people,
कर दे टेबल भाई
'cause his
शर्म
lurks
करो
were
आयुष भाई
perfect
सच्ची
against
में
the
आयुष
पेपर एक्स का वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री में दिखाया था ना कि एक बार आरएक्स को वार्निंग मिल
It's
चुका
all
है
this guy. It's all this guy.
Yeah, it's
बात
again,
करने
as
के
I say, it's
तरीके से
रामराज
it's
बनिया
uncanny.
स्पॉन्सर
It makes
गुरु
my spider sense
VCT
He's not on this team.
VCT
so-
तू पब्लिक दिखाओ
Well,
आराम
that's true.
जादे
No need to be shocked or anything. But I feel like, you know, when you talk about EDG, again, you talk about Kang. It's great to see, by the way, that he is also evolving, because, you know, you usually lock him onto the duelist role and in the super offer
क्या
of
मुंह हो रहा है
EDG.
कब
But
से?
now you see him actually flexing onto different roles. He brought out the KO, for example, a while ago, and he is no stranger at all to events like these. And I believe, Mimi, you did sit down with the EDG duelist. Now maybe flex to talk about his return to the big stage.
I'm joined here by Kang and our translator, DJ. Kang, welcome to Madrid. I wanted to start off by asking you, this is the first event now that you as EDG has been representing
कल से
the
कैम ही ऑन नहीं
International
करूंगा
League.
देखते
How has it changed
आज
from
पार्टी के बाद
events
कैम ऑन
to now
बोलोगे ना तुम
playing in
लोग
the league?
देखते
其
तब
实
क्या
对
हो
我们是代表着我们 CI 联赛建赛区以来第一次参加这个世界性的赛事嘛？那你觉得和之前相比的话，来到这次马德里大师赛有没有什么不一样呢？
我觉得这次参加马德里可能更多的是背负 VCTCN 的一些荣誉吧，所以说我要先为兄弟们登上主赛，然后为兄弟们插支面旗。
I think like we kind of like take the pride of our Siegen League for all of my brothers from CN. I mean, like I want to climb this mountain for them.
Yeah,
And
well, you're
which
already
can-
kind of starting on that quest. I want to ask about some of your games. that you play
game
in
का
CN.
sticker वहाँ
For
से आया है।
EDG, it feels like sometimes when we watch you play, you see kind of different versions of this team. When you played against a team like Case, it's a very like put together team, and when you play against FPX, sometimes it gets a little bit more chaotic. Do you think EDG as a team plays to the level of the opponent they're against?
其实我们会发现 EDG 在面对不一样的对手的时候，其实你们的打法风格会有改变。
Ash, welcome to the fan, baby. Sorry,
那
ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ಪ
一些的那
ಈಗ
样
ಅಷ್ಟೇ
去玩
ನೋಡಿದೆ
但是在面对 PRX 的
Thanks,
时候，
Amma.
你们又会可能也会打的比较
Thank you so
冲
much for the
啊，
fruit
比较
bundle.
有是那种
Love
打
you,
得比较
Mom.
有侵略性那种。那你们会根据队伍的不同来改变你们的打法风格吗？
我觉得这是以前我们的一个弊端吧。然后
उसका
我
जूते
觉得我们现在要做的就是在
इधर रखो
他们
best safe
像
हो गया।
PX 他们可能会打得
हमने
很
उसको
混乱的
जूते
时候，
देखो
然后我们
लड़के
做到
देखो एक बार
不要被他们的节奏所影响到自己需要打什么的东西。对，我觉得我们现在应该做的是做好自己。对。
I feel like if we change our play style, depends on who is our
Time
opponent. It's kind
John
of like a
Cutie ने tweet
disadvantage
किया
of
है,
us
no
because
time to
we
prep.
want to like
Almost
play
no
our
food
own
for
thing, no
48
matter
hours.
who is our
But we still
opponent.
flushed it.
For example, if
No
it's
time to?
PRX, we don't want if they play chaotic.
मतलब वो
if we
48 hours से कुछ
discipline
खाया
and do
नहीं
our
है.
things,
I
I
think
think that
so.
would be better.
Okay, very
और
interesting. Well, unfortunately,
रमजान
that's all the time we
रमजान
have.
चल
Thank
रहा है
you
ना
very
अभी
much for joining me.
शायद उसकी वजह
ओह
से
नो फिर भी क्या खेला यार
Well, Kang talking about
भाई
scaling mountains and the
buff
next
भाई
challenge, the next
ये
mountain
बोले
that we
आप
have to
बिकिनी
scale
पहन
will
के
be
बैठो
GENG.
हम नहीं
This is
बोलेंगे
the first
कैम ऑफ
global qualification, and right out of the gate, they took down Loud of all of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, Genji's debut showed that Pacific was not a fluke. It wasn't
मेरा
just
हार्ट टेक हो जाएगा
to go out there
तो
and beat
एक
a team
वैलेंट
like
गेम हो जाए
Vapor's
साथ
was
में
here
मैं
to
टू
play. Loud came out playing some funky comps. They went back. They changed onto a Yoru on their ascent. They did a lot of stuff that I think
क्या
would
बोल
be
रहे
really
थे
hard to
भाई
deal with as a team.
मेरा हार्ट टेक हो जाएगा तो एक वैलोरेंट गेम हो जाए साथ में
incredibly well.
मटन
Again,
मैन
comparable to EDG. This team does a great
Mutton.
job at slowing down these rounds, not letting
Mutton
themselves
Moon.
get dragged into the chaos, and
Mutton
instead
Moon
setting
bye.
up to find the right mid-round idea and adapt to even these
भाई
weirder
बहुत दिन हो गया साथ में लास्ट फासों में खेला था लास्ट टाइम हाँ नतीजे भाई वो गलत था स्क्रीन कुछ भी बोलो लेकिन आप कहना क्या चाहते हो साथ में खेलने का खेलेंगे बाबा आज सुबह में खेल रहा था चैट के साथ पूरा
the one that has to be the explosive player and also the one that has to bring all the knowledge and
अबे क्या है स्विच उधर क्या दिखता है तुम लोग को इधर
Yeah, and I feel like, you mentioned Texture, right? He was a player that was already one of the best duelists to come out of Pacific, and you set him up in a team that complements his playstyle perfectly, and suddenly you have one of the most dominant duelist showings in an entire tournament that was Pacific Kickoff.
भाई आज सब गेम्स भी हुआ
kind of disappointed watching him play all of last year and be tossed around on all these
wants more.
Really?
Okay.
Hey Ash sikappa sigurappa ninelappa
how often his role is being switched on. No, he gets on this team. He's playing Jet. He's playing Duelist. He's playing what he's good at. And he's damn good at it.
And he's probably one of the reasons why they were able to manage it, to get this miracle run that Genji had in Pacific.
ऋतिक रोशन पहनता है ना हाफ
The fact
स्लीव्स
that he's able
पहन
to
क्या हो गया
translate
पब्लिक
here. And by the way, I'm not saying that he's
मस्त
still
है
100%. It's amazing and will probably take Pacific very far.
Well, let's see if we have more from Genji with Golden Boy and Munchkin.
TbOne was playing deathmatch today with सब हाँ ना bro हर बार खेलता हूँ मैं तुम लोगों के साथ
It's been so long. We got to
नाम भी
get the
इतना
offer
क्यूट
out
है
of the
भाई
way,
दिखता भी
buddy.
इतना क्यूट है गेम में भाई जो
I
गाना
saw your post online to Kankan. You had
इनका
asked him
एक
if he
जैकेट
was
होना
ready
यार
for today.
सेक्सी
Is it
जैकेट
safe
है
to say that you're excited for this match, and why is that?
Just T1 Munchkin lost to EDG, but Genji Munchkin winner.
Oh, Genji Munchkin will not. Good to see you, buddy. Always a pleasure. Back to you guys.
अबे तुमको एक राज की बात बोलूं क्या मेरे को जेंजी से ईमेल आया
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. This is match 2 of the day, and we'll go ahead and get started. EDG, do you want Team A or Team B?
जेंजी से ईमेल आया
Team B. So Genji, you will be
क्या
Team
हुआ
A,
मुझे
and
नहीं
we will start with your first ban.
Ben bind.
अरे बाइंड देखना था यार
EDG, your ban.
Ben Loothouse.
Lotus.
बाइंड कल अच्छा खेला था EDG
And map number 1 from Genji.
We pick Icebox.
Icebox, side on Icebox.
भाई झूठ नहीं बोल रहा बाबा मैं
Attack.
सच्ची बोल रहा
And map number 2 from EDG.
Split.
Split, side on split. Attack. Okay, next set of bands starting with Genji, you have Ascent, Breeze, and Sunset.
भाई जेंजी पहला वाला जीत गए
करेक्ट
सेकंड वाला EDG थर्ड वाला देखनी है जल्दी बोलो यार
उन लोगों को भी पता है रे वो चीज पहला मैप हमारा है सेकंड मैप उन लोगों का है थर्ड का कैसे करना है उन लोगों को भी वही प्रॉब्लम है
Ben Ascent.
Okay. So map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze, Genji, side on Breeze.
Okay.
Attack. All right. Good luck, Tbo.
यार गंदे मैप से रही है सब
TbOne भाई मेरा हाथ टिक हो जाएगा फिर भी एक और बार आज तो मेरा हाथ NHK मतलब
जो फर्स्ट मैप
मेरा
साइड
हाथ
होता है उसके पास अल्टरनेट करते रहते हैं ये लोग
क्या बोल रहे हैं पब्लिक टाइटल चेंज कर दो यार मॉड्स लव यू गाइस
फर्स्ट मैप का साइड पूछा
हाँ
मैं पता
नहीं जिसका मैप पिक होता है जिसका मैप पिक होता है उसके ऑपोजिट वाले का साइड पिक होता है
सब भूल गया रे बजाज सब कुछ
कोई बात नहीं
भाई
मेरा हाथ टिक हो जाए
फिर देख रहे हो कितना ज्यादा है
एक और बार
कितना
आज तो मेरा हाथ NHK एक और बार डन सिन बाबा डन सिन थे मसले की बात नहीं है हाथ क्या हुआ था उसका थोड़ा मसला हुआ है फ्रैक्चर किसी ने कुछ स्ट्रीम टाइटल के मॉड्स कर दो यार, क्या कर रहे हो यार, बिटकॉइन बराबर पूछते हो।
A battle for that sure spot into playoffs. China's #1 seed versus Pacific's #1 seed. It's EDG versus GENG, and we've seen
love you,
just how hard
babies.
these teams can punch, even against the best of them all.
They absolutely can. EDG has been a team on a long rise, climbing mountain after mountain. But their next opponent, the new kings of Pacific, GENG,
तुम लोगों से दूर जाओ क्या मैं?
everyone on the run up to
तुम लोग
Masters
बोलते हो ना
Madrid.
कैम ऑफ एक दिन ऐसे जाऊंगा यार।
And it wouldn't be the first time that we see a miracle
कैसा लग
run
रहा है यार
in a
तुम लोग
Masters
को?
tournament. And I think
अधूरा
that
अधूरा
not
नहीं
only
लग रहा है?
making it into playoffs would be enough for GENG. They should be hungry for more
अधूरा
after
नहीं लग रहा?
defeating
सच्ची
a
बोल।
world champion in Loud.
But
नहीं
think
लग रहा
about
अधूरा अधूरा।
EDG as well. Every international tournament they've attended, they've gotten
एकदम
better. The
अच्छा
placement
लग रहा है
has
stream
increased.
अभी।
They ended it a crescendo
I'm back.
last year at Champions with a new CN League in place with them on top again. There's definitely that pressure to succeed, to make it international, to represent China the best they can.
I love that you brought that up because, like, you know, you're just reminding everybody that EDG kind of had a later
Sarcastic
start
bye,
with all of
hello.
these teams, right? And now we're seeing them here dominating so many others, and it's going to be a memorable performance for
For
them
chat
for
दो
sure,
से बात
especially
करते
since, as you
करके
mentioned, we're
इलेक्ट्रिक
seeing them getting
पोस्ट
better
में
and better and better.
बाइक
They're
लगा
the
दिया
only team
मैंने।
at Masters
ओ
Madrid who didn't
तेरी।
make a roster change into 2024.
That's right.
They are really the last, like, I guess, old guard team that is fully intact.
How?
Of what they
How
used
did we
to be.
get here where they are the old
भाई कल
guard
नेल
in the
कट कर दिए
tournament?
कुछ भी
I
बोले।
think it's crazy and outrageous. And also, if we think about the map veto that we just saw, knowing that GENG
ये कौन सा टीम को सपोर्ट करना है?
that has played every
अन्ना GENG and of
every single map that is
course.
out there in the
Yeah,
map.
guys, of course
It's very
GENG, okay.
interesting to see where EDG wants to be taking things,
Correct,
and
guys,
also
correct.
if GENG is going to be changing things around.
Yeah, we're starting out on Icebox.
Public
क्या
क्या
सपोर्ट
सुने?
करना है लेकिन भाई कैंग कैंग
All change करनी है, sorry change कर रहा मैं।
Have been so damn good on this map. They're yet to lose it in 2024. 5-win streak. The last name they took down was Loud, who a lot of people considered one of the kings of Icebox through the history of that
SMS
team.
किसका बेबे?
They had a Gecko KO composition, playing
पढ़ा
around
तो
those
अभी।
dizzy flash combos.
ओ
and they're
Zox
so,
का
so
बबले दिखाओ
good at
टेबल
it.
बाय तन बदन हो रहा है।
Right for to play against EDG, they do not have that much.
भाई सब च्युइंगम
into
भी
it.
खाते हैं
And
इतने लोगों को
we've
देखे
seen the
टीम में
H-Ups
अच्छा होता है क्या
already.
उससे
Yeah, and no changes here. EDG
Who
has
win
been
now?
playing this comp
तो
at
भाई
home
मैं
in
भी ऑर्डर
China.
करता हूँ भाई
The comparison
कल से भाई
is
तुम्हारा भाई
playing to
रेडी
that Sova versus that KO. Both these comps play pretty similar when they're on the attacking
कुछ दे
side.
chat से।
They
Paul-
don't have that Sage wall. They
Paul
don't
डाल
have
दिया
the over
मैंने।
utility. So on their B hits, they have to be fighting forward, going for space. So what I'm
फिर
looking
मैं
at
हाथ
this
स्टिक हो
series
जाए फिर
is
मैं
Kung
स्ट्रीम
Kong
चालू करूंगा
texture,
डन से
two jet
डन से
players
दे
that
भाई
we know
आराम से
are incredible. And
देखो
how well
रिकवर
they can
होना
be set
सब
up
कुछ है
to
भाई
take space
वरना
forward
मसला हो
and allow
जाएगा
that plant to come down or to win the retake.
क्या
And
बोलते
I want
पब्लिक
something else. I want to see the Gecko making and being the difference.
Health
I
is
want
wealth,
to
yeah.
not give them the space that they want and actually finding not only the lurkins but the right timings to go into execute.
Well, we're all set for our second match of the day. Let's send it over to our casters. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Mika. I'm very excited for this one, Tom. It looks like we've got a pretty juicy series in front of us. You want to throw out a favorite?
Bajaj bhai.
Any predictions?
Oh, that's brutal.
Throwing under the bus today.
I like.
Bajaj bhai
Prediction बोलो।
हाँ prediction तो
EDG
लग रहा है
They're on the war path.
मैं तो
2-0 GENG
Slowly improving.
अच्छा बजाज भाई आपका शावर वाला जो लॉजिक है ना मैं सोच रहा
नहीं होगा
पहला वाला पहले मैं नाक के
वाला
रिलैक्स करके जा रहा हूँ अभी तक भाई जो रिलैक्स फील हो रहा है मुझे
Kick off on Icebox, and that's not the
कोल्ड
greatest
शावर
start.
बेस्ट शावर
ओ ब्रीज में EDG स्ट्रांग है भाई साउंड इंक्रीज कर दो टेबल बाय डन से
Wide open for GENG to take. So they've got to be a little quicker or move back towards the site, make this a brief site take. Instead, it's going to be much faster as they look to fight on the site. Meteor good for one at least. Keep
Good
numbers in
game
favor
by
of
EDG
Haodong.
was
This
strong
man was
game.
impressive, able to constantly get
Ooh,
behind enemies,
Haodong.
but this time he's taking them head on. 3 kills already, and EDG are back in the
चप्पलें मार रहा
round.
है
Fourth,
बाबा
just around the corner with Munchkin so desperately low, but Haodong falls. Texture putting up one hell of a
ये
fight.
bad boy है भाई
Connections,
texture
another
क्या
one.
है
John
अन्ना
Smoggy,
ये
and nobody
ये
68
बीच थे
HP.
क्या
Texture's gonna find it
एकदम
hard to
बीच,
get him
एकदम
dropped with
भयंकर
2
बीच।
bullets left. He
और
needs to
क्या
be
read कर
precise,
रहा है
and he
ये।
has no idea where nobody has snuck off to. Texture creates some
Sound
space
है।
to pop the reload. Back to 6
बढ़िया।
bullets. A bit more
आया,
spam
आया।
ability, and he's right in the
अरे बच
corner.
गया रे बाबा।
Only one
Almost,
shot,
90,
and he
80,
needed
80,
both to
नहीं
land.
करना था
That is
उसको reload,
1
पता है।
to 0 for EDG.
2 बुलेट है रे क्या करेगा
A real
एक
back and
मारता
forth
हुआ
with
एक
the initial
shot।
pistol, and already seeing a little
दो
bit
बॉडी
more
शॉट ही तो चाहिए
from
मारने के लिए
Phanteks
Shifts you can do with the Sheriff. Definitely
fearsome opposition.
Yeah, probably.
But I do like this, sort of a slightly more
Hard on
direct
price
approach initially from that
GENG
side.
on top, baby.
Just looking to take their way straight in towards the side, and even Texture could bail them out of this one. Of course, just looking at this map in general, we've already seen that actually very good attack sides coming out of the side of GENG. So they're starting on the weaker half, and for EDG they really struggled, but we've only seen them play it versus FPX, who, I'll be honest with you, that's not a litmus test of how you play a map.
टेक्सचर का परफॉर्मेंस का राज थोड़ा ये भी है ना कि सोलो वापस आ गए, वो सोलो के अंदर वापस खेल रहे हैं। डैमवन में भी वो सोलो के अंदर खेलता था तभी इतना अच्छा खेलता था उस समय।
And for EDG, obviously getting off to those good starts, being able to build the economy up a little bit, is a good place to be.
So,
well, Tom, we've seen the
बहुत लंबा करियर था वही ना जो थोड़े साल पहले रिटायर हुआ।
हाँ, MVP भी PK में खेलता था, one of the legends 1.6
If you're halfway through a series, that can really break momentum for any team, but right off the bat, it's going to give more time
उस MVP PK के पांचों players अब coaches हैं।
Outlaw. Now, this is something I am thrilled to see. I look back at one of their previous Icebox games, didn't see them purchasing the Outlaw. I got very sad because Kankan is one of the strongest snipers we see floating around the international scene. And I just think he can maximize the potential of this weapon. So super excited to see if he keeps that, what he can do with it. But for now, we're going to be sitting in this tech pause while Gen get their gear fixed up.
Yeah, I think this is a match filled with storylines as well. Like you're looking at Lakia looking to make his way back to the playoffs after a career that hasn't been where it should be. I think that's the best way to put it. He peaked in Newtown and now has been on his way back through the entirety of his previous rosters. For GENG as an organization, this is a real opportunity for them to get into the playoffs. A team that last year started strong but then underperformed. Now have an opportunity to do it at a Masters. For the side of EDG, this is a story. Can we now see China
पानी मत पिया कर, लवली डिहाइड्रेट हो जाएगा भाई। मैं मेरे को नहीं पता यार, मतलब मेरी बॉडी बहुत
वीडियो से वॉच पार्टी क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? Because I don't like this.
झगड़ा हो गया हमारा, सिंपल सी बात है।
झगड़ा हो गया, बहुत लाइटली
basically the kings of Asia. That's what we're looking at here. So
मेरे पास वीडियो है
guys. It is an important matchup for either side. GENG to finally sort of prove themselves, and even just sort of what we saw from Munchkin earlier, the sort of like, okay, I lost to them on T1, but I'm not losing to them here. Maybe just feeling that little bit extra confidence with his new roster, with his new team.
Well, Tom, it looks like we're back. We got to see actually pretty cool over the shoulder of them just testing it there at the end. Mouse is back online, game's running smooth, and so the game is running right back into things with EDG 1-0 up. As we can see, Kankan didn't decide to take the Outlaw. He's gone instead for the Guardian. Different uses, different ideas. This attack side, nice and slow, little bit of A control. They had the recon go up, but it was contested by the side of GENG. They refocused and they look towards the B site. Drone clearing out a ton.
TbOne in 4 rent cricket adbeku bro. Why are you bullying me, Aditya?
Playing ahead of that with their pistols.
Normally in these sort of rounds, you expect GENG to like.
Bro, basically is asking my forehead to play cricket.
Like you're talking about nanoswarms, snake bites. You're talking about the mosh, fragments. But this is a low buy round, so they haven't used any of that.
So भाई कोई मूवी सजेस्ट करो यार, देखने के लिए। Love you baby, राजुल भाई। अभी देखने के लिए बंदे के साथ बाबा मैटर करता है किसके साथ बैठ रहे।
फेशियल कर
दिया। Around though, just a farming exercise, a chance for Kankan to really build up those orbs. You know what? He's still going to get a couple.
Chat
so it makes it a little bit costly.
राजू को मैं कहाँ देखता हूँ मूवी? आधी जिंदगी इधर ही है स्ट्रीम में।
DWG में इरेजर कोच था ना, ऐसा पूछ रहे हैं।
कहाँ टाइम है?
नहीं सोलो भी था ना।
ना घर में टीवी देखने के लिए।
इरेजर तो था ही, सोलो भी था। अलग-अलग टाइम पे थे।
And he's Kankan's 3 away from
the
aim
चाहिए तो मार्केट में कितने में मिलता है?
Might be baiting him, but as we get back in, see a scope in his hand. The weapon
पैसों से खरीदी जा सकती
है। Attack-side outlaw on this man.
He has to get kills here because he basically needs the blades on the next round. Okay, Chichu does actually have extra credit, so maybe they could drop an extra one, but it will leave them with some gaps going into the next. Obviously, again,
ना
real
ताकत आप में है, ना आपकी हड्डी में है। ताकत तो उसमें है जो बिना आपके हड्डी के आपकी छड्डी में। क्या बात है?
That outlaw rings out, and you realize we're in a bit of trouble.
Foten ke
And
upar.
that is looking at previous iceboxes and seeing this wasn't the preferred weapon. With Kankan down, that rifle can still be retrieved.
Basically, texture versus
and later on, you got to think about damage. You got to think about the game. That's the name of the game here.
मैंने एक चीज तो सीख लिया स्क्रिम्स और ये सब से चाइनीज डुएलिस्ट को गुस्सा नहीं दिलाना चाहिए
Nice one from Hardong to at least be able to find one. To at least be able to find one. And in this 2v4 situation, it is not looking good. It is not looking really needs to get something. Really needs to get something.
Yeah, exactly.
Karen is the only one remaining. 1 versus 3. Try and turn this. They planted in an audacious spot. I guess expecting him to come around on the flank. This man has been a real showstopper when it comes to GENG's success. And he might be able to get a second player planting. Definitely got a little bit tight for a second there. Looking to try and isolate one of these jewels, faking out the sound. But now know exactly where he is. Needs to try and drop one of them, and Hardong is waiting on the other side.
Almost
Great start to this match from EDG.
Well, we've seen these leads fumbled before the 3-0 and the immediate bite back, but this one is a very sweet taste for the EDG fans. Their economy is stacked. You've got 3 players floating around that 5K mark. In fact, coming out of that round, you've got players close to 9K, but big reinvestments being made. Big upgrades too. The Blade Storm will be online soon, so there's economic struggles. And to work for will be used in this round. That's a different question. These are huge pieces of utility and abilities to have. Where GENG now find themselves trailing and on an eco.
Yeah, I do wonder when the moment will be that we see GENG kind of stack up a little bit over on towards that A site. It's what this composition for the side of EDG really relies upon, is these A-site hits, because again, it can be quite difficult without having a straight-up blockade of something, like a Cove, or even like, having those extra flashes that you might see coming out of Gecko. For now, at least, though, already shutting down the players in mid, and they are just winning every single battle very easily indeed.
बिल्कुल भी शर्म
strong है क्या
बे come out here to try and close out this round. I'm not sure this was needed. But, you know,
either a misclick or he's just like, I'm gonna get 5 kills
उसको झाड़ फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बोलता है ना तुम्हारी झूठ बोल रहा है वो.
Audacious play if it's the latter. I would side towards a misclick, but maybe it's just the dominance.
ये देख.
First shot knocked down. He's up in the window.
Sit down, son. Sit down.
उसके अंदर crouch करके आया वो.
Pretty good for GENG. Already 2 rifles dropped. Let's see how many more. Again, there's so much money on the other side, but Munchkin was really messed them up. Howdong was left on 8 HP. Luckily, far enough away. Now, 4-0 we go for EDG. Now the buy comes through from GENG. But the thing is, the attackers have quite a lot to work with. Like we said, the Viper's Pit now is online. The Hunter's Fury is there. The Blade Storm isn't, but that's a different story.
डालने से हेयरफॉल ज़्यादा होता है. हाँ क्या मार चुका है ये cap.
And he only actually got 1
कोई लॉजिक ही नहीं है वो साइड
because of some of the players.
वही बोल रहा है अल्ट्रा के क्यों आया बोला उसने भी वही बोला.
उनको फर्क ही नहीं पड़ रहा है.
This is where
उनको अभी तक लग रहा होगा easy है.
Bridge the gap a little bit. You can see that.
अब GENG मारेगी ये राउंड में तब
3 players
फर्क पड़ेगा.
But this is why they have 3 players on the other side of the map. They're relying on
है.
He's gonna have to run. And he will hightail it out, but there's been a catch in mid.
Yeah, this is a big kill. Losing their utility, they're going to filter back in very quickly to take that space. It's massive. 2 kills. Big player taken down. If GENG decide, or if EDG, pardon me, try to switch directions, GENG will be blind to it. Up close here, Texture's already used his dash. There's no easy way out. With the shot, nobody is punished. And again, lucky at the last man standing. Once the herald of this region was all we heard about again and again.
टकला देने आपको इसलिए क्या हेटर
This is not too good. They're very strong at defaults. They're Korean team है वो.
हाँ और सोलो है ही default heavy coach.
हाँ, Korean teams are very default heavy. This is not default. This is Pakistan. This is SS style gameplay.
It's really funny as well because the first GENG ban was fine. So we're not doing it, buddy. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. But no, what a start from EDG. This is a in the season in China. They lost to FBX, and that was in the final.
हाँ but repeat नहीं करता ना, वो suppress हो गया तो he'll go back and he'll hold a different angle. Repeat क्यों कर रहा है?
हाँ repeat तभी करना अच्छा रहता अगर कोई आ जाता उसके cover में.
You don't have support from your teammate. No?
Exactly.
कोई info देने वाला teammate है तो you can repeat.
Pick Genji का है ना?
And right here they've given an op over to Kankan. An opportunity
TbOne
for
gameplay.
to further
हाँ, वो भी हो सकते हैं वैसे.
है ना? Pick Genji का है ना?
Credits, they're going to be coming in with a couple rifles, maybe a big iron on a couple players' hips, but for the most part, it's not going to be pretty. Tom, this is a flying start for EDG on their attack side. Do we expect GENG to turn it around on the next? What's their minimum, their benchmark?
पर एक चीज अच्छी है GENG के हिसाब से.
अच्छा EDG picked Icebox, okay.
Okay.
He is one of the OGs when it comes to the
GENG का एक चीज अच्छा है कि ults use नहीं किया अभी तक, तो ults आ रहे हैं सारे.
Icebox के बाद
तो sperm release कम करो, hair will come. क्या match चल रहा है सच्ची में?
I genuinely think they believe they can win this round when Texture has.
हाँ GENG का pick दिखा रहा है, split दिखा रहा है EDG का.
GENG का pick है, EDG का split है.
He's had a tough time.
वही बोला ना, इन लोगों का Icebox जीतना है, split EDG जीतना है.
भाई split तो EDG गांड मारेगा भाई, कैंग भाई जज लेके चढ़ जाएगा उनको.
You're never really going to have a chance.
अंडा डालो क्या गैस?
Now this is
hair आएगा ना?
Yes.
I've heard that blade storm.
Okay, you can go back and have others to support you.
For a moment.
सोच लो डाल.
And there's no pressure.
position अच्छा है लेकिन.
But they are keeping three players towards the B
incognito
side.
खेल
That's
रहा है.
exactly what EDG want. The rotates just now started for GENG.
Read देखो भाई, EDG का read देखो, उनको पता है कुछ तो fishy है उधर.
It's all about pace
हाँ
here.
क्योंकि नहीं तो वो drone ऐसे तोड़ेगा क्यों? किसी न किसी के लिए तो bait कर रहा है तभी तोड़ेगा.
Texture has rotated in, and in fact,
सही है.
Karen's on the way to help
बाबा,
out. It's gonna be a stacked
Haglesh.
site. And Munchkin at least grabs one. This is what we need to see. The Texture now cancelled out completely.
Left leg का knee का घुटनों के ऊपर लगा.
Second time he's lost it, but he was given an opportunity. Nice shot from Meteor though. Gonna go back in with the sheriff. Still just means a 1-for-1 trade. Baron's starting to step up. This is back to the double as he gets a second off the back of the Guardian. And now that Blade Storm, at least a couple of knives should be online. Smoggy just waiting patiently. Little bro's gonna take his position. That knife comes through the MasterCard.
That is why you save knives, guys.
एक
बंदे के लिए knife नहीं निकालते.
ये jet एक दिन disable होगा देख ले.
Contact on B. I guess from EDG.
मेरे को तो लग रहा है ये jet disable होगा एक दिन.
You have the drone go through, the knife fall,
ये
and then they
comeback का full chances है. तीन अभी भी अच्छे ults बाकी हैं GENG के पास.
GENG on time, they were ready for this play. They obviously held back until
ये
you saw
round
those
convert
knives.
कर सकते हैं वो ults
by Mac बाद बोलो.
Most people would have
Sentinel
expected them
top
to take.
notch value
And if they
खेलता है.
did, probably off a massive play from Texture.
वापस incognito खेल रहा है, पिछली बार spot नहीं हुआ था.
You just expected the one kill from the Blade Storm, did you, Tom?
नहीं खेलना चाहिए. उनको समझ में आ गया था पिछली बार कि incognito है.
लेकिन ट्रेड ले लेगा मेरे को लग रहा है.
No, we can replay it later. It's okay.
Unless सामने वाला और अच्छा एंगल रोल करके
Texture,
बैठे.
and he has another opportunity.
वो वहाँ पर
गया लाग गया भाई. खत्म मरे. जी रे बाबा.
Player in the corner. This would be a great bait, firing the off. Scared and then easily mowed down by Lack.
B का progression ही ऐसा है. वो drone अगर कोई तोड़ेगा.
क्या पड़ी उसको?
ये कहाँ से मारा?
क्या हाल है डेथ रेडर भाई? वरना मिड से
Icebox खेला है पता है? I have not
नहीं
played
खेला
the
है?
Icebox.
Positioning.
कहाँ मिला है?
एक बार भी नहीं.
This needs to be.
इस बार तो बहुत कंपटीशन है सब टीम में. हाँ ना पाजी.
Maybe even more than that. The only thing is the
अब खेले ना मत.
क्या?
ये क्या है? The hard check.
क्या?
नहीं रे बाबा, नहीं रे बाबा, खत्म करो.
Nobody's gonna recon out after dropping.
किसने देखा? ऊपर से मारा क्या?
ये गलत है, ये गलत है.
अरे दो double pick है.
For EDG, the spike is now down. They've got plenty of control. The B side is theirs. But what are they gonna do with it? Nothing without that spike.
क्या लगता है गाइस? कैंग मारेगा कि नहीं?
1 versus 3, 20
ये
seconds
तो देखो
left.
मौका कर रहा है.
Seems like this round is already over. No, the angle's a little
हो
off
सकता है,
on
हो
Tim.
सकता है, हो
So
सकता
he's
है.
sneaking his way
हाथ
through,
दे,
but
हाथ
now
दे.
he's spotted. And with 12 seconds left, there is no chance to plant. They're just gonna say.
देव मैं बैंगलोर एयरपोर्ट हेवी ट्रैफिक है. 4 to 5 लैंडिंग के लिए आपका फोरहेड मिलेगा टेम्पररी. महंगा होगा चलेगा.
If it was anyone else, I think maybe there'd be a bit.
मेनन साहब.
Do we want to face into Kankan?
पर लैंडिंग $50.
Not really.
चलेगा पर लैंडिंग $50.
That's the exact reason.
बता दी.
Peak नहीं पे ये बोला उसने.
I'm liking the adaptation.
क्लीन है, एरिया क्लीन है.
That was the
टेंशन
exact
नहीं
thing I
है,
was saying
ऑयल
in the
वॉयल
early
कुछ
rounds
नहीं
is-
है,
अभी भी 3
ये
मिनट
देखो डामर वामर कुछ नहीं,
DRX किधर है?
पिंपल कुछ
DRX,
नहीं,
जापान
क्लीन
का-
एकदम,
जापान का कोरिया क्या टीम है? वो भी नहीं।
something to help
ऐसा आएगा
get
प्लेन,
the plant on that B side. It becomes a lot easier to fall back into the same sort of traits going in towards that
cheap
A
as
side
वही
and
तो,
looking for that after plant.
payment can be
Just
made
like
through
stacking up players,
super
using
chats.
aggressive positioning from Munchkin, and then they've gambled in the early round. Okay, let's see if they push B. If they don't, we'll quickly
क्या देख रहा है
rotate. And it's worked for them so far.
Genji certainly starting
क्या
to
देखेगा
find
वो?
their footing on this defensive side. The 5-0
बस
is
कम
very
है,
concerning,
कम बाबा।
but still very much alive. Even in the last series, thinking about the Lotus game, you
बजाज
saw
भाई
Sentinels
hot mic है आपका अभी।
flying into the lead, and it's much closer at the halftime. It's fairly common for teams to need that little bit of time to see how your opponents are playing.
my
What we were
bad.
saying earlier, I
All
think
good, all good. बताया हूँ बस
minimum
कुछ
5
बोल दो
rounds,
उसके
I
पहले
think
बताया
Genji
मैं।
are fine. They've shown that they have normally about 6 to 8 rounds every single time they play their
ऐसे
attack
कुछ
side,
नहीं
so
है।
it's definitely their favored of the lot.
Exion to replace Tens.
In towards the take back again. The read from
Watch
Genji.
Hey, I just subscribed, love from Rocket Fam, love you man.
Extra up over on the A site, and actually we're going to see a Hunter's Fury popped. They're going to try and get the opener, and they
Rip,
might
rip.
just succeed. Nice work to take out Karen. That weakens the defense a bit, but there are still multiple
ये
players
कहाँ
here.
turret position में भी?
The hold on mid to make sure they can't rotate back.
That hold's just now given up, but they're aware it could still be online.
$50
They're going to commit towards the B side rather than going to A.
ज़्यादा area नहीं है ना landing के लिए।
Fantastically. Just Munchkin left.
Zico
Got some support on the way. Meteor just making
अन्ना
it
ये
through the
flash तो
walls,
VLT
but
वाले भी
Oku's
use
right
करते थे।
behind them. Nobody snuck his way in. And he's
भाई
grabbed
VLT
a
के
quick
बारे में
double.
नहीं बोल रहा हूँ,
The
हमारे
lead
players
now
के बारे में बोल रहा हूँ।
convincingly in their favor, and with a lurk from
TbOne राइफल लगा के pick करते हैं flash पे ना।
coffin for that round 6.
अन्ना मेरा raw है, मैं ना वही problem
EDG back on the board.
That was just gorgeous. The way they isolated each of the fights, okay. I'd say the Hunter's Fury had a little bit of risk to it.
People
but
buy love
you
from
can normally gamble,
Anjali.
especially after
Anjali
seeing the same
कौन है?
fight. You know that he's on yellow, so either you clear yellow.
What
or
is
you
supporting
have
Genji,
at
bro?
least
Come on.
a kill.
What is that? Even a
And then on the
question,
other side
man?
of things, just lovely little interplay. The pop flash coming out of Smoggy. He's already.
Is that
rocking
even a
up the
question,
assist,
man?
And well, you're gonna bank on if you blind an opponent.
I'm sure chat is gonna
Someone's getting
support
that
Genji
kill.
as well.
I think I'd be
English
pretty
तो है, तुम
confident
मानो या
with
ना
that
मानो,
one.
हाँ?
खेलना
As long as
Genji.
he's on the same side of the map, that player's dropping
is
now.
not how you play
Gungun
Icebox, guys.
wants to get greedy. He heard the orb be tapped, but there were players covering it from far back. Lots of big
Love you
irons.
यार, Tevon bhai. Love you too, baby. Chirag Rajput, कैसे हो मेरी जान?
But the real danger here is when it comes to
Canada,
ultimates.
नहीं ये तो US लग रहा
Retake
है।
with a Viper's
US में
Pit.
बुलबुल
Even
और
the
वो।
pistols can be deadly inside of that, and a Thrash online as well. There's definitely
Right,
potential
set है तुम
for
लोग का
Gen
US
G to
में।
play retakes with some success. Although again, it would be risky. Really, if we see them commit anything big, I imagine it's going to be on the back of a couple kills first.
Ooh.
They need to find those. Texture, a good candidate for it, but they're going to be forced back by this lockdown.
I think that's been the problem
भाई
because some of
EDG
these old
dominate कर रहा है
have
लेकिन
been
अभी
online for a
अंजलि
little
कौन है
while
public
now.
अभी?
Just haven't
नया
really
meme आया
found
क्या?
the opportunities to actually be able to
Whoa,
use
whoa,
them.
whoa,
And
whoa,
they
excuse
stand
me,
at the
by
right
Genji.
sites most times.
I know,
भाई
At least the
क्या?
EDG
lockdown
charge
कट
हो
के
नहीं रहा
मार
ऐसा।
रहे
very
हैं।
good for retaking. Again, they do a
Okay,
little bit
GG.
of
Not
damage,
this
both
round,
really
but
big.
in general.
ನಾನ್ ಕೇಳಿದಪ್ಪ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೂ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬ್ರೋ, 2 hours and all part
The amount of
bro.
credits that are in play for
Minimum
most
half
of the
day,
players, even the reinvestments
$50.
will keep them with a 2-round buffer. So for Gen G, coming towards the latter stage of this half, with just
You
a
know,
couple rounds left to compete for.
बैंगलोर में कैसे इंग्लिश बात
Yeah,
करते
it's
हो
not
जरा?
ideal.
ऐसे
They have those 2
bro,
rounds,
that
6 and
I know you
7
can't
under
do
their belt.
bro.
Things were looking good,
Minimum
but we
you should
do
do
need to see
that
them
bro.
build the rest of those foundations fairly soon. And
मैं भी
well,
ऐसे ही
Tom,
बात
you
करता
just
हूँ
pointed at my
वाला
screen, and I
bro,
almost just
come
don't
on,
want to bring it
bro.
up.
Why
But yeah,
would
I
you
said
do
Lackey
that,
has had a
bro?
tough time.
It's
He's
the
still
no
having a tough
assists
time.
as well.
Yeah, bro.
Like, it means that
Fuck,
so
bro.
far there's been
Bro, ask him to come to our
almost
area,
literally no
bro.
impact, which is a pretty scary
Let's see.
prospect. I've loved
Rajput
the way that
साहब!
they've
से पूछो raw M का
Gecko and
definition
KO in
क्या
the
है?
past.
Good
So
try.
far, it's just not really been there.
बहुत सड़ी के पता था मेरे को यही बोलेगा। एक नंबर का मादर चोद है ये।
A little bit of extra sound. I don't
तू
think
गाली
it's
का है।
ludicrous to say that
राजपूत साहब, thank you so much मेरी जान के टोटे।
sat within the A site.
टोटे टोटे टूट गया मेरे गोटे गोटे टूट
What if
गया।
Exion fought
Shit.
TbOne
Like it
owns
might go
team in
amiss.
VCT? It's like a good way to bankrupt Riot, you know.
Bankrupt Riot.
G2's at least been spotted, but they don't react in
did
time.
he just
A
ignore
free kill
the
for him, but not the follow-up.
वो फालतू का
G2's
मारा
at
पता
least able to keep this control as the lockdown now is a big
चिराग
threat for
राजपूत साहब
EDG.
hashtag
They're
OP
gonna
करो
give up
कुछ
the site
तो
control
करो
spams
chat
on the way
में
as they retreat. Concon keeping their back secure.
एक चीज
but
करते हो
Viper's
membership
Pit to
gifting
stop
होते
them
हाय
from
हाय
getting
ready
back
रहती
into the
है
site, to stop them from keeping their Viper's Pit online. EDG completely shut
राधे
out
राधे
of the
टीम
site.
भाई जय
Now
श्री
they've
कृष्ण
gotta go
पैके
looking
भाई कैसे
elsewhere,
हो
but in
जय
fact,
श्री
they've
कृष्ण
already gone looking elsewhere. They've pushed up mid, made it through the tube. They'll be spotted
भाई
immediately
बहुत
by
ही
the turret.
गंदी स्किन है भाई नया वाला मैं यूज नहीं कर रहा
Threat for Texture. He's got an op that can one
ये
hit them.
बंडल का वो
If
होनी
they've got
चाहिए ना
anything,
अगर
they
मैं
can one
यूज
hit
नहीं
it
कर
back.
रहा हूँ तो गिव अवे करो
Still have the spike over on A though. They are still going in this direction. Howdong needs to find
Cheer
something
बाबा,
here, and he
cheer
does.
Munchkin,
It leads
cheer.
it down
छोड़
to
दो ये
just
बाबा.
one player actually within the site. They have to go running in though.
छोड़ दो रे
Karam
बाबा.
might be able to just ruin their day, and that's exactly what he'll do.
Off कर दिया इसने
3
पूरा.
kills,
वही
a
भी
good
है.
reaction initially off the
वो
back of the
ज़्यादा ही
Viper's
rounds
pit, but
ले
also
लिए
a
उन लोगों ने.
solid hold as he was the last point of defense.
लकिया क्या बात है
If he sits inside that
जेएनजी का कारण तो आ गया.
if they go through the pit, probably he gets them both.
चलो भाई नीचे चलो.
Right up top, and it's dangerous.
0-9
Instead, he just waits for them, lets them try to jump straight through to get the plant. The time was.
ये राउंड में 4 को मारा लाकिया ने एक को भी नहीं मारा.
7-3.
भाई उसको एक किल तो दो लाकिया को.
Found another round. Economy's good.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ कल सुबह टेंपल जाओ यार काफी टाइम हो गया यार
But they also managed to deny Howdong's Viper's Pit. This is an incredibly aggressive push coming out of
एक reset
Munchkin.
हो
No
जाएगा,
flash
पता
on the corner. Looks like he just wants to hold
क्या बोलते
it.
हो
But
मम्मी?
soon, you have to imagine he goes for that peak. He's out
Fresh
in no
feel
man's
होता है.
land, backed up by
Oh, they know
Karan.
he's
But
there.
now
Shivji
the
का
real
tempo.
trouble comes into play. Where can he go from here?
घर घर रे बाबा घर. Where can he go from here? घर.
नहीं go भागो
Please, कल
पीछे.
काटता है.
They're not going to go pushing around that corner and give Texture a free kill.
नहीं, even that
Little do they
play
know
I'm not
Texture
comfortable, you know.
actually isn't there
You are
at all.
going
He's on
as
the other
such,
side
you
of
want
the
to
map,
die.
again, has
Yeah.
What is your backup plan for
support
by doing it?
from Lakia?
W idea
Slower
public
approach
मैं
though
सोच
from
रहा हूँ
EDG. And this is what
भाई
works.
सस्ता heavy था
Especially
भाई
your KO
Very
is
good
doing
at
that.
pulling those rotations.
Ah, your
Calls
KO
from
cannot do
सस्ता
it.
heavy
You
था
should
भाई
wait for somebody. You cannot become the bait.
For now, at
मम्मी
least.
बोल रही थी क्या
Looking
कर
like
रहे
a
हैं
similar setup to what we've seen before.
ये क्या
Now,
बोला? Looking like a
Karan has
sim
to be
बोला. क्या
careful.
बोला
He
ये?
got isolated last time. In fact, he's playing anti-flash,
Karan
ready
bhai,
for
Karan
it,
bhai.
and will even pick off that first kill.
He's done extremely well. They
कांग
know
कांग
he's here
अरे
for the
कांग कांग
backup.
फिर भी मार रहा है रे क्या
Covering him
आदमी है रे
until
भाई
he swings
आदमी के
in.
राक्षस है
Not a
ये.
dangerous play for anyone to make. One that
Scon Temple
was
no
punished
bro
that time, but the trade is good.
Shivji
2 versus 4. Munchkin and Meteor extremely low after that engagement.
Scon Temple so far bro
TbOne while
half
getting
day will
Done
go
by just a lone gun of Smoggy.
क्या बोल रहे हो
15 seconds or so to get that spike on the ground. It looks like it will make it to the ground. Unfortunately, not planted. 7-4. GENG. Well, they've certainly recovered this one after a shaky start.
ये बोल इसने वो मछली भेजा ना अपना गेको ने.
लो भाई लाकिया भाई.
It's all you little homie. मैंने बोला TbOne while getting laid. It's all you little homie.
हाँ ये लाएगा मेरे को बिस्तर पे आज रात हो गई मेरे को
बिस्तर बोल.
अन्ना इसको देखो 11 बजे होते ये मेरे को बिस्तर पे लाता है
Of a first 5 rounds.
आपकी हरकतें देखे आपको टेंपल भी नहीं बचा सकता भाई क्यों यार मैं अच्छा लड़का हूँ यार चिराग भाई
Love you रे TbOne.
लाएगा
ये तो मेरा प्यार है तेरे लिए.
It's going to be Texture.
ऐसा क्यों बोलते हो यार चिराग भाई I'm a
Really
good
gonna clear
guy
the close angles. That it almost seems like a direct counter to just the position that Munchkin was playing earlier.
Well, here comes the null command, and assumably the rest of the EDG squad will be following up with it. A full play towards the A site. And Lakia seems to be point of contact. It's nobody to find one with Texture down. Munchkin soon to follow, but EDG
समझ में आ रहा है
roadblock.
क्या हो रहा है
Lakia
लाइफ
just the one before he falls, as the defensive side is now locked out. 2
ये तू
versus 3.
स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहे मामा
He's caught
कर रहा हूँ
nobody
ना.
up top. The spike's
चालू है रे
still
बाबा.
planted, but
फोन से
Smoggy
लिखा
finds
है.
both kills to close this one out. 8
नो रिलीजियस वाइवर्ड प्लीज यार रिलीजियस वाइवर्ड ना करो यार सब लोग हम बाय बाय लोग यार तुम रिलीजियस में लड़ते हो मेरे को दुख होता है सच्ची बोलो तुम लोग मुझे भी बोलो
better
कुछ
come
भी
back than TbOne on
He's
this.
at least on the board, but it definitely was a rough half.
Not like
Meteor
this.
is the one
Not
that we're
like
really gonna be
this.
thinking about, but no, I think
डाल
the
दे
side
11
of
बजे होती
EDG are going to be very,
11:30
very
for
happy
11:30 bedtime.
with the way that one has gone. A fantastic start.
नीड मेरिट आंसर फॉर माय क्लास ट्रिप आप आओगे आदर्श में बोलू कौन आएगा
down a lot of the rounds and just playing with their opponents for the majority of
ఏంటా
the time.
మోడేని
Yeah, most definitely well on the side of GENG. Emoji.
Ninde
They've
Kerala,
gotten
Yana
warmed up.
Kerala.
But I want to hear
Ninde
what
bully
Chichu
me.
had to say earlier on in an interview. Let's see.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的球球，我在队里担任的是自由人的位置。我觉得赢下消除了这么久的争议吧，就是我们其实一直是有打赢他们的方法的，但是我们一直因为我们的心态没有放开，导致我们的操作很变形吧。因为我们在赛前的时候有看他们的比赛录像，他们是已经有拿出过这套阵容的。而且我们在赛前我们有很多的研究去如何去应对他这个。我觉得今天浩东是今天潜伏的最好的吧，他今天在图2的时候扮演的工作了，我觉得很重要。对，然后图3的话，我觉得就是我们整体的一个协同跟练习了这么久的战术的一个展现吧。
Managed to get one. The boombot's done a significant amount of damage, but he's still in the corner.
किसको मिला? शांतानु भाई को मिला, क्या बात है? अरे मिल गया बाबा चिराग भाई, आप मेंबरशिप लेके आए लिख रहे हो, शर्म करो.
我觉得我们的信心就来自于我们的两位教练组吧，他们两位对我们的赛前的，就是如何针对对面做出了很多他们各自的想法吧，然后去帮助我们去。在赛前的训练的时候去练习，然后去适应可能会遇到的情况。
टीममेट TbOne को replace करने के लिए क्या करना होगा?
我想对我知道我们一直以来我们队伍的争议很大，我不在乎黑子说什么，我只知道我们的潜力很大。
हराम बोलता है.
Is where obviously we can talk about the interview there with Chichu. And how well, how don't
कब मिलेगा? मैं रोज हाई लिखता हूँ, कभी ना एक दिन मिलेगा यार.
अंदर से ऐसा ईमेल बन जाता हूँ मैं.
हाई किस मिलना चाहिए भाई मेंबरशिप के लिए हाई लिखने.
Hopefully come back होगा.
Let's see.
अरे मारेगा रे.
Because मेरे को first half GENG नहीं लगा वो.
Is those executes around?
That is not GENG.
नहीं, बहुत ही unorthodox खेला.
It's fantastic. So hopefully they're going to be able to.
And वैसा में EDG didn't do anything different.
घूमेगा गाड़ी में BMW में.
Yeah, it's been tough so far. Like you said, that get-go on Lakia, it's hard not to be drawn to.
Lakia भाई का आज दिन नहीं है, चप्पल खा रहा है वो.
For the poor guy.
Lakia भाई आज हेलेफ बन
No
गए.
assists on the back of it, but his teammates looking to pick up the pieces here in the pistol. Already finding a lot of value is Meteor, and he's got backup. Even if they take him down now that he's super low or hear his steps running away, they should not assume.
कल सुमुगी कल कैसे हो सकती है भाई संडे को?
He's also not being off to a great start. A lot of whiffed up shots, but this one, it couldn't get any easier. There you go. Smoggy down, nobody left. 1v3, Meteor low, but everyone else is healthy. And the time is on Gen G's side. This will be a impressive clutch, to say the least. He's got the first already. Okay. There's a chance. The Meteor down below quickly shuts it down. Big round for Gen G to get on the board.
ऐसा फील आएगा मैं अकेला रहता हूँ इस घर में.
You can't take the duelist out of the man. Meteor has been clean so far in this game. 17 and 10. Really putting up a lot of numbers individually, but also just finding space. That was basically what he did this round. Just while the rest of the action was going down elsewhere on B long, just manages to get through that mid position.
Sunday को member games हो गया.
Find that initial fight. It's going to put them at least, if they convert this round within touching distance. And as said, that's all they really need. Like a lot of the games that we've seen,
warmer ही होगा, ठंडा क्यों ही करेगा centralized AC वाले
on this attacking side. So they can easily get this over the line. And wow, what a start to have already. Can't cut him down, one of the main danger players, because you have to bear in mind
वो लोग B या A सामने आ नहीं सकते क्योंकि वो अपना डिजी मारेगा और उसके साथ टेक्सचर पीक करेगा, impossible है रोकना.
What we're seeing right here for EDG, 4 players stacked up and ready to go. Flash out.
3 flashes है.
Kill not coming in onto the little guy.
How can
so
you
the
ever
plant
peek?
has been secured. EDG
Right.
numbers thinned out.
And then you have planned करने वाला push through.
At this stage, you have to.
Basically, you're not supporting a planter, no. You have like a 6th player in your team.
2 of his opponents
Exactly.
with a double peek setup.
भाई एक तो मारा
How he
उसने.
hit that shot, but thank God Texture was up top to cover.
Yeah, they've made that one really
Right.
costly though. 3 players go down. So
3 लोग मर गए रे
definitely not
फिर भी.
ideal, and I believe they lost at
एक
least a
12
Guardian in that round.
देश
So
13.
it's not like you had a load of pistol players alongside them. So
और B progression बहुत easy होगा ये Gecko के साथ
majority that was them fighting up
Gecko और
against
Gecko
an
के
after
साथ.
one. So I think the EDG
कल
have
PRX
done well to
versus
make that one as
Heretics
costly
से
as possible.
कैसे mix कर
Because of
सकते हैं?
that,
जब ult आए
well, Lucky is only going to have himself a pistol.
सच्ची में
We'll see though.
Gecko ult को we can go
is where I've really
नहीं हुआ
enjoyed
यार, पक्का 100%
watching
लिख
this
के
squad play. I think EDG know that. They've got 3 players
मेरे
here.
दोस्त लोग भी आ रहे हैं ना, तो हम बाहर जा रहे हैं. अच्छे मैचेस क्यों होता है? कल मुझे मिस करोगे ना, लव यू गाइस.
बैंग बैंग गाना गा रहा था मैं, लेकिन
इंस्टाग्राम में मैसेज डाल के अगर मिस कर रहे हो तो
कैंग कैंग रात भर.
EDG on their attack side.
I mean, I don't mind, bro.
No turret to cover their back either. Where's that being placed? It must have been
destroyed
earlier. And for EDG, he said 3 players on A. They're still there. But the drone clearing out some space might cause that rotate to come through. I just wonder if GENG are planning to go back here with Meteor still being so far up behind them, which it looks like that was the idea.
Bago ho gaya, TJ idhar hai to plant wahan pe hai. Bago.
Now you're going to have Lackid looking to try and lead the charge. There was a snake bite down. I don't know if that's actually going to deny it. No, it isn't. Managed to reposition, so that's something at least. Already though with that man advantage and Chichu on a fast flank. Bear in mind, because they lost Meteor, they don't actually have any flank watch. He is just walking up behind them. This is looking like some of the freest kills he's ever gonna have.
Cheere baba.
भाई क्या भाई ये क्या राउंड है?
ऊपर तो ऐसा लगा TbOne व्यू देख रहा
भाई. Meteor का turret कहाँ गया?
Back on the board. Yeah, this is a big round. I mean, as soon as they take down Meteor, they make the realization.
Meteor turret उधर लगाया था ना एक की तरफ.
Earlier, from the lack of footsteps and follow-ups and the lack of entry, there was no dash in, there was nobody taking the space, no flashes, just a guy sneaking up. That's clearly a lurk. Immediately the decision is made to go on that flank.
चीचू कितना अच्छा खेला है इसमें. वो अपनी टीम वो आके पीछे खड़ा था, जब उसका टीम आगे बढ़ा अभी अटेंशन डाइवर्ट हुआ तभी घुसा हुआ.
अभी पुश किया.
अरे वो वाला माउस है ये क्या? अरे फक क्या क्या है ये? मैं भूल गया इसका.
यार मर गया. अच्छा मर गया.
ये लाइट वेट माउस है.
हाँ अरे लाइट वेट तो मेरे को भी दिख रहा है, खाली खोखला खोखला, लेकिन पता था मेरे को कौन सा है, भूल गया.
हाँ शुरुआत में मीटियोर ही मरा ना, वो ये एंगल नहीं चेक किया वो.
हाँ ये एंगल चेक नहीं, वो ही मरा ना. फर्स्ट किल वाज मीटियोर. हाँ मैं फिर से वही बैठा है, उधर चेक नहीं करेगा कैसे करते हैं.
So you'd think it's going to be immediately
Kankan
checked, and I think
देख लिया.
I don't know if Munch can caught the angle, but Kankan
मारेगा गार्डियन.
Here comes that double flash, but he's managed to avoid both.
दो को मारा इसने.
You can't allow him to
Commit
survive with these.
Kankan kill 2.
यार.
Kill 3.
Karan, the only one left. He does still have the spike.
ये बचाएगा
Try
क्या?
and get the Chichu.
चप्पल ऊपर से पड़ा भाई.
कूद के मुंह में दिया उसने.
Very nice crosshair placement from him. I
कल
assume
सैचल में एक को पड़ा है चप्पल. आज
that would be
कूदते
a
वो
little
पड़ा
bit
चप्पल.
ridiculous. Double digits for EDG on the back of that round. And you know, just looking at this, it's so smart. Kankan falls back.
Final was
allows
ultralight
contact
बोल
to
रहा
be
है.
taken by nobody, and then goes back out into heavy traffic.
कौन सा
फाइनल माउस अल्ट्रा
Try
लाइट.
to equalize things into a 2v2.
कितना ग्राम?
ये अल्ट्रा लाइट वेस्ट है
to
पतली.
force a fight.
अरे भाई अच्छा है रे भाई, कम रिस्ट इंजरी होता है भाई, बेस्ट है.
EDG economy.
लो सेंस के लिए तो बेस्ट है
यार इसका क्या एनर्जी है
Be in trouble.
जस्ट टू ब्रेक द टर्रेट. हेलो ये लिया या फिर टूट गया वो?
He is no more.
नहीं
टूट गया. टर्रेट डिस्ट्रॉयड है ना.
It's just making them very paranoid about middle, and you can see there's a lot of bodies looking around this area.
भाई इसको शर्म आता है क्या?
Dude, that's crazy man. Yeah, dude.
Real danger. Wow.
चला रे पूरा
This man is
भाग
always
के चला गया
I
पूरा.
mean, the only real danger in this round for EDG is that
सबको पता है.
Zone Mouse God है, लेकिन वो दूसरा वर्जन मेरे पास भी तो है.
रोटेशन तो देखो रे
that's
बाबा.
so
वापस आ रहे
filthy.
वापस आ रहे,
They've
इसको
used it
मालूम है रे
to force
बाबा.
them back.
ये वाला
कांकांग को
नहीं.
देख के मेरे को
वो 25
दूसरी का आया था, दूसरी भी ऐसे ही केस था एकदम.
भाई अभी नहीं, वो मैन एडवांटेज है.
Disgusting
बीटी
use of
नहीं
an
नहीं.
ultimate, just like
वो रुकेगा नहीं रे.
farm.
रुकना चाहिए थोड़ा, भगवान का तो डर रखो रे बाबा.
The clock, it's just really
तो
locking
जितना
them
स्पेस
into a
दोगे वो
box.
उतना स्पेस लेगा. उसका सिंपल गेम है.
नहीं भाई वाइस पर मिनी सिग्नेचर नहीं वो नहीं है.
But no matter
खत्म. चीचू ने मार दिया.
where they go, they don't even get a chance to.
कीबोर्ड पे एक ही बटन है
But
उसका.
good thing देखा fundamentals वही है. He didn't push that side. He went back and rejoined with the team.
Too good
We're not
ना.
going to see any damage dealt. A
वो
flawless round.
turret
for
तोड़ा,
EDG.
फिर वो alarm bot भी तोड़ा.
Yo, EDG looks strong, yo.
But he went under the tunnel and met with the
This is
team
an
again.
opportunity as they get
Yeah.
the rifles
पेसिफिक
out
को
baton.
इज्जत ही नहीं दे रही EDG. कल इनके साथ भी यही किया.
That's नहीं. I'm telling this is not GENG.
2 rounds away from
लिख
taking
के ले लो.
I'll be honest.
This is
with
not
you,
how
the way
a
this
Korean
match
team
is going
plays.
So far, this could be a
Target GENG. No Korean team plays
because
like this.
They played versus Paperex, a team
Yeah.
they've never been able to
The
beat.
only team that plays like this is SLT. वो सियोंग नाम
They come
बोल
in
के
here, this is
है.
a map, 5
वो एकदम रैंडम खेलती है, but that is because वो लोग नॉन प्लेयर खिलाते हैं एक सीरीज में.
If they just demolished Gen G here. I think we have to start switching on.
ए स्ट्रीम गया क्या?
Madrid hi.
And for the side of Gen G, well, we heard
मेरे को डर लगता है मेरा नेट जाता है क्या बीच में.
he manages to get his revenge. It is not looking likely right now.
You get the end of the day, streamer if he doesn't have internet, it's nothing, yo.
Not EDG counteracting Gen G's gameplay,
Public
guys.
मेरे English
For those
तो
who
है
are watching. No, absolutely not.
Here comes the dash.
Everybody is playing not what they have to play. That's all.
Caught falling out of the sky.
EDG is playing very vanilla. कुछ special नहीं है EDG का.
Actually, Karen goes down trying to kill him.
Oh no.
Chichu has managed to get that kill. I think he was up top.
कुछ को आ गया प्लान करने.
कुछ को तो आया ही आया भाई
so
लेकिन.
much in favor of their opponents. I don't know how EDG are going to find it. A gap in here. Oh, Tex just kind of got lost a little bit. No cover either. Somehow we're back in a 3v3.
EDG managed to create their own
नहीं मरने के लिए छोड़ दिया.
जाओ मरो बोला उसको सीधा.
Any lineups kind of stuff?
EDG make the call. They go aggressive to try and root these players out of post plan.
Lineup क्या? KO अपना मॉली पहले यूज कर दिया. ठीक है. KD का मॉली दिख नहीं रहा. बस ऐसे ही जीत गए लोग. मॉली वाली तो कुछ भी नहीं था बचा हुआ इनके पास.
But this road is filled with peril.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like I believe it.
You're a true friend. Good for a reason. Love you, yaar. किसका friend बे?
Gen G have been winning it. We have multiple flawless rounds already from EDG in this half. Like, look, they're buying him with an operator and can still comfortably buy this round.
क्या
and the next. So
3-15.
this is already where the game changes. They also had to use the Thrash to actually be able to take the space. They're not going to have that one in this round, but they are one away from a lockdown. Already, a lot of
Bro,
information.
मेरे को वो एंगल अच्छा लगा बे.
Nice flash है पापा. Nice.
Off एंगल है क्या वो?
Spotted the majority of players. Viper's Pit could be thrown in here. Carrot's actually rotating.
Off एंगल है क्या पब्लिक? जो उधर ऊपर आके ऐसे लेफ्ट में.
They can actually hold this
दिया
spot.
space ले लिया उसने सीधा.
Three players within the site. And similarly to
ये एंगल ब्रोकन है. कोई रोटेशन नहीं हो सकता अब.
इतना क्लोज क्यों पकड़ रहे हैं? वो वाइड पिक ही करेगा ना.
Doesn't look like it.
कई बार होता है लोग वॉक करके रोटेट करने जाते हैं ना. जंप करके मिड का.
Well handled to find the first. The numbers
कुछ
change
नहीं
towards
है.
Gen
हल्का
G.
सा
Control, and now the actual advantage 4 versus 3.
विनेबल है.
EDG on the
Chichu
fight
कैंगल
back.
दोनों
They've got
backstab.
a flank underway. They managed to sneak their way up pretty close with that turret down.
दो backstab तो नहीं expect करेंगे. But first contact कौन ले रहा है ये important है. क्या fight of you भाई.
Comes back up for a moment. It's too late.
क्या का आज दिन नहीं है भाई. क्या का आज दिन नहीं है.
Danger man. Now operator in hand, dash online, Bladestorm in the back pocket, and he's making his way forward. He's making noise while the rest of his team come in to fill the gaps. And the player spotted up top. Wasn't a vicious way to try and take that fight. Munchkin's actually got an opportunity now.
Bro, क्या jump पे रहे हो?
For EDG, that could have been a way back through for the
Mouse
attacking
scroll
side
jump है क्या वो?
instead. It's 12 to 7.
हार गए ये
EDG
लोग
on
जिंजी
map
वाले.
point on their opponent's map.
Mouse scroll jump है क्या?
It's now become peculiar because although
हाँ
Meteor
mouse
has
scroll का ही jump है
probably
इन
been the
लोगों का
best player
99% वही
individually
होगा.
for Gen G, that's a couple of times now where I feel like they've been boxed in either from him dying and just not realizing his
27 में time out
util,
लेगा क्या? ठीक है ले
or
लो.
in that case him being so
Next
far
map ले
forward
ban करो.
that his util goes offline. And that's a mistake that you just can't have. You're in a
12 पे क्यों टाइम आउट लिया जाता है मेरे को आज तक नहीं समझ
हाँ
आता.
exactly 12 में.
Somebody else needs to be aware of it.
Next
Those
map
mistakes
ban
that if you give those over to EDG, you're done. You can't allow.
मतलब अगर 10-2 हार रहा था 12-2 हो गया तब समझ में आता है.
This is it. It was a
But
small window, and I think
ऐसे
obviously a lot of this
पता
impact
नहीं.
coming out of Smoggy popping the
मैं
ult.
तो ऐसे में
It's just
कोच
delayed Gen G's
Double
info.
backstab था ना रे बाबा.
Allowed that
Double
gap
backstab.
for
Zealous का twitch
Kankan to
लगा के
sneak
दे.
up behind. 5
क्या हुआ?
वहाँ से
opportunities
stream
to
कर रहे हैं,
close
क्या
out
है?
this map and send us to
तारीख
split,
कहाँ है?
where
तारीख.
EDG will look to close the door on Gen G's
तारीख पे तारीख.
This is a scary time.
Hot लग
Gen
रहा
G, they looked very, very good regionally, but wow, it's a big challenge.
They also be loud.
That's true. Yeah.
Like,
Bro,
that's
mouse
the
scroll
thing,
पे जब
it's
एक बार लगने पड़ा ना, you can't go back to
They be loud, they
the
be
jump
deep,
space
like,
keypad.
like,
Bro,
teams that in the past,
that's quite obvious.
Madrid का server है ना.
so they have
Do
been
not use a local server for the
massively
tournament.
improving.
No, no, no.
use करते
Riot
space
doesn't have
से jump
local
करना.
Now Gen G
At
look a
all?
little bit flat, and they're making
All
it
1.6 goats use the
on
scrolls
their map
jump,
choice.
man.
You
Come
have
on.
those
बने ऑफ सब वगैरह उधर
IDs दिया होता है ना tournament IDs.
किस किस को आता है चैट में बने ऑफ मुझे नहीं लगता किसी को आता होगा डिफिकल्ट है
Play on the
सीखना
regular server that's there.
I've not enjoyed like Gen G have had some rough games to breeze, so they lose this map and well, EDG have two
जब
opportunities.
इन लोगों का POV आता है कोई टैप लगाया तो देखो ना वहाँ पे 5-6 आ रहा है.
But, you know, 4 ultimates is usually a very strong position, but more so for EDG. If they had 4, they could dump the ball into a round and just claim 1 round win, move on to the next map. For GENG, they
but they are more secure because Riot doesn't share its servers API with anyone. किसी को भी नहीं देते.
Disadvantages. Munchkin
So
also
क्या difficult भाई, difficult है भाई बनने और पहला वाला बंदा जो सीखेगा.
if they're close enough, and a Viper's pick committed. So I said they need to reserve them. They have dumped them into this round, with a lockdown being the only thing they'll carry through to the next.
I don't know if they will.
That's the thing. If they keep it.
Yeah, the judge investment, I like it from Munchkin. He's going to play a close corner within this Viper's pit. I feel like they almost need this one just to keep their economy strong, and they are
पूरा spike पे डाल दो.
Spike टूट जाए. But so much util thrown in to clear him out. It's easier said than done though, as he takes out Chichu along with it. Nobody trying to clear this backline. Somehow Kankan's found another. They may not get to use that ultimate at all because they're being picked apart. It's left all on to Karon, but the time is ticking low. If he gets this kill, it's surely done, and it will be.
Rip
And he's
hoga,
going to go down with it. That was
all your players are dead, all your ultis are gone, all your investment is gone. एक round जीतने के लिए
They
क्या?
don't even get a single player out alive.
But I mean, just take a look at the credits. No one's able to get their full shields alongside the rifles. Maybe one player is, but that's
TbOne मैंने मुझे सिखाया था बनी जब. Thank you अभी.
Because, like we said, there's almost 2 ways you could look at it. Save the ultis and try to use 1, maybe 2, incrementally tick them over and use them as
भाई
safety
पूरा
nets in these
लाल हो
rounds.
चुका है शक्ल उसका.
मतलब टाइम आउट की चीज के लिए होगा मोस्टली कि
This is
once a legend said whichever team is stuck in 12 will go for OT.
And now they've got
It was
to do
clutched by the spike.
I also, worth mentioning, I like EDG's approach to just not play heads up into the Viper's pit, to move around the back and try to contend for the backside all the way
TbOne
down
को
the
इंग्लिश
lane.
बोलते सुनता हूँ ना, तो ऐसा लग रहा है किसी को
Once the legend said it, whichever team is at 12 will
Where's he going? Around would
go for OT. Stuck in 12.
तो कहाँ जा रहा है?
He also doesn't know there's someone
Kankang bhai,
coming across
Kankang bhai.
the other side. So
अरे बैट चुत
this
कैसे?
really is a very, very audacious play. He's definitely dead. I don't know if that was maybe slight misinformation, but even still a filthy shot to open.
फिर भी मारा. Okay.
चीचू ने भाई चप्पल दिया रे इसके थ्रू रे चीरे बाबा.
No more Zizu. It's gonna be Jiju
भले मरूंगा लेकिन मैं वो फोटो तो तोड़
So much more difficult. The spam from nobody is so clean, and now Texture, the hero of the match, has been highlighted throughout this tournament so far.
राउंड हारने का तरीका
सामने EDG है भाई.
Try and save that the spike is down. Nobody has already spotted him on the angle. There is no hope. EDG come through with a dominant victory when it comes to map number 1. And they have their choice next.
Yeah, this is where it gets scary, Tom. Like you said, you said off camera coming in
बहुत
today.
बहुत strong है EDG वाले split में.
It looks like we're probably going to go to that map 3, right? We're set up for both teams to take their pick. Will GENG now find themselves quite a bit behind in this series?
texture ही hope है क्योंकि split को texture का map बोला करते थे एक टाइम पे
DBOne breaking this one down after the break.
अब पता नहीं क्या खेलेगा.
पब्लिक कुछ ज्यादा पानी पी रहा हो क्या? तुम लोग को लग रहा है ऐसे? बाय कैसे
सारे एनालिस्ट ने EDG को सबसे बॉटम टियर पे रखा था.
गुड माय डियर.
मैं तो बोला था EDG जीतेगा ये मैच. मैं बोला था.
No problem. Yes, problem. You need Verizon.
नहीं मैं टूर्नामेंट के पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ कि सबने बॉटम टियर पे रखा था.
You can take all the pics. So many selfies.
Huh?
A preposterous amount of panos. That means panoramic.
ये सिम में क्या गाइस उधर का?
Of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad
क्या
and Apple
माच
Watch
चल
SE
रही?
all on us, only on Verizon.
ये दे दो क्या iPhone 15 Pro मिलेगा मेरे को? पब्लिक?
बजाज भाई.
हाँ.
और
मिलेगा?
क्या चल रहा है जिंदगी में?
मेरे को एक जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन पूछना था. अभी ब्रेक आया तो पूछ रहा हूँ आप लोगों से. आप लोगों ने ये मैप देखा?
करेक्ट.
आप लोगों ने आइस बॉक्स देखा आज?
करेक्ट.
हमारा ऐसे का आप लोग को सही में लगता है कि बहुत ज्यादा डिफरेंस था उस आइस बॉक्स में और इस आइस बॉक्स में?
सुबह वाला तो नहीं देखा मैं.
मैंने देखा. काफी एग्रेसिव थे ग्रे. इतना पता है. स्पेशली वेंका. मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ नहीं मतलब हाँ मतलब आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि स्किल में बहुत ज्यादा डिफरेंस था दोनों आइस बॉक्स में?
नहीं ग्रे अच्छा
स्किल
खेले
वाइज
बे।
बोले तो स्किल वाइज बोले तो वैसा है गॉडस्पीड ये सीन से बेसिकली स्पेस क्रिएट करने के बाद हाउ यू आर अडैप्टिंग अराउंड दैट स्पेस
हाँ
इज वेयर आई फाइंड द डिफरेंस
भाई
so
मेरे को तो यही लगा
in that split second where let's say वेंका ने
हाँ
एक मिड से अंदर गया और थोड़ा स्पेस ओपन किया the
हाँ
person that is coming behind does what he just follows वेंका नहीं तो इंट्यूशन से हिसाब से वो राइट जाके वो किचन छेड़ेगा नहीं तो कुछ और अलग सा करेगा इट इज नॉट लाइक यू प्रैक्टिस बट वो सीन वो टाइम पे क्या हो रहा है ओके यू आर फॉलोइंग एन एग्जीक्यूट वो अलग चीज है
सही
बट इफ
बात
यू आर डूइंग
नहीं
समथिंग लाइक दिस
हाँ डिफॉल्ट पे डिसीजन मेकिंग आप बोल रहे हो ना
डिसीजन मेकिंग एग्जैक्टली
मेरे को
पर
तो वो लगा थोड़ा
सीरीज देखो आप आज सीरीज देखो दोनों टीम्स ने बहुत अच्छा खेला टीआर और हमारी टीम दोनों ने इस ये डिसीजन मेकिंग वाला जो पार्ट है ना इसी पे सबसे ज्यादा काम मतलब आप तो जानते हो जैसे हम लोग बेसिक्स पे ज्यादा काम करते हैं ना तो इस पे हमने बहुत काम किया है और दोनों टीम से दिख रहा था
ग्रे का गेम प्ले में व्हाट वी डिस्कस्ड ऑलमोस्ट 1 ईयर बैक बजा अभी क्या है एक साल से वही बात कर रहे हैं हम दोनों तो वही तो बात कर रहे हैं
कैन हियर मी मेरा हो गया
हां
दैट इज डेफिनेटली विजिबल द नेक्स्ट थिंग आवर पीपल नीड
आप
टू
चुप ही रहो मेरे को वही लगा
लर्न एंड understand or whatever is it what do you call it is that mental strength
and that वही मैं बोलने वाला था ना प्रेशर में थोड़ा एनएचके वाला सीन था पूरा ग्रे का आज कितनी राउंड्स हमारा गया है
प्रेशर में क्या हो जाता है हमारा एम का एमसीबी जो हो जाता है सीधा रेडियंट से डायमंड से आयरन चला जाता है सीधा
अरे वही तो है टीआर जो अडॉप्ट करने के बाद जो रिवर्स हो गया ना गेम वो आइस बॉक्स का
हाँ
एम टॉप है बे मैं पहले ही बोल रहा था भाई एम तो टॉप है
मेरे को जेन्युइनली लगता
है बट हाउ दिस इज ऑल अबाउट कंसिस्टेंसी रे यहां पे
हाँ
राउंड आफ्टर राउंड यू हैव टू शो दैट कंसिस्टेंसी नॉट जस्ट वन राउंड एक ब्रिलियंस
बात तो
एक राउंड में 26 राउंड्स में यू आर जस्ट शोइंग लाइक you did a 4K in one round doesn't matter no what did you do next round
yes but I truly have faith अन्ना कि इस बार जो भी क्वालिफाई करेगा ऐसे से वो असेंशन में अच्छा करेगा हाँ बिकॉज़
इम्प्रूव हुआ है क्या लेवल इम्प्रूव हुआ है क्या लेवल इम्प्रूव हुआ है क्या
कॉन्वर्जेंस में तो हुआ था
आई फील सो पहले से तो बेटर हुआ है लोगों को समझ में आया कि इट्स नॉट जस्ट अबाउट सुपरस्टार्स एंड नेम एंड
मेरे को क्यों तोड़ते
वो सब चीज
गोल्ड वाले चुप रहो हाँ ना बे अब क्यों बचे
वो तो है बट वही है कि जैसे अन्ना ने बोला इट्स अभी सेकंड स्टेप पे मेंटल फॉर्टिट्यूड और वो सब बोला
आज पर अभी इधर काम कर रहा हूं मैं
बराबर
पब्लिक
क्योंकि सिर्फ सही बात है सिर्फ ऐसे जीत के भी कोई फायदा नहीं है ना टीम का वापस तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा अगले साल तो क्या ही फायदा
नेक्स्ट स्टेप बेसिकली
हाँ
all that we have done let's say VLT G और जो भी ऐसे जीत के वहां पे गया है we have won one game either we lost the first match and we went to lower brackets won the second match or we won the first match lost the second match and went to lower brackets lost the second match so we just beat one team
इधर जा सकता हो चलेगा
सेकंड स्टेप को
ये चलेगा
है नहीं कोई टीम
अभी तक कोई प्लेऑफ्स ही नहीं गए
ये चलेगा
हां प्लेऑफ्स नहीं गए a simple thing see today also Sassy है Sassy was what 113 114 कुछ लोटस में
yes
बट फिर भी उसका 15 नहीं तो 18 असिस्ट है
कोई डिफ नहीं है ऐसे प्लेयर्स
that means he is playing with the team
ज्यादा है यार ऐसे नाम करो यार रोहित भाई
you are helping the team get the kill no that's how you are getting that
मैं करके आओ पट से
वही
at least you are relevant in the game even though you are not killing somebody
Yeah, it really had to be because EDG. It felt like this game was just trouncing
Very
over
true,
GenG the entire time.
I think तो वो बहुत ही एक ऐसा चीज था जो हमारे रीजन में बहुत underrated था पहले.
Underrated, exactly. हम तो खाली kills कर रहे हैं, numbers दिखते हैं हमको basically.
These GenG players were so on
मतलब finally players. हाँ, अब finally players realize कर रहे हैं ना लेकिन कि अच्छा वो players भी important है.
There was 8 opportunities for a retake.
But वही time तो लगेगा. और playoffs पहुंच के भी क्या ही होगा अन्ना, वही बात है कि वापस आके आपको challenges ही खेलना है. मतलब तो हमको ऐसा लेवल पे पहुंचना पड़ेगा जिससे कि we have a fair shot at going to franchise. जो भी टीम जाए. But I feel very happy.
अगर ऐसे ही continue किया, बजाज मेरे हिसाब से ना, not even this year, not even next year, I feel 2026. If the team, if a team sticks together for next 2 years, and they're able to grind and compete properly, crimps, like there's a proper schedule for them for next 2 years. Because ASUS जो हम बात कर रहे हैं ना, franchise में जाना, it's not 1 year का thing.
No, it's a 3 year
has to invest minimum 2 years.
हाँ.
तो 2 साल के बाद जो result आएगा, that is like proper result. That is what I feel. That's how much you have to invest at this current state.
मतलब पिछले साल ही तो हम लोग सब बात कर रहे थे ना कि it's a 3 year plan. मतलब
Yeah, exactly. When we discussed about the same thing, it was a 3 year plan.
हाँ.
So at least 2026 when you are playing this, or even 2027, also I don't mind.
This is such a contrast to what we normally
Then you are a team that is like Ascension winner. Like last year जब हम बात कर रहे थे, you had what? You had D plus Phoenix. वहाँ पे Japan का Scars. Then you had Lead.
Totally. I mean, this is not
Yes.
the Gen G that
So
we
you
saw
know,
from
like there are
Pacific,
3-4
right?
teams
They
that
were
are
so
destined to
unsure
win
because they were
Ascension.
So timid, and it's
इस साल भी वैसा
you know, it's
दो
because
तीन
of
team
that
है.
that EDG was able
So
to sense
next
they
year
could be
or the
bullied,
year
and they
after
took
that, you will
opportunity,
somebody
right?
will come
The
and say
scoreline
India
that
का
we
ये
mentioned
team है
earlier,
which
like
is
30 to
poised to
8,
win.
that did not reflect how you know, a one-sided a
Yes,
lot.
Anna. Hopefully.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that,
देखते
GenG made the same
क्या ही कर
mistake
सकते.
when they played against Loud.
शहर के लिए
The
क्यों ऐसे
system
बोल
is
रहे हो
so
यार?
cruel at the same time so rewarding
Yeah.
for
So rewarding.
people.
The agents
Yeah.
are like, what can we expect here, Mimi, on the side
But
of
वही है ना रे,
GenG?
when you are
so
talking
Gen G here, they're
about
playing-
something like IPL, you want the cream to be there, not the scraps.
Exactly. Exactly.
This is one of those maps where
So
he's
to get to the cream, you have to
double
do
duelist
it.
composition. I think this is an
When
opportunity.
I
Oh,
hear
Anna.
cream, I only think
to
about
instill
ice cream.
confidence. It's a comp they've played a
And
lot. It's
scene
something
भी
they're
वैसे
very
ही grow
comfortable
होगा.
with.
Like
And
if
they have, I mean,
if
honestly,
one
this
team
is-
बोलूंगा
rises,
तुम
the
लोग बोलोगे
competition
बोल
also.
तक शोधा क्यों बोल रहे हैं?
What
इसमें
Riot
कुछ
has
नहीं
set
बोल
up
रहे.
is actually very good
Really
for
hate
the
you guys.
players. Not as much as the organizations. Organizations का लौड़े लगने वाला है. But if a franchise team find out, there's a Venka की example लेते हैं. If he's able to perform at a really good level in Ascension, like outstanding, like Kankan जैसा display किया, one man, maybe the entire team failed, but he's able to show skills like Kankan. Don't you think GE or any other Ascension team will want to take him into their roster?
Yes. Good chance.
They need, no,
ये
they
सब
need
सुन
new
के ना मेरे को
players.
ऐसा लगता है कि मैं रैंक ग्राइंड चालू कर दूं क्या?
It's, so for players, not just that, if you are rank grinding, you are in the top of the leaderboard, every act and all, even then it's an option. So for players, it's a very good platform. For organizations,
removes a little bit in terms of some of the executes, some of the cool
they are
stuff
left
you
pinned
can
down.
do, with obviously the Astra
For
utility
organization,
and absolutely
only like you said, the cream.
Cream, that's it.
Very long.
Very long road.
But let me be the Yeah. devil's advocate here, right? The fact that they want to not let every other org have a place there is to make sure that
so
there's
is nobody. He's gonna go
the
almost
people who
immediately.
have
Does
that sort of
take one with
stability
him.
or that organization that has that sort of stability or potential to be that stable is only one
with
way.
his life.
Because
Maybe
at the
in
end of the
some
day,
way.
it also looks
We're
bad
living on-
not just
Well,
for
let's see if he
Riot,
can
but for the scene
find any more
in its
with his
entirety
low
when
HP.
to have.
I remember what happened with League of Legends was the same thing. No, 100 teams. One team sold their slot and left. It's like what happens to the fans? Fans are watching because 100 teams is there, not because of the players or some XYZ and all
himself in at 3K to close this one out.
That viewership is going.
He has to deal with is up in heaven. He hasn't realized that, and so that will be his downfall.
It's like an NBA franchise
coming through from the
like NBA franchise,
on EDG. It's 1-0.
That over there,
solid stuff.
Again, there's like one more layer to it. Like, the orgs themselves also have to be very responsible with it because look, kids will ask for whatever salary, whatever money they want, right? Whatever
multiple times
but
yesterday
people
from
writing
nobody,
the check.
always happy to get up in his opponent's faces, and I think this
But
map is the one
people
where
देखा
he's
ना,
really good performance. Come onto this map and just be
Esports Insider
unbelievable.
के एक
Not a
magazine
great
भी
sign
published.
after he's just had a very good map.
क्या हो गया Valorant मैंने देखा ही
I was the only
नहीं
one from India who wrote an article there.
GENG just
So
one of the main worrying
I written an article on my
factors
Substack
here was
which
obviously
said,
coming into this
is
map,
Indian
they are
esports
starting
going
on the
too
attack
fast?
side. Now,
I'd spoken about
normally you'd look
numbers,
at
the
this
money and
composition
whatnot.
well, that's
Round
fine.
में
You've got
I'd
Duelist,
shed some
you've
light
got
on it,
the
especially
sort
for
of
India.
explosive
And
nature
then
of
what
this
happened with EG
composition,
also.
but
Because Champions
they
जीत रहे
had
फिर
a
भी और
really
you're
rough
struggling
time
with
the last
money.
couple of times they played on the attack.
और
In fact,
CEO जो कर रहा था वो तो अलग ही था.
13-11 match,
तो अलग
they only got 2 rounds on attack.
Do we have Cypher? No, oh my
This is
god.
an easy farming
You
round,
go
but
by
GENG
Jagre?
just left down to pistols.
Obviously भाई.
An opportunity for them to get a little
Cypher
bit done
ले
there,
लिया
but
यार इन
no
लोगों
shots
ने.
connected with just the one falling of Howdong.
तेरा Cypher देख क्या होगा?
Economy seems
डर गया
to be
पूरा.
just around the corner. There has been a retrieval. Caron posing a little bit of a threat with the Bulldog. His HP is being chipped away at, down to 70 now. Good flash. The flank of nobody has caught Munchkin completely off guard.
Their sensi is high, Ray. They don't play low sensi.
EDG.
Their all Valorant players sensis is high.
इसका Meteor का कम है, Meteor का 0.2 है.
Clearly feeling confident that they can get
800.
800.
So it's not going to be the worst purchase in the round.
But what I understand is why people recommend high sensi in Valorant. You have layers of aiming.
To see it. That said,
If you look at Counter-Strike, it's not like you are aiming at the ground and you're aiming at the sky.
Verticality इसमें बहुत
Mostly
ज़्यादा
at the vertical level.
Lakia had a howler.
इसमें ज़्यादा है
For the
verticality.
most part, Texture got shut down.
So people recommend to have high sensi in Valorant.
Because Lakia
यार मैं लो पे खेलता हूँ यार.
they're going to be running.
गलत कर रहा हूँ मेरे को पता है.
वापस में पिछले 6 महीने में 0.7 से 0.2 सब खेल चुका हूँ, थक गया अभी.
भाई मैं 0.37400 सबसे कम.
0.37 400 and 0.2 800 is same.
Okay.
No,
same ही है.
Slightly lower is.
Lower है ना.
Nobody had it yesterday.
Slightly lower है. मेरा exact mine is not 0.2, mine is 1.6.
Hopefully not 2 maps in a row though.
0.16
We know what
basically.
Lakia is capable of. GENG up close, but it's Con having pushed through the wall that will
मेरा
finally
0.4
kill
है,
the Blast
800.
down to deter further aggression. He's out scot-free. Advantage.
तुम लोग का बताओ public क्या क्या
which is
sensi
so
है?
valuable in a round like this.
Yeah, they already managed to win the bonus.
तो उनमें मेरा 0.56 on 800 DP हाँ क्या इसलिए आप silver हो?
Howdong just trying to play with his
छोड़ दो
opponents.
game.
A little bit of space being taken. Chichu, oh, he got the timing spot on.
ये गेम में
He's
कुछ
going to
करोगे?
just push them back. 40 seconds left, and as of right now, GENG have no control. They're only just making their way into mid.
तो भाई मेरा
Like,
0.5
this is such a
DPI भी तो
slow
बोलो.
take. It's getting very, very scary.
DPI बोलो.
तो लास्ट बोले थे ना 315 या कुछ.
316 कुछ.
हाँ.
Smoggy still got the stun in back pocket as well,
Lakia
but
ने
it's not
kill
going to
किया.
be used till they dive onto sight. By the looks of things, Howdong spotted and now challenged by Munchkin. Good kill. Found, but it's
0.2 400 DPI.
It's
ए
returned.
चल बे
Light for
20
light.
20
Down
DPI.
is perfect.
अच्छा माउस घुमा रहे या
Not
फिर
gonna be planted
नीचे?
anytime soon, and time is running out. Just 6 seconds left with nobody, all alone. He's not able to deny. Plant going down, but he knows where both players are, at least roughly. Snuck his way past around the back of the site. They don't know that just yet. I like the idea
0.2
to group
800
them
ना
together
झूठ ना
and
बोलो
count
भाई.
before the healing
0.2
comes
800
through.
स्टैंडर्ड है.
Closes
पब्लिक
the
मैं
round.
ट्राई करूँ क्या 0.2
2 to 1.
800?
Costly, good
पब्लिक
damage
अच्छी है
to
सच्ची में अच्छी है
EDG.
0.2
Potential
800.
for them to have won that.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest prospect is Kankan's nade could have finished it. If he lands the shot, he could have finished it, but
Kankan को PRX में घुसा दो, कोई नहीं खेल पाएगा उसके साथ. Kankan can't play with any other team other than China.
As mentioned, that was a bonus. That was Bulldog and Stinger. Now they come in
Language का
with
main
one off a
scene.
showstopper as well, so
PRX को कौन सा बात करना भाई, वो तो पे पिंग पिंग करके चले जाएगा अंदर.
Here बोल के घुसना है उसको खाली.
It's early days, but it can't go
Satchling
too much
in.
longer.
Again, that's
समथिंग भी जब था जापान में तो वो वैसे ही करता था बिना बात के वो पिंग पिंग वैसे ही करके जाता था
स्मोक वगैरह पूछेगा तो
बताना तो सीख जाएगा ना
here सब कुछ here
हाँ ये मुझे लगा 4 पिंग करता होगा इधर से इधर जा रहा है ऐसा
जल्दी से भी हमारा हमारे साथ चलेगा क्या अच्छे ही तेरे को
या इंडिया का टीम तो दिया मोरल कुछ पूरा डिसाइड खेलेंगे हम लोग
मेरे साथ खेलेगा ये डॉट करेगा ना क्या अच्छे ही तेरे को पहले बोलना है
No one else here.
ऐसे
That's a
बोलना
lot of
है
information. And with the Tiger not being heard by GENG,
I like how they like
don't know how much of a read
Tiger.
EDG have on their current player.
अच्छा
They've been
और सारे में के लाइक करो यार स्ट्रीम को
अंकल knows English well ना तेरे से बात किया क्या इंग्लिश में मेरे से तो बात नहीं
They're
किया
going to have 2 players watching into mid, 2 players on the B site.
तब इंग्लिश आता है ट्रांसलेटर को क्यों लगा है बीच में
2 flashes, paranoia, like they have so much utility to take in. Already though, great start. Meteor, even while blinded by the paranoia, is going to be able to find one, and he gets the second as well. The duel is finally coming alive, but here comes that showstopper.
एक मिनट ये समझ EDG ये समझ तो बड़े EDG सैम है क्या?
He's done so much damage. 21.
समर कपाड़िया
The HP
EDG
healing
सैम
back up
मतलब
onto Caron.
है क्या एक्चुअल टीम से है क्या अन्ना को बोलेगा मेरे से तो बात किया अन्ना
Flash just to try and catch him. He's going to be able to get the plant in, but look at where the rest of the players are. They've got to go sprinting to try and get back in here. It is. I don't think it's going to matter though. There's nothing they can do to stop this. It's a very peculiar round, and it ends with a Red Bull clutch.
Just some good old hard yakka. Standing in between us and victory.
डायरेक्ट स्ट्रीम आधा इंग्लिश आता है उसको आधा इंग्लिश तो हमारा डीएम को भी आता है जब उसको स्मोक मारना पड़ता है मर जाता है पीछे से कल का गाली आता है तो ये कॉमन है
I mean, it was a last-second attempt to get that spike down. It wasn't going to find its way to the B site, that's for sure.
Well, the thing is, they're not baiting out any of the utility. Like, I'll be honest, what Meteor got away with there while being paranoid is a lot more than I was expecting. They still had all of Breach's kit, all of Howdong's kit on Omen as well. I think all that was used was nobody's utility.
So true, yeah.
I'm sure it doesn't come back anymore, but that you need to be getting rid of some of that util at some point in the round before you go running in with 30 seconds left. This is disgusting.
No way you respect this. Reacting to it? Well, apparently is easy enough.
All right.
Texture just tanked a shotgun to the face. Chichu's got a 50-50 if he checks left. Oh no! Oh, Munchkin! A chance for more as well. The shots didn't land, but well, this has been a bit of an unusual start to things. EDG have the advantage in rounds, but not in this one. The man advantage was to GENG. Now it's just right about even.
Lakia stepping up the game or what?
Movement towards this A site, but TP and Howdong's in position to stop them from easily walking into this A site. And he's checking heaven. Lakia needs to win this fight on the way out. In fact, timing will be a key factor for him.
सबका पीक रैंक पूछो ना टिबोन भाई हाँ ना बोलो पब्लिक सबका पीक रैंक क्या है मैक्सिमम जो तुम लोगों ने लाइफ में उकड़ा है मेरा है इमॉर्टल 3
क्लियर नहीं किया ना ये लोग ने
नहीं 2 ना 2 है 3 है 3 नहीं 2 इमॉर्टल 2 अब बोलो ना गोल्ड का 14 सीरियस चालू किया ना मैं
स्टन है भाई प्लीज स्टन करके जा रे बाबा ऐसा मत जा
D2 छी भाई रेडेड ना लिखो झूठ ना बोलो प्लीज एसेंडेंट 2 ठीक है प्लैट 1 D2 पाजी अन्ना छोड़ दो प्लीज
ये क्यों जाने उसको रोटेट करके जा सकता है ना
नहीं बताओ क्या बोल रहे
हैं रेडेड ना लिखो झूठ ना बोलो
Lakia waking up finding his form finding his footing
तो मैं कभी सीरियस खेला नहीं सिल्वर 2 क्या बात है
And again, looking at how some of these rounds have gone down.
Immortal 1 nice
yaar. Was feeling pretty much
Radiant 3 Paji sharp karo sharp.
After the first 5 rounds essentially, they didn't really take their hands off the reins. Here though, GENG are already punching back.
Yeah, they managed to do it with a low buy as well. The pistols finding a lot of value and that success could make all the difference.
They've already
realized that close and मैं ऐसे स्ट्रीम देखता love you भाई really good
into this man just interestingly you've got the lurk out from Meteor on the other
side. Solo क्यों डायमंड है आपकी तरह boosted नहीं हेलो मैं solo क्यों गया भाई
That's the thing I said I don't feel like GENG have done a fantastic job of baiting out any of the utility from the side of EDG in these early rounds. This time,
उसके भाई का नाम होता था वो,
online, but they
वो
still
उसका
have
ट्रिब्यूट
all
दिया
of
उसने
Viper's
लास्ट टाइम बोला था
utility.
चैंपियंस
In this case, the wrong read.
Yeah,
So
even though the
basically
Burgess
ZMG उसका भाई का नाम है।
नहीं है टीबोन भाई, अरे
और
निकल मुझे मिल जा।
हाँ।
तुम लोग बुलाते नहीं वो साथ में खेलेंगे, क्या करूं?
catching that flash and running straight to A, but
giving him a smoke.
इतना ऊपर तो इसमें मैंने जिंदगी में नहीं देखा।
हाँ, exactly.
It could do a hell of a lot
ये
of damage
heaven
up
के
close
ऊपर
like
जाएगा।
this. But the smoke is suspicious. They know there's something afoot, and Textures dealt with it perfectly, well handled by GENG, and that's the real threat in this round dealt with already.
I think Texture to PRX was a
line
better
up
fit
है।
than 1
Part of you that's thinking, okay, there has to be someone within it.
टेक्सचर का स्टॉक्स गिर गया था पिछले बार के बाद।
Boombot and Seekers gives everything away.
Why best
I heard rumors the narrate was on trials with PRX.
Particularly clean. Now
भाई लाइनअप हो तो ऐसा
what can be found
अरे भाई
EDG on the way back in. Probably not a lot. Smoggy at least
I'm
will
not
be able to
joking.
find one
सुना
drop
है
an
मैं।
extra weapon, but other than that,
But
expectations
क्योंकि
desperately
something
I
हो
think
रहा
there's an article on it on
He's
VLR
taken a
also.
little bit of damage, but he'll fade out of there before his life is lost. For Smoggy
Damn.
now, the value might actually come
वो
from going
पहले
down
होगा
the spike.
something के आने के पहले क्योंकि
Not now. I think long back.
That's definitely the game plan.
हाँ।
As another round swings to GENG, and again, I like their usage
वैसे तो अन्ना
of their ultimate.
I also inquired about Thomasy from his agent
They have a boom bot
before he
following it up.
joined here.
It allowed them the perfect timing to swing in on the back of that utility
good.
player, repositioning
High pressure by attacking
3-3.
बहुत तगड़ा खेलते
It's a
रहे
real entity, Prodigy.
That was my
That's
worry, was that we'd come into this map after the first being pretty dominant in favor
Any
of EDG.
game you want,
Bro,
any
Anna.
kind
See
of
this
player
be
you
a
want,
very
Prodigy.
quick evening. I think at the very least we're owed a close map between these two teams, if not a third one.
आप रेडेड कभी बनोगे तो मैं ब्रो आई डोंट नो ब्रो आई फील लाइक
नोबडी के साथ सीन हो गया
मेरे को ये रीजन में ज्यादा कॉम्पिटिटिव नहीं लगता है ऐसे आई माइट गो टू सम अदर रीजन एंड ट्राई देयर मे बी यूरोप
क्या रे टीम अटैक
maybe NA
Meteor has been great throughout the series on an
टीम
individual
अटैक मैं
level.
बार-बार
That's
अन्ना
a
का
little
स्ट्रीम रिफ्रेश कर रहा हूँ जब भी वो स्ट्रीम वैसा
Straight
दिख
out
रहा
the
है।
showstopper.
तो स्ट्रीम पे ऐड आया है, इसको क्या करूं?
Kanka just goes through. The movement
एड
sublime.
ब्लॉकर लगाओ।
And now just looks to
बड़ा
try and get a little bit
esports
more. The
player
rolling
हूँ।
Thunder's going to leave Texture completely stunned up. But he has a bit
ये
spotted.
लौड़ा भाई
One bullet
प्लीज
is all he
बीच का
needs.
अल्ट मजाक है मजाक है ये अल्ट मजाक है
He's going to look to try and get it hard, but he's
गांड बराबर अल्ट नहीं होता
already baiting them out. A second flash, and there is no hope. I've seen that one before, Mitch, but it won't happen this time.
Yeah, thankfully
भाई लेकिन ऐसा थोड़ी कोई अल्ट होता है रे
Second flash
बाबा
immediately.
हीरो बंदिश भाई से मीटअप के लिए आई एम
Unless the
सॉरी
spray
बाबू
landed on heads right away.
भाई सच्ची में यार मेरा आईफोन ठीक हो गया यार लव यार जिसने भी बोला अब अब
Don't pick him.
Well, considering
भाई
the
एनए
4-3
सर्वर में
score and the
लड़कों
3
से
ults online,
ज्यादा तो लड़के
Viper's
खेलते
been
रैंडम
together
गेम
as
में
well.
हाँ
This is a
क्या
big
बन्नी
round for GENG.
पब्लिक
They've
सच्ची
left
में
their opponents with no money, no credits to buy
अच्छे
back
खेलते
up.
क्या
It's going to be a scrappy buy for the defensive side.
डुओ ग्राइंड विद
So
बंदिश
far, we see
लेकिन
GENG be very
कहाँ अल्ट है रे
with
ब्रीच का
dealing with
ऐसा
these
कैसा
lower
अल्ट हो
lives.
सकता है
They've
मतलब
not been giving
सीरियसली
away
भाई
too much. They have a healthy economy because of it. They'll look to farm up an even better one right here and now.
साल आईफोन कैमरा आईफोन ही है अरे देखा नहीं क्या हुआ यार तुम लोग डिस्ट्रैक्ट ना करो यार बीच
We
में
know and love. A lot of the time we don't see him get to play that star duelist anymore, but with this 1-2 punch of him and Texture on this map, they are really starting to come alive. We mentioned him and Texture as clinical
टेक्सचर का मैप है ये
to this puzzle.
नाइस रे कैरन
Carol though already just mowing down two of
अच्छा
the
ये
remain
मीटियोर
that
मार
held
रहा है
on,
क्या बात है
not particularly close to the angle and the action.
भाई इनका अटैकिंग बहुत स्ट्रांग है बे एडीजी का
Again, it just
कुछ
comes
भी
down to
घुसता
can
है
make this one costly. But the fact is, the economy now of GENG is off the charts. You win an eco and then have a couple of cleaner rounds. He's still
फिर भी मारा
actually
eco,
killed
देखो
the player behind through the other. It's a couple of guns lost, but ultimately for the side of GENG, it doesn't matter. They are stacked for cash.
वारलाला
And,
बोल
and
दिया
even
इसलिए
one
मर
of the
गया
players we saw there before we cut to the
Fuck,
replay
उसको
was Meteor. He had a
148
judge,
पड़ा।
but he managed to upgrade to a rifle and
फैंटम मोमेंट
with the economy that they have in play, there's not really going to be too much bother.
हैं क्या हो रहा भाई
It's unsurprising. In the previous map, we had GENG called both of their timeouts last towards the end of the game.
before things ticked over in EDG's favor. This time, it's EDG getting off to an early start. They want to have a chat with the coaching staff and come to a conclusion on how they want to run this next round, because again, they're going to be buying down to their last credits, and that's going to put GENG in a very advantageous position if they find this one. Facing into an eco, it could be 7 rounds already.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at what's online for your opponent, you don't want to allow them to get into an afterplan. Having that Viper's Pit online for Munchkin is going to make things desperately
Red
more
Bull with ice
difficult
over.
if you're unable to deny. You'll also have a showstopper
that
on
a
Kankan, so you can go for some of those set plays, put him into position. He has been thriving still, at least on an individual level. Over the last few rounds, I feel like GENG have just been a little bit quicker in the pace. They've not allowed them to hold util to the late rounds. They've been taking control.
Caffeine high नहीं, caffeine overdose होता था.
A bit more confident in what they're doing.
that causes
You can
irritation
see
and tremors.
Meteor
How the fuck
committing
do
to
you
these
aim
early fights and everybody
हाँ
following
पर
him
कई
in.
लोगों को आदत हो
That
चुकी है.
seems to be
मैं भी
what's
वही
working,
बोलता हूँ कि
at least for
कैफीन लो लेने का दिक्कत ये है कि वो क्रैश भी होता है ना, वो भी मैच के दौरान हो सकता है.
Might be about to go for
तब
another
क्या करोगे?
fairly
But
aggressive
I
piece
mean,
as they've got no luck. That's
अब
something we
हैक लोगों की आदत
consistently
तो
see
है.
for GENG.
You can't really
Likes
help it.
क्यों नहीं हो रही है भाई?
पहली बार
तो
देखा
आ
था
नहीं रहे कोई.
एक टीम प्रॉपर्ली कप खाता है. 2016 में एक इवेंट हुआ था सीएस का चाइना में. एप्सिलॉन आया था और उसका मैनेजर चालू मैच में केला लेने गया था पूरी टीम के लिए.
हाँ तो हमारे यहाँ भी केला और नारियल पानी ब्रदर.
अरे
नारियल पानी इज मैंडेटरी.
अभी 2016 का बात कर रहा हूँ
भाई 2016 में मैं कोच नहीं था ना, मैं क्या करूँ.
2016 में तो हम खेल रहे थे बाबा.
हमारे यहाँ मैंडेटरी है. पिछले साल भी था, इस साल भी, हर जगह.
स्लो रिलीज शुगर चाहिए रे. स्लो रिलीज, फास्ट नहीं, स्लो रिलीज. हाँ. My favorite go to this thing is honey with bananas.
बाहर जा, कुछ नहीं होगा. जा.
इतना लग्जरी नहीं मिलता.
लग्जरी क्या है भाई यार? केला
कैसे जिंदा है चिचू?
To taking him down, but now each are at the right place at the right time.
चचा कैसे जिंदा है?
Both of them, the direct
क्या बात है
approach.
मेक्योर.
Just
Ask
working
Mr.
out
Bajaj
perfectly
about
for
DOS
GENG,
9. We heard
unable
he
to
is
slow
very
them down,
cracked.
unable to stop them.
Is it
I want to
true?
say as
Yeah,
well,
he is
I
cracked.
think there was some
Very
gorgeous movement in there from Texture. I
But
don't
he's a
think
good,
there was
he's
a lot
a
else in that round, but
high
the
impact
showstoppers
player I
fired
would
towards
say.
him,
But
and he just backs
पता
out of
नहीं,
there
I
immediately
बस
off the
क्रैक
blast
बैक
back,
का
just
तो मैं
flying
कैसे
around.
मैं कैसे बोल सकता
And
हूँ.
it hits nobody.
But हाँ, he's a high impact player.
For the side of GENG, they've dodged the showstopper, and that's the one thing that's really dangerous.
And you have to realize this was his first LAN
That's
almost.
it,
So
but hey, that ain't gonna happen too many
he's
more
only
times
going to
from
get
what we've
better,
seen.
hopefully.
Thank their lucky stars as we go 6-3. GENG doubling up on the scoreline now. Look at, oh no, never mind. Look at this aggression coming out of Texture. He's running it down towards Benson. He has certainly chased Kankan to the other side of the map. An impressive pace change.
डिसेबल कर दो ना.
Now they've got full mid control.
इस बार का प्लेऑफ्स का सबसे अच्छा बात था VCL ऐसे का कि I think 4 or 5 out of the top rated players are Indians LAN stage.
It's been the quick moves in towards the site.
Refreshing change from last year.
हमारा region Asia.
Not a whole lot online either.
खेलेगा love you
too baby. Medal में नहीं थे. तो 6 imports थे.
Some utility in towards this B site, but I can only assume with where their players currently sit, this is a bruise, and it's worked. It's pulled at least Kankan for the moment, but that stun is sublime. Now they'll have an extra player in to support nobody. Already watching, but he doesn't get either. Luckily, Kankan is there.
And so is Chichi. Good shot to start and a follow-up. That's sublime. 21 HP left. He's in danger, but he's got 2 players close to back him up. With 20 seconds left, it's time to get that spike planted for GENG. The last player standing will take Chichu down, but still 3 more. 15 seconds left, and surely this plant cannot be acquired. He'll tap it first to try and fade into a fight. It doesn't go his way.
6 round तो ले लिया attacking में.
For EDG. It's a resurgence. It's another foot in the door. But GENG been looking good, and because of the rounds they've won, there's not going to be any thought of an eco for the rest of the
mini vandal है
Not even remote.
क्या बोलते हैं उसको stinger.
Again though, it does seem like
तो हमारा तो लगता नहीं है. अबे stinger नहीं है वो है.
Biting them in the back. I think just
Famas. I mean bulldog.
and just playing as almost a death ball has
Stinger
been
भी
one of the
कभी कुछ
major
भी लगता है भाई.
benefits for them. I also think as well, props need to be given to Smoggy. The stun there was just completely game-changing.
ZOTAC का
This pit though immediately put down after what has been some
Jams देखने का plan हो रही है कोरिया में.
executes for them to deal with on that side of the map. Just gonna section it off completely.
Champions देखना.
Champions कब है? Start कब है?
Well, the pings here.
June में
the attacking side seem to be going in towards the spawn. I don't know what play we're about to have come through, but I'm excited to see.
Champions
towards the A side. Okay, pings go back towards heaven. Instead, that's going to
be. बाकी पूरा साल क्या करना है teams को?
Split heaven. Put pressure on this A site and have your lurker. This time it's Meteor.
August में क्या है?
As they start to rotate.
August में champions है, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ.
It's a nice idea.
नहीं I mean ये इसमें क्या है? अप्रैल में कुछ है बोल रहे थे पब्लिक.
अप्रैल में वो VCT season चालू होगा ना? IPL season.
Shift back towards heaven. They're ready to reunite, but Meteor can't go down.
हर एक team से खेलना वैसा वाला.
Walking into spawn instead, it's the sight on the back of a flash. A dash now up close to the pit, and as Chichu thinks about going outside of it, that could be the end of his life if he did. It's all down to timing. He's won the first, but that's all he gets.
Yeah, really nice trades. Lakia was well aware. In fact, Meteor almost gets to kill himself. Kankan though, you can't give this man that much space. Quickly takes two. This round
दो masters होता क्या यार साल?
They know exactly where
crouch करके बैठा था तो बच गया वो.
The Taichi
वो fucking मेरे बाबा. Texture.
चार.
कैंग चढ़ गया भाई, चढ़ गया, खड़ा हो गया भाई कैंग.
कांका का खड़ा हो गया, चार को लिया.
उसका नहीं रे बाबा, खुद खड़ा हो गया. इतना छोटा भी नहीं है वो.
A sensational play by Texture.
Two masters है.
Around just blitzing through the should have won. It should have. It absolutely should have. If not for this man. That's gorgeous. And the return was straight through the smoke.
Yeah.
Running through the smoke. That's even worse. But it works. And if it works, it works. 6-5. EDG.
Shanghai पे क्या मेरे को नहीं पता था पब्लिक.
Coming out of this. That's what we like to see. Getting heated down there.
Showstopper online
for both sides. This should be an interesting one. It's right off rip. Both are you.
Fuck! Crazy entry, bhai.
Texture don't care, bro.
One man standing, not anymore.
Yeah, we know texture, भैया.
Yeah. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Spike planted.
Even if it's a tag with the शर्म करो, शर्म.
For the remaining players, what do you even
सही
do?
बोला अन्ना ने. Texture PRX के लिए better रहता.
Everybody was here waiting for this play to come through. Counter utility used to deny anything.
पूरा play
better than
PRX का play.
Because you are losing a player called GENG. GENG का replacement, if you ask me, I think Texture only.
Almost rely on a mistake.
और plus अन्ना ये जो भी play हुआ ना, ये literally this is the PRX.
PRX play no.
इसलिए
ये पूरा
ना mid control है, ना map control है, ना कुछ control है. वहाँ पे घुसो, मारो, मैं तो मार जाऊँ. खत्म.
Double satchel with shotgun और ult. ये literally यही play है.
वो flash करता रहेगा.
Of his opponents and getting ahead by just an inch, just a second. That's all he needed. And a gorgeous ace to add to GENG's momentum. Now 7 rounds at the half.
ये दो ही teams करती हैं. एक तीन actually. एक ये PRX, एक F4Q बोल के team थी. वो
7-5 in favor of GENG this time, and you can clearly see the team waking up. You can see their energy rising as well, which is great because it is time for our Verizon high-speed moment of
Sorry guys, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think map number one, GENG.
और ये भी strong रहती है अगर मोने को PRX नहीं लेती
तो. They were getting ran over, but coming into this map,
तो G में वो fit बैठ गया था.
Their players in particular, like Meteor in this clip, were looking so much better, and also just their approach to the game. They're again playing these slow, very proper mid rounds on the attacking side, but I think they did a good job at finding the opportunities against EDG, and these double dive X-Sex.
यार नीचे 5 मिनट के लिए रे बाबा.
We saw it especially on the last round with that.
थोड़ा मेरा भी शक्ल देखो यार.
Of course, for GENG is not going to be easy now. Moving on to the defense, we're seeing a lot of aggression. We're seeing a lot of mistakes and a lot of punishment coming from both of the teams. But I think that it's so.
And now, whether you finally have some players reaching top 10, top 20 in leaderboard.
After a brilliant play.
तो अभी एक बात बताओ, अभी जिंग वापस नहीं आएगा क्या कभी सीन में?
आएगा 2 साल.
This is what is going to
go.
Absolutely. I think in the second half, EDG have a great chance at coming out back.
Stream तो कर रहा है वो
regular initiator that is built around
military मतलब ये थोड़ी का
military service में कौन बोला तेरे को stream नहीं कर रहे हैं?
Second playing on
military service में 14 दिन से
this one plays pretty similar.
वाटर जाके वार कर रहे हैं क्या वहाँ पे?
Getting space on those sides. And if Genji are making some of those same mistakes,
Basically,
giving these early opportunities.
हाँ उसमें छुट्टी भी मिलती है सब कुछ मिलती है TbOne भाई but आप 14 दिन से ज़्यादा कंट्री के बाहर नहीं
making it again into those playoffs. They have to make us dream, Mika.
Yeah, I'm ready.
और एटलीस्ट सिंगापुर का वही है
मैं थोड़ी सिंगापुर से हूँ
हाँ
मेरे को थोड़ी पता है भाई
पैसे भी मिलता है
हाँ पैसा भी मिलता है
बेसिकली
time. As EDG on their attack side look to close out this series up against GENG. It's their map pick. You know they're going to be comfortable on the attack. Remember, that means that GENG chose to start on their attack side. Maybe it's the best what they've got planned already behind.
जरूरत पड़ रहा है बॉल अपना ये क्या हुआ बोलो वाइब्रेट क्यों गए
I'm stuck on something.
अरे वो उसके हाँ
I'm stuck on nobody. Help me step. Wait, what? Either way.
Get on me step bro
कौन है वीसी में
We'll just breeze right past
में वो
that.
बिस्तर का सीन
The flash coming in. Nobody looking to
What are
take
you
the
talking
space.
about, little bro?
Been a little bit quieter this time around. And not as pacey, that's for sure.
यार खुद के साथ कैसे बात
Think क्यों नहीं खेल रहे 2 साल शादी कर रहे हैं
They'll be taking the fight eventually, and it's Con and Smoggy to find the openings. Heaven completely under their control, or so they think. There is a fill back in by Meteor, but well, it doesn't look like EDG have decided on where they're going. Smoggy is still in spawn, checking for a flank.
क्या बोला?
GENG to make that move to
बोलो ना मैंने इंग्लिश नहीं सुना
spotted up close. Stun is good. And he's only bought himself a second.
क्या बोला public?
Fades. Chichu lands this shot. Texture on 45 in a lot of trouble. Emerging from the smoke.
यार मैं तुम लोग चैट जब भी मैं मिस होता है यार
चेक इन बीसी नहीं भाई चेक इन बीसी भाई हैकर है मैं मार ही नहीं सकता
He has beautifully for that one. And with Texture being on 15 HP, to be honest, after what I just saw, it's but 14 seconds left. Nobody has to be so quick. Texture, he's already here. This could decide it. If he can speed his way through Heaven, he might get the angle just after the plant. It all depends on where nobody's looking. And the wrong way! Texture's got 4! The pistol goes to GENG. This guy's insane!
आंखों से कुछ देख लिया
भाई मेरे को दिखा रहे
A lot of plays the last couple of days on this map in particular that have left me speechless. I have no idea how he manages 3 kills here.
3 kill लिया इसने
Two especially. Like that's better than anything you could ever dream to get from that position. Bullets top. 4 bullets and he gets 45 HP.
Yes. I बोल रहा है. Extra I बोल रहा है Dexter.
Give it to him. Oh, that's wonderful. We are in for a treat. The 2 Rays players in this match at the moment have basically been competing for who can make the most audacious play of the day.
Gee, let him go. क्यों याद दिला रहे हो
That was a round that should have been for EDG, but for that man, already him and Meteor are showing why we talk about this double duelist coming into this map. They were going to win this if they were going to compete. They had to be fantastic.
वही aim का ही part होता है ना first bullet accuracy.
They're doing
I
it
thought you were
right.
shitting on Valorant का mechanic.
An understatement.
Dude, at this point I prefer the classic over the Ghost.
Individuals are coming
because Ghost is more
online, so they
accurate.
can set the bar.
Sorry, classic.
जीत गए ये मैप जीत गए ना
That's a bar that I think only he can jump over. But well, with 9 to 5 on the board, GENG may well have that third map locked and loaded for us. Breeze
एक बंदा
in the back of EDG's mind. But the forefront
ले लिया judge
is the fact that it's only a 4-round
Judgment Day is here, guys. Judgment Day
on the side of EDG.
Spectre ले ले हैंडल क्या
झूलो चीचू भाई झूलो
road back. I think not helped by the fact that Texture got so many kills and is now 1 away from Showstopper. And also the other kills all went to Meteor, which puts him a few away from a Blade Storm. So even if this goes badly, if he gets 1 or 2 kills and dies, that could be enough. They've actually got a great read as well. 3 players set up.
जी actually करेंगे यार हम लोग actually इसको बराबर यूटिलाइज नहीं किया होगा ना पक्का
on the other side, but the trades have come in. Kept things in their favor. They don't expect Meteor to be here. Why would you? Another man pushing into mid, and Karen's there alongside him. GENG could give themselves a massive boost if they could take this round away, and well, Smoggy, he has now got some serious weight to carry. 3 players. Spike him. They have a decent idea of where he's coming from. And there's a judge.
देखो मैं कहा
sitting inside a smoke. So
left
look to Smoggy here. Blind spray is probably his best
T-Bone's
chance.
partner in bed.
He could stun all of them. True, but he doesn't want to give it away. It's a contact play. And he got the contact he was looking for. 10-5. Double digits for GENG. Showstopper online. Blade Storm close. And 3 rounds needed to pull this across the line. Oh, also EDG on an eco. So add up all those things, and it seems like it's a pretty hefty advantage towards the defensive side right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This game has
इसको
not
केजे
gone
खिला रहे
anywhere the
जी
way I was
वाले
expecting it to go. And yet it has been incredibly enjoyable.
Well, you did say you expected a map 3, but
not in this order.
Yeah, the other way around.
The journeys look. The journey hasn't gone as planned, but we
क्या है breeze है
Exactly.
बिस्तर boner gaming
We've taken
just
a
like you
detour.
and your scooter.
This city's a little
Mr.
confusing
Boner
sometimes. The
gaming
GPS
Sir,
is
Boner
on.
करते हैं.
Nice shot by Meteor, doubled up on as
खाया
well.
चप्पल खाया दो
The
लोग.
Outlaw putting in work in this round to control middle. For EDG, you know, this is somewhere they have been dangerous before. We said it in the last map. When they've got pistols, they were able to upset a lot of opposition. But GENG seemed to have a real handle on it, never letting these disadvantageous rounds slip out of their control.
This has genuinely become a race for who's going to be #1 on the scoreboard between Texture and Meteor. Kankan is still like in a close 3rd place, but those two have started to just completely run away with this one. But, you know, he's always terrifying. Guardian gets him a first. Now he's actually a couple away. One more kill, even if he goes down.
What?
He's so quick with it. A single bullet is all he needs.
Guys, मैं आया वॉशरूम जाके आया मेरे को थोड़ा खड़ा हो
But he has to try and fall back from it, and actually the defenders are going to use
Lane करने की जरूरत नहीं थी हम समझ गए थे
it takes a bazooka to take him out.
उसने मिडे बस भाई ये क्विक खेल के उसका फ्लैश देना
भाई कुछ भी ऐसे मारता है क्या
फ्लैश killed him.
उसको उसका वो दिखा रहेगा क्या बोलते हैं गोली का
Texture is so cracked man
and even better decision making. He made the realization there's a good chance they're stacked up, one above the other, firing squad to take the trade. Finds the guy down below,
Phantom नहीं
takes
था
the
उसके
fight
पास
against the top
Phantom का
player.
तो गोली का भी नहीं दिखा
That crosshair didn't stop moving either. It went past him. He just clicked it at the right time. Yeah, I'd love to see this guy.
Racer भी नहीं दिख रहे हैं बम्बा.
हाँ Phantom था ना Phantom था
ऐसे मार दिया रे उसने.
He'll get banned.
He's out of the arcade. 3 minutes in.
They'll just go.
That used to happen to me down at the arcade. The coin machines, they'd come over, unplug it. Oh, it's out of order. Oh, sorry about that. Some of those machines, you can game the system, and that's exactly what this is. 21 and 12. Like I said, he struggled last map. It didn't look too comfortable, but well, a completely different face coming out of him.
Yeah, it is a 3-horse race for top of the board, but he's definitely leading the way. That round from Kankan could have gone down as one of the best. Unfortunately for him, he did get bazookaed, so that's one way to put him down. It seems to be the only way at this stage. 11-5. He seems like maybe the only player that could cause any issues here for GENG. They now have 6 rounds to the good. Operator on the board for Meteor as well, who has also had a real step up. Bit of a slow start to this game, but that has quickly diminished. And now looking to just almost roam mid. They've got 3 players set up onto this B side. EDG spread.
अगर A round के बाद अगर 11 ही है score,
slower default.
6th round के बाद.
They've even used ults of their
6
own.
मतलब 7, 6-7, 2 round होनी चाहिए.
In the last round.
तब change होगी
I
game.
didn't actually notice it. He used his showstopper too, so that's now gone.
Must have been dropped extremely quickly.
I think it was he got showstoppered as he popped his.
Yeah, he did actually blast back up in the air. Yeah, true. How Dong, wrong way. Wasn't looking into the oncoming traffic. That's 3 players swinging out on B main. He doesn't even get the info that there's 3 of them there. It's the worst part. He's shot in the back.
GG guys.
Then you got 2 more players coming through vent, but a reposition from Meteor. He is more than ready for this, but okay, it's the right rope. It's being taken. Textures dropped on B. Now you might start to think it's a B.
अलग game चल रहा है.
Gang का. Yeah, now you're sticking around. Meteor's here. He's ready to fight, although they'll give up control up top. It's that, not only the scope, but the Blade Storm backing it up that's been activated in Heaven. And EDG, I mean, look, they're playing blind no matter where they go, but as we can see, it might be the wrong decision. Meteor's already considering the rotate.
कंसर्जेंट सेट नहीं होगा बे, अब 12 होगा जेंजी का।
What can he find here?
अब 8-12 हुआ तो कर
And
सकते
that's already the star they were looking for, leading the way into the site. He doesn't know there's another man behind him. Will be taken out, but that entry does enough. Puts things into a 2v2.
हाँ बे उस तरफ क्यों देख?
Your blade storm out, maybe trying to deny any sort of plant, but hasn't been able to. And the rotation coming around from Munchkin, you'd think he maybe wait a moment, but he just does it all himself. Almost disrespectful to his opponents. It's risky, but it works for Meteor.
It absolutely does. He found that space perfectly. And now that's a 12th round with this defuse coming through. It's going to be given to Munchkin.
I thought for a second, I was like, bro, you just used your ult. You're like, I can get it again.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this stage, I don't know that either of those ultis are going to be alive by the end of the game. GENG have been snowballing. And we said it was a dominant scoreline on the previous map for EDG. That was 13-8. Well, here and there,
I think so सभी करते हैं हाँ हांगकांग सर्वर
a lot of weaknesses coming into this round for EDG.
Well,
बैंगलोर से कर सकते हैं 70 आता
difference from the last.
नहीं 100 आता है हम लोग को दिल्ली से और पुणे से 80 आता है तो खेलते हैं हम लोग
still making the wraparound all the way through spawn. He's like, don't worry bro, I've won the round, let's go next. Oh, you on the defuse?
और अभी बीच में क्या था APAC टीम्स तो सारी ब्रेक पे थी तो हांगकांग ही स्क्रिम्स मिल रहे थे
This is exactly what I'm talking about. He has Lakia in
तुम लोग
pocket.
स्क्रिम्स कैसे ढूंढते हो? कोई ग्रुप होगा क्या?
हाँ वो एक वेबसाइट है प्रैक करके
Because this man is just not missing. He's now one
और
away from
डिस्कॉर्ड ग्रुप
texture, by
जैसे
the way.
अन्ना ने बोला
Both players have been
फिर
unstoppable.
गैंगस्टर बोल के भी एक वेबसाइट है उस पे भी है
Yeah, it seems like a formality with the way rounds
नहीं
have
तो
been
इसको
going.
फोन करो
The fact
सेटअप
that it's a
करवा के
5v3 and the amount of hero plays that would be needed from EDG to fight their way back into a 7-round in a row. A 7-round deficit. And yeah, has to be consecutive. Like the
तुम
idea
बोल
of
रहे हो
setting a
मैंने एक टीम बनाया
play through middle to try to find a gap. They've not
और
seen
मैं
anyone
किसी के साथ भी
advance.
स्क्रीम कर
Move to
सकता
the
हूँ
Munchkin's in position. He's got
नहीं
one.
वो सामने वाले को आना चाहिए ना भाई
Khan has another challenge.
हाँ
Speedy
उस ग्रुप में
Horizon that's
एक्सेप्ट
come
होने के
through,
कुछ
but
वो
the dash
रहते हैं
still online,
कंडीशंस
and a player sitting down below. That's Lakia.
करेक्ट करेक्ट
बेसिकली उसने प्यार से बोला तेरा औकात क्या है दिखाना है वहाँ पे
But the map with it, a 13-5 statement from GENG. They were down and out on map 1, but now
भाई
we're
लेकिन
going all
एक्चुअली
the
पता
way to
है जो
Breeze.
सेकंड हाफ का फर्स्ट राउंड था ना दैट सेट द टोन भाई सेक्शन ने जो कांड मारा है
there,
पापा
right at the end, but that's the thing. You look at this scoreboard. Concon 22 kills, Texture 22 kills, Meteor 22 kills. They all had fantastic performances. The difference is
गाड़ी
it was
बन के जो
much
चाटा मारा ना
better
उसने
teamwork from GENG. Either way, we're going off to a break
this
because
map
this needs a
this
third
GENG
map
actually
to
looked like a Korean team too.
Good night Samir, love you. स्क्रिम्स के लिए हमें पैसा देना पड़ता है क्या?
नहीं
नहीं
फ्री
नहीं फ्री
अनलेस योर
unless you are TbOne team.
तो देना पड़ेगा
हाँ कहना अगर मैंने टीम बनाया सब्सक्राइबर गेम्स जैसा मैं चैट से उठाया 4-5 टीम बनाया सीधा स्क्रीम ले लिया तो मेरे को नहीं मिलेगा ऐसे स्क्रीम
क्यों खेलना है तेरे
मिलेगा
ऐसे सब गेम्स
सब गेम्स बोलता है
नहीं मिलेगा पर वैसा ही टीयर का टीम से मिलेगा बेसिकली
मतलब मिलेगा 100%।
हाँ
इससे बड़े चैट से स्क्रीम्स करूँ मैं 5 लौंडे आओ 5 लौंडे इधर
वो भी और MR24 खेलना है 24 या 26 क्या है 26 MR26 खेलना है
26 सॉरी 24 होता ना
24 है क्या
हाँ
24 खेलना है 24 MR24 खेलना है
भाई लेकिन मेरे को वो सुनने में बहुत मजा आता अभी तो प्लेयर्स को फिर भी अक्कल आया लेकिन बोलता अरे स्क्रीम में तो हराया था हमने उनको अरे लवली स्क्रीम में प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो लोग
अभी किया तेरे we practiced against PRX we practiced against Boom GENG not GENG Zergia सारे टीम्स के साथ किए थे रेगुलरली वी टू प्ले रे
D3 हूं लौड़े
आप लोग हांगकांग नहीं करते थे ना
नहीं हांगकांग वेरी रेयर है
हां
मोस्टली सिंगापुर ओनली
Oh.
Man.
एक टाइम था, this was I think before Masters या कुछ, we did back-to-back scrims against PRX and Bleed. Like एक scrim PRX के साथ, next Bleed, एक scrim PRX के साथ, एक Bleed, वैसा back-to-back.
हाँ.
All their map choices, their picks and all. We just kept on doing like every day.
I think so. तब मैं था Bleed में.
I think you were there in Bleed that time, yeah.
हाँ, मेरे को याद है. There was
so handsome, just staying beautiful.
Non-stop करते थे हम scrims. Some tournaments से पहले basically.
अन्ना से क्वेश्चन पूछो ना, why Indian teams are not even close to catching up to the game at global. आप सो जाओ ना अक्षय.
First texture this good with GA or did we not use his potential?
क्या कर
नहीं, he was good but उसको बोला इतना अच्छा मत खेलो, चप्पल खाने वाला.
कुछ चेंज होगा नहीं ना.
थोड़ा कम खेला, कम अच्छा खेला हमारे साथ.
Chill करो, life is chill.
Deliberately we did it.
Tension
like WHD का आपका 4 fingers रहता है ना, उसको 3 fingers से करने को बोले.
सो जा रे बाबू, वही तो रे बाबू.
वो प्रॉब्लम हुआ था. That's the reason he was.
इधर मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ कब इनका खत्म होगा ताकि मैं सो जाऊँ. Very honest streamer यार.
SN93 if you would have won would be in franchise.
अन्ना एक बंदा बोला चैट में कि प्रैक्टिस करके क्या फायदा, हारते तो इंडियन टीम से ही थे.
हाँ, वो तो है. वहाँ पे तो थोड़ी जीता हमने, वहाँ पे भी हार गए.
भाई प्लशी का पोजीशन चेंज हो गया अन्ना. मेरा तो फिर भी भाई पेंगुइन ही है लेकिन.
अरे मेरा गेको है.
But this is of course a GENG that we are far more ready to see.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
उम्र के साथ प्लशी प्रेफरेंस में चेंज होता है क्या?
And the difference in performance as well is insane.
क्या वाला बूटी मंत्री साहब को बोला.
बट अगर तुम लोग ने VLT को देखा होगा गाइस, तो चैट वाले लोग पिछले साल, तो VLT पर्सनली मैंने अन्ना को भी बोला था कि according to me VLT and Godzin were the two teams who were trying to build an identity structure, ये वो जो fancy words हम यूज करते हैं पर करते नहीं थे बाकी लोग.
And the GENG was always supposed to win this match.
Yeah, and
for
that it is important to scrim against these
they're really like a vibes-based team. When you watch them winning their match the other day against Lat, you laugh. But I think that is a real
timing बताओ, stream उस time पे नहीं करेंगे.
You see them out there laughing, giggling with each other.
इवन भाई आपका कौन सा फेवरेट प्लशी है?
Okay, well you're ruining my vibes, but GENGs are good.
It is really good.
Sofa में थोड़ा ट्रेश है.
Texture suddenly, you know, jumping off and waving his hands like he usually does.
बिल्कुल रिक्स नहीं लेने करे बाबा.
अरे प्लशी के बारे में पूछ रहे हैं, जो प्लशी को होल्ड कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में नहीं.
I feel like they were losing a lot of rounds that they kind of had no business, or excuse me, for EDG, that they had no business losing in this one, right? Like GENG pulling off some crazy miracles with individual plays, but also like this bonus round, for example.
Top 10 Radiant deal still on.
GENG.
Top 10
How much
Radiant
of that is put into those controllers, into both Karen and Howdong?
Techno.
Because Forsaken and Jing are not playing.
All the spacing that the teams.
नहीं, Techno is like regularly in top 10, top 20.
टेक्नो तो आता है, टेक्नो कोहली ये सब तो रेगुलर है. हाँ, हमको रेगुलर कस्टमर नहीं चाहिए, नए कस्टमर कुछ है तो बोलो.
I was saying enabling Kankan to have a good game is a very dangerous game to play, and
ना नए कस्टमर को पहले सैलरी चाहिए.
I feel like now
फिर
they need that second win. They need that second win to come out if they want to close out map number 3, because I feel like on Breeze this is a potential aim duel once again, a duelist matchup that we're going to see here between Kankan and Texture.
Breeze is like the aim check map in the pool, which I think honestly I have no way which way it's going to go, judging on by how different the first two maps were.
Yeah, I think that, you know, we're gonna see a lot as well from Karen.
क्या लगता है guys last match?
Up against Howdong, right? And that's the IGL who is carrying EDG through this run that we're seeing.
कितना excited है ना ये?
It's a big test. I mean, like you're up against you're up
same
against
उनको top 10 पहुंचने के पहले सैलरी चाहिए ताकि वो लोग top 10 पहुंच सके.
हाँ.
Correct.
Top 10
guys मेरे पास
जाने के बाद बोनस और रिकॉग्निशन एंड पब्लिसिटी चाहिए.
No XKILL was harmed in this.
How will teams enter franchising apart through qualifications?
When we're talking about how the world has changed in the terms of
Get good, bhai, get good.
Swifting, GENG coming now into this stage.
GENG
option नहीं है, you have to qualify that. As of now, there is no other option. 2027 के बाद कुछ option है तो मैं बोलूँगा.
HyperX reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to texture.
Least surprising.
And चोट क्या shots मार दे रहे texture ने इधर मतलब.
इधर ये तो insane रही.
How good this guy was. His raise has always been.
उसका हाथ हिलता ही नहीं है बिल्कुल भी थोड़ा एकदम जिगल विगल कुछ नहीं होता है.
Completely. And now that we're talking about that aim duel, the possibility of going just in that head-to-head against Kankan in this map on split, he had the support of a second duelist and the rest of the team just playing for them. Definitely the Vice were on their side for this one, but they need to keep it up for Breeze.
But the coach couldn't believe it, bhai.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, now we have both of these teams on their highest energy, right? You can see the exchange between both
Massage bhi de de bhai thoda
Techno, Venka, Deadly and other young ones.
And they are ready
If
to
you
take it to
don't
Breeze
know,
right now.
Venka was our first preference before Taichi.
China and
When
Pacific,
we wanted to
so
take a duelist
this
in our
time
team.
it's the new guard for
Venka was our first preference. Venka से बात किया, we played with him, but उसका वही scene था कि he was studying back then. He didn't have an option to come to boot camp and stay full time. इसलिए हमको Deadly लेना पड़ा. Venka was our first option. All are good players there.
Yeah, I mean,
In that sense, I have no issues, no concerns as such.
But double duelist with Yoru.
Was not there, especially now starting on the attack.
हाँ, Breeze का है ना इन लोगों का यही काम है.
Is he going to put that pressure onto the map? Same goes for Karen. I think that he had a great game, but it was disaster was a bit lackluster.
I'm looking at the
orange color का mousepad कितना sexy लगता है.
Handle it. Last time they played this, they were getting lurks up holes on their defense. On the attack side, they were letting
Godspeed white teams playing Astro on Breeze.
How to play.
मैं तो गाली देता हूँ.
Going to Breeze without
Godspeed क्या बोलेगा
The
देखते
winner
हैं.
moves to playoffs and the loser will have to fight for
Bhagwan, now we are playing Astra on Breeze. Astra Viper.
Okay, why are you playing Astra on Breeze?
Defensively it's better for us. Attack में post plant में भी better है. Single controller उतना जमता नहीं है personally मेरे को Breeze में. And this is not new. Cloud9 started it. EG copied it. उसके बाद फिर Pacific teams ने भी बीच में try किया था. उनसे हो नहीं पा रहा था. I just feel like कि redundant हो चुका है साइफर के साथ खेलना बार-बार. साइफर उतना वैल्यू नहीं देता है हमें बिकॉज़ हमारे सारे प्लेयर्स एक्टिव रहना चाहते हैं. कोई भी पैसिव नहीं खेलना चाहता. और फिर एक एजेंट नाम के लिए लेने का कोई मतलब ही नहीं है. एजेंट ऐसा लेना चाहिए जो एक्चुअल में वैल्यू ऐड करे. हाँ.
किसी ने कल का गेम देखा है क्या?
So the record that they have on this map,
नहीं रे
GENG kind of stinks.
Fantastic. क्या बोलते हैं?
अन्ना आप तो वीसी में सो गए थे.
मैं इस स्ट्रीम पे इधर आप लोगों से बात करते सो गया मैं वैसे.
एक गॉड तूने देखा है क्या कल?
She said that they feel really confident.
Phanteks का वो बाइंड में एक्स्ट्रा वॉल के अंदर.
Yeah, I've leaked what she
वो
said.
वाला.
भाई लाख के गांड मार दी रे बाबा.
I know.
वो वाला देखा है क्या?
मेरे को याद नहीं. मेरे को याद नहीं. मैं मैच देख रहा था पर सोते देख रहा था.
बाइंड में क्या करते हैं वो इसका एक्स्ट्रा का वॉल डालता है. उसके अंदर छुप के जाता है ये क्या बोलते हैं योरू साइड से. उसके अंदर साउंड नहीं आएगा जब वो बाहर आएगा.
अरे हाँ समझ गया.
भाई क्या
वो तो पहले वो पहले भी ये लोग कर चुके हैं. वो ये लोग पहले भी कर चुके हैं. वो इनका कॉमन स्ट्रैट है यूरो और एक्स्ट्रा वॉल के साथ.
भाई क्रेजी ना किसी को पता भी नहीं चलेगा भाई.
Blink and you miss it. Every single member of the EDG side is gone.
भाई लाकिया ने जो मारा भाई.
Well, that's exactly how you want to see it.
ये सब नई चीजें मिसिंग होती
है. पता चलता है कि लाकिया को वो मैप खेलना नहीं आता है.
Public
we are expecting
तो गेम को खेलना नहीं आता.
That's the main
को खेलना नहीं आता.
That can take a lot of map control. I think obviously the one sort of detriment to it is having that single initiator.
अन्ना क्या बोले आपने?
That's the main one.
लाकिया को Xbox खेलना नहीं आता.
So it's something that they're going to have to definitely watch out for, but it allows for an awful
लाकिया
lot of
Xbox नहीं Xbox में लाकिया खेला भाई.
Early peak. Kamkan wants to get involved. Marshall out.
और ये कैसा भी सो शॉट.
But no bullets landing.
पता नहीं रे बाबा.
The aggression from Nobody has been spotted. Anticipating it. There's not really much he can do in terms of continuing down that avenue. GENG have been super patient in a lot of these rounds that we've seen before.
मामा के लिए कौन है दूसरा चैट? अरे वो आज ग्रे का कुछ.
Always using their utility to clear up and catching them on the fall back. I've really enjoyed the discipline that they've shown, especially on the last map. And it seems like it's no different here.
ने इतना लो सेंस कब किया? ये तो बहुत हाई पे खेलता था ना पहले.
रात को स्ट्रीम नहीं किया. पब्लिक
You almost have to hope for EDG's sake. We've seen a lot of different heroes throughout, especially in
tomorrow we'll wear PRX jersey and support PRX.
It's not considered collection stream, man.
Nobody had a fantastic map of
Guess
split.
PRX का तो jersey नहीं है.
I was
Dinosaur
like,
print
how many
करके लगा
kills
दूंगा
can
t-shirt पे.
Kong get? And if it's not at least 4, they're probably losing the round, which is not the sign you want to see. It reminds of almost EDG of old. He's the hero.
की पार्टी हो रही है आज. ओ ये लोग सब गए क्या फाटू?
For this round,
साबरा वगैरह?
expectations incredibly low.
सच्ची में?
Sure, he has a Marshall, which, given the opportunity, could do damage, but now in an afterplant,
Family man, Rakawai.
Now there is a bit of a gap being left, but I think Lackey is now feel
expecting them not giving up eco rounds. It's not about
दिल्ली में होता ना.
Korean play style.
अगर मैं भी दिल्ली में होता ना.
Format. If anybody breaks that, चप्पल खाने वाला है.
The only person
let it be eco round, let it be buy round, let it be anti eco round. तो वही खेलना है, वही structure खेलना है. उधर बैठना है तो उधर बैठना है तेरे को. खत्म. That's all.
Where he hits 45 HP. Kankan's on his way forward. Understandable. You know, he's not going to look to carry a Marshall.
Birthday shopping के लिए गए.
The Outlaws
इसकी
hold the
birthday.
angle, and Texture will find that one easily. 2-0
अच्छा वो Bangalore में.
GENG.
हाँ back.
Not much in the way
Yeah,
of
come on,
I think it was just the pistol that was lost on mid. So altogether, a very positive start to this map for GENG.
Disciplined gameplay,
That's
yes.
the only
Disciplined
kill that
gameplay.
anybody has been actually be able to get on the EDG side. So a very quiet start for them in a map that doesn't decide their fate, but it's still a scary fate to have. Like, bear in mind, okay, yeah, sure, they've managed to beat out PaperX once.
आज मैं ले रहा हूँ बे वो audio
Again,
feel.
you've got the likes
Comfort
of
रहता
Wow,
है.
Heretics, like all of these teams that can come back, even maybe a little bit of chance for revenge for.
अबे वो लेना पड़ेगा ना sound card क्या बोलते हैं उसको? जिसमें
Those
छेद
decided
है.
games are not going to get any easier. Getting through first time definitely has its benefits.
Sound card ना क्या search करते? Gaming sound card search करो.
Quite a bit of information.
Gaming
Both jewelers being
sound
spotted outside of
card
the A side.
with the छेद.
And considering that this is a bonus round, it has some real legs to it.
Especially in post plans here for GENG.
ये HyperX खाता है ना वो best
They
है.
can muscle their way into a site. We're gonna have the Outlaw leading the charge to take opening fights. Everybody on the side of EDG has got full.
मेरी जान कैसी है? बढ़िया अवतार पाजी क्या सीन है? Welcome to the stream. ससुराल क्या मसला है? क्या चल रही है जिंदगी में?
Textures avoided the recon.
मेरी एनर्जी डेड है आज. मैं खत्म हो गया.
Does go for that
मुझे लग
just
रहा
to
है.
grab a little bit of info. They'll be in a lot of trouble, but the poison orbs up, and that should keep them back.
Got the
9
information that
plus
they are
4.
still here. It's the split into middle that could
30
definitely
last
make
day.
things a little bit more interesting. Trying to almost bait with the shots. Ow, and they haven't actually seen it. Already first duel going their way, but nice work from Howdong. Smoggy as well, combining. Desperately low on HP, but they've managed to weather the storm, hold them back that little bit longer. Leaving just 2 players remaining. Make it 1. It is a clean sweep.
In round.
Luckily, nobody lost. Which sounds mental as a sentence.
I did Texture leave G.
After a
किसका बर्थडे है? रेड्रैक का बर्थडे क्या? Happy birthday baby. Stay beautiful.
अबे Texture किधर खेल
That's
रहा
what I'm saying for GENG actually breaking through. I think is the problem in
Is
this
it
round.
warm there?
Short
It's
of any
very hot here.
overpeaks out of the side of EDG, but
HyperX sound
they took their
card.
time, and they certainly managed to reap the rewards for that. Now, coming into round number 4, I'm a little concerned.
इसमें तो है.
Meteor has an ulti online, and it's going to be pulled right away. Into another dimension he goes. He's got to fall back, so he's left his gate crash in towards A main, clearing out this like a recon.
Look how far back they've gone.
And yeah, I mean, they've made the right call rather than being blitzed on. Karen has such a good angle for the rotate.
नहीं भाई रोज बनाते हैं बर्थडे मेरा. Mother bo.
It's the orchestrator, the conductor from the back of the gun barrel spotted. The start from Texture is going to make it so much more problematic. Clearing out these players from the back line is going to be impossible. Bear in mind, they've got snake fight.
ससुराल आप बस आपकी स्ट्रीम देखे सब कुछ सही हो जाता है. क्या बात है पाजी. सुबह 10 बजे से बुड़ मरा रहा हूँ मैं आज. Very proud of myself.
They've already spotted both players. Meteor's blinded himself, but it doesn't even matter. And now the Grabwell's also caught out Smoggy.
Love you.
Take from GENG with slightly comical close to it, but
yeah.
क्या पेट है सी
Karen
भाई
was
दिल
found
से
and
बोलो
ranked by Gen
So
Z.
lost in my life. Meteor today, he didn't know where he was. That was the blind. He sees a player close. He has to run out of the smoke rather than get shot in the
मारा था बे
head.
मैं ऐसे
And
पहले
ends up getting blinded himself. It was beautiful. That must be so confusing for Munchkin to step into that scenario, seeing them back to back.
पब्लिक उसको क्या बोलते हैं जो हाइपरएक्स का आता है
3-1. Gen G
हाँ?
in prime position.
जिसमें
plays
छेद
it
होता है
online,
उसमें हम
not
लगाते हैं
needed.
अंदर
उनको
With
बैठे
full
बैठे नींद
rifles
कैसे
in
नहीं आ
play
रही
for
टीबोन
that
भाई
attacking side. And
हाँ?
EDG having
मैराथन स्ट्रीमर बेबी
just some pistols. I see the clock.
मैं बाकी मैराथन स्ट्रीमर जैसे नहीं हूँ जो स्ट्रीम ऑन करके ऐसे सो जाता है मैं ऐसे ही अवेक रहता हूँ
मैं तो भाई 4 घंटे मेरे को नींद आने लग गया खड़ा होना पड़ा मेरे को
4 घंटे में
क्या चल रहा है किसको
Almost
पता
just
है
off the manner in which these rounds have
Lord.
gone. As said, the
क्या
first
क्या क्या
two
क्या बोला
rounds
ना
they got a singular kill.
सनग्लासेस पहन के स्ट्रीम करता है ना उसके पीछे क्या चलता है
And
आपको
then
क्या
also
पता बोल रहा हूँ
अन्ना आप गए
just one kill. It was only
भाई
the round
ऐसा
that
क्यों पी रहा है साइड से
Smoggy
ऐसा
actually
weird क्यों
managed
पी
to
रहा
sort of
है
hold the line on the site.
अन्ना
Other than that, they get
टारगेटिंग
forced back. But the thing is, so
Holy
far at
fuck.
least, that those retakes haven't
ये
looked
गया
good, and it's not your normal composition. That's sort of the benefit of not only having Meteor as that extra
Gold
space
direct
taker. He can also
target
cause
किया
havoc when you're trying to go for those retakes. But then you just have Karen and Munchkin. It's sort of like the yin and yang.
पब्लिक
of the
उसका
team.
नाम बताओ ना क्या
Crazy
है
aggressive lunatic in texture.
अरे जो
And then you've
पिंकी
got
ने
two
मेरे
guys
को आज
around.
भेजा हे पिंकी
टीबोन एंड कंट्रोवर्सी एन एज ओल्ड स्टोरी
Okay, few seconds. Gravity well.
इसका नाम क्या है
That's
बताओ
basically the round
लेकिन
up
टीबोन को
at
मैंने
that
आज तक रेज
point.
करते
And
एक
in
ही
the
बार देखा
meantime, it's like, you know, the guy that's sweating. You know, the sweaty guy. I mean, you've just got.
इसका नाम क्या है
I'm in the fight. I killed one.
अरे
टीबोन एक और बार हो
कुछ
गया
नहीं दिख दिख रहा है क्या
We have
It's a
got speed and we have
disgusting
Mamba.
sort of
नमस्कार
matchup to
मित्रों
try and play against, and you almost have to play into that aggressive nature. You have to try and, well, as GB would say, punch him in the face. You have to get up close.
Sounded
and
like a
personal.
car, a nasal car.
You're just so good at denying that.
क्या
This
सर्च
is it.
करूं
We've seen so many rounds where they just pump the brakes right off rip, play it super slow.
स्प्लिटर
Early on here, I'm not sure what Meteor just did. Maybe popping a flash through A main, then TPing right over to B for a much quicker pace take to keep these players in position on A. Perhaps even grab the rotates over. But one man is still here, standing his ground. Well, not anymore. Jishu's not standing at all. Good shot from nobody. And
Nobody का shot देखा क्या
up, but
किसी ने?
अबे
Meteor
रुको
was
यार जल्दी चुप गया
This round looking done already. Smoggy, he's going to get his ult online no matter what happens here. Well, unless he goes down to the spike, but I don't think that's going to happen.
It's not splitter it's DAC
But the thing is, Gen G are just giving them nothing.
वो साउंड कार्ड है
Every
वही
once in a while, someone goes for a slight
HyperX
jiggle peek.
7.1
They're just so passive in their spots.
HyperX
Fancy angles being held as well.
7.
Okay, sure, as said, you've got players like Meteor who just want to try and pull off as many ults
मिल
as
गया
possible. But again, that's another player
नहीं है,
that's
stock
only
नहीं
4
है.
players alive. There's been barely anything to talk about in terms of EDG. The finances already off
अबे
the
ये
charts
anti
for
sports
Gen G. If
वगैरह
they
आ
wanted
रहा
to
है
throw in an operator, they could comfortably on
Google
pretty much
करो.
every single player.
Thumbnail Vishwas RM 60
This now has to be a response
35-0.
because right now this is looking like a deflated EDG. This is not the team that we were singing the praises about in map 1. Even Kankan at the moment. is
Just
missing.
format explain
Yeah, and that's coming out of a pause as well, right? Like,
Out of
this is
stock
going to be
public.
somewhere that you've had your coaching staff come in, like your IGL's trying to pull it through. You call that pause, you touch base with your coaching staff, and you're right back into the
You
fray.
touch base with your coaching staff,
For Gen
yes.
G, I mean, look, it's plain sailing. It's a breeze.
Google
right
लेंस
now.
नहीं ढूंढ रहा मिल गया
Get
लेकिन
back on that
स्टॉक
horse.
नहीं है कहीं भी
And we've seen a couple different approaches.
Shock
Gen
that.
G have shut down each time. This time though, late aggression on the back.
What
of
does
the
that
flank.
shock
They
that
catch one of them, but the other sneaks into the corner, and that'll be aggressive A information for them with a rotate coming through. But the dash was
Elbow का
No,
उधर का
Kankan's
trip.
coming
Hey,
around
gang
this
का
angle.
crosser change
Players
किया.
are lined up, ready to punish, and that was because of texture.
नहीं लग रहा
being
उसका.
up here in the tube, being able to hear that. Perfect comms.
Again,
Just
Good
like
night,
me, bro,
baby.
for
no
real, for
success
real.
for Kankan is aggression. When they played this map versus FPX to qualify, he was one of the only reasons they were even in the map. Like, he was so aggressive but successful with it. And right now, that just isn't the case. Again, they've sold a ruse, trying to keep a couple of players, but right now it's still split. A solo defender in the form of Howdong, and just look at his HP. He's already low. He's about to come under some serious pressure, and at least support has began to rotate in. Smoggy actually pushing into his own util to try and just get anything there, and it's so easy. They are making this look like a walk in the park, or maybe a walk along the beach. finally there's been a response, but just look at where the players are. The afterplant will again ensue. The rats will go back into their corners. There's no hope.
This is a very strange position to find ourselves in, considering how we started this series out, Tom. I thought we were in for a quick day, and, well, it might be 3 maps, but with the way things are going, it could be in the runtime of 2. 13-8, 13-5, and GENG now leading 5-1. The question, how many rifles can EDG carry through to the next round? Already one is spotted towards the elbow, and there's the crunch coming in from Meany. He gets one. There's 4 players on the way. There you go. They're willing to commit. They're boxing him in.
आपको तो बड़ा familiar लगा
his only chance is to come out swinging to try and take the fight before they pincer him. Fortunately, nothing is found. Rifles are dropped, and EDG.
Public नहीं है क्या करूँ? Public देखो मैं earphone लूँगा लेकिन उसका 3.5 mm होगा. Problem बताता हूँ तुम लोग को, ठीक है? मेरी जो PC है 15 किलोमीटर दूर है. 3.5 mm जैक में already speaker लगाया है, वो निकाल के वो सब नहीं करने.
The push into middle also, they're just waiting. It does just look like, okay, now they can go for their executes. They get rid of the real danger. And the only round that they've won so far on the EDG side was purely based of Smoggy managing to get a multi-frag on the site. Again, the ultimate Meteor one away, Munchkin one away. They've got a couple of marshals to play with in this round.
2-5 bad jokes हो जाता तो नींद उड़ जाता, समझ लो?
That's all the optimism I have left.
What do you mean?
A little bit of damage.
Answer इधर. अबे क्या?
It's not going to do anything.
2-5 bad jokes हो जाता तो नींद उड़ जाता.
Bad jokes? Bed में कुछ और दो आपको?
This attacking side.
Answer इधर.
Good shot by Smoggy.
यही तो चाहिए ना.
Down already. Somebody caught me damage.
क्या आप पोकी को पोकी देने वाले हो?
भाई रात को बहुत नॉटी हो रहे हैं मॉम आजकल. पब्लिक यही तो चाहिए ना.
सो मार दो उसको. बस हो गया.
भाई ऑलमोस्ट नींद में हूँ मैं. पता नहीं TbOne भाई कैसे कर रहे हो इतनी देर स्ट्रीम. हैट्स ऑफ.
बचपन से स्ट्रीमर हूँ
मैं बंद कर दिया. मैं जा रहा हूँ. बाय.
हाँ करना. Take this care.
Good night Anna.
Good night guys.
Good night Anna.
Public मेरे लिए थोड़ा हार्ड स्पैम करो यार. मामा भाई
EDG right now. The real concern is Smoggy and Outdom being so low.
मैं सिंगल हूँ बराबर.
All that's needed to take down the final
तन्हाई
player
होता है.
is
तन्हाई.
delivered
अकेला
easily.
फील होता है.
डेडिकेशन एक्शन करने के बाद भी तन्हाई है.
Was GENG tighten their hold on
मेरा
this
थोड़ा हाई है ना वो.
series with a 6-1
उम्र कम है ना मेरा. यंग हूँ ना मैं.
कॉफी का स्क्रीन है.
यंग ब्लड हूँ ना. यंग ब्लड में लिबिडो थोड़ा हाई होता है.
भाई तुम लोग मुझे हार्ड डालो बोलते हो, तुम हार्ड डालते हो. मुझे भी नूब लिखोगे बोलोगे, नूब भी लिखोगे ना. टेस्ट करेंगे गाइस. नूब लिखो.
27.
नूब लिखो जरा चेक करते हैं.
स्मर्फ बनेगा इस नाम का. पोकी का पोकी.
भाई सच्ची में लव यू गाइस. सच्ची में लव यू. मतलब मैं जो कहता हूँ तुम लोग करते हो चैट
में. Now at least with something like a Hunter's Fury, maybe an aggressive push from Kankan with the Blade Storm, they might be able to clear out some of those.
सर अपनी घर के पेपर्स में मेरे नाम ट्रांसफर करके दे दो. Come on, let's see.
Getting into a lot of early fights and losing pretty much every single one of them.
Yeah.
The gun that pretty much made him famous.
मेरे को वो कैप होना.
Is in his hands once again, and if you're on that EDG side, we are going into round number 8.
General
already gone. That is how dire the situation is right now.
कर दिया सच्ची में.
अभी थोड़ा रिफ्रेश फील हो रहा है. बजाज का भी नींद उड़ गया थोड़ा थोड़ा है ना. बजाज
भाई GENG is dominating man. नहीं हो रहा भाई. जिस हिसाब से फर्स्ट मैप गया मुझे सच्ची में लगा हमारा रीजन इतना पीछे है क्या. अभी देखो स्पेसिफिकली इज कंसीडर्ड एज अ डेंजरस रीजन लग रहा है मेरे को.
About to kick
off. इस बार खासकर.
GENG could be on 7.
हाँ ना. GENG especially भाई.
As I said, EDG
GENG
have 4 ults to
TbOne
play with.
सब सही है, मतलब अच्छे टीम
constantly played on A with an ult for Meteor that we've seen used before to just clear this site out, get them on there and get
चलो
them
मैं
planted.
एक earphone order कर लेता हूँ, ठीक है?
If it's Munchkin planting, that's the Viper's pit. If he takes the orb, that's the Viper's
चलो
pit.
TbOne भाई मामा thank you for being right मैं जाता हूँ
हो रहा क्या?
And unfortunately, it's not there. With the orb retrieved, here comes the
भाई तुम लोग का पार्टी नहीं है आज ग्रे का?
Now you don't have that Hunter's Fury to clear the way back
थोड़ी
to
ना
the no command.
Wait, तू नहीं है अभी ग्रे में?
There's not really
घर पे है मतलब गया नहीं है पुणे
हाँ मतलब है मतलब हो रहा है
some of
उधर
this map. It looks like they want to go forward. There's a flank on the way from Karen.
वो तो रहा
There's
है
really not a lot going for this defensive side, even though it's a 5v4. The
होम
ult's
ग्राउंड
still
में
there.
जीते बे पुणे से ये ना ग्रे स्पोर्ट्स
needs to happen, and I don't even know if they're gonna get anything again. Can't call with no
P-Town
so much damage, devastation.
आप भी चैट की बात मानो चलो बदले दिखाओ ये या बहुत हरामी ध्रुव
thank you for the invite bye bye
Good
good
night,
night
The team that didn't fear getting ruined by
क्या
them.
How many
Do you wanna do
times have we
terrible
seen a
pickup lines?
knife be pulled out? That's the
Hey, चल बे।
second that somebody peeks the angle.
मेरे को ना एक
It's like a
ईयरफोन
calling
लेनी है
card. They're beckoning them in.
Bro, I'm planning to switch to audio files
no headphone नहीं in ears मत ले
हेडफोन बैन जो बाल जा रही है इधर
अरे तो बाल जा रहे तो भोसड़ी के क्या फर्क पड़ता है चार्ज तो हो गया ना तेरा
They were going for a save, right?
They weren't
रियलिटी दिखा
looking
दिया
to
यार
actually fight back into it, but they're just not
नहीं दिखा
prepared
पब्लिक छोड़ दे यार अब
for
क्या
these
है
players to be
बाल
around. And that's
है
the thing,
नहीं है
they're running the comp with more information.
Hey, God,
They're
are
running
you
the one
a
with the double
showstopper?
initiator, with the
Because you
cipher,
हाँ ना
and
पब्लिक
they're the ones that end up looking like fools
रियलिटी
in
चिक दे
almost
दिया
every
लाउड
single round.
पेन
माउस
Hey, Kina.
मैं क्रॉस
Kina, what time you're playing tomorrow, bro?
कितना चेंज करेगा ये एक मैच
I
में
just don't think that Chichu's been able to find anything.
Kina, what time you're leaving bro tomorrow?
Gonna get
Tell
one
me.
for free. Finally, Munchkin's died.
What time I should get? Tell me.
What?
This one.
Really?
He's
I
been.
hadn't even caught that.
I think he was 7-1, unless he died last round as
Two
well.
are there already.
But even still, he's barely.
6 a.m. we will leave.
Well, yeah, but the Viper's pit
Bro,
was until right at the end.
6
so
a.m.
I
means
think
if
that
you're
was
coming
literally
through
his second
Mysore,
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
12 you will be here. Considering your BMW,
Be on like maybe
11 louder, 11 you
The
will be
thing
here.
is, the trade that they get there, Munchkin fall, and
BMW
it
है
is
तो
removing a
मुमकिन
lot
है.
of the utility that gets them out to sight.
Okay,
This
bro,
is
done.
Con dropped on the other side. That's your entry. How
Moon
tries
drop
to
नहीं
fill
रहे,
the
बहुत
role.
महंगा है.
Shut down immediately.
जो मैं ले रहा हूँ
Lucky's caught in
6,000
the
है.
corner,
Moon
though.
drop 7,000
Dropped
है
in there,
भाई.
and the big iron takes him down. Back up. Well, the first shot doesn't hit. But Meteor's most certainly
भाई
does.
तू
They
कैसे
don't
switch
know.
नहीं हुआ
There's a
audio
player
fields
sitting on the
audio
site.
fields.
Smoggy has a
मेरा है
chance,
ना?
but I think he
Game
just
zero.
broke
वही
the
वाइट
तेरे पास
कलर का
audio fields है क्या?
there that there is still someone sitting around. There's going to be a
हाँ,
body
हाँ,
guard
Gaming है लेकिन
planter,
good
so
हाँ
no chance to deny it. And the real hope, okay, well that
Love
was
you,
मेरे पास
love
जो
you
है वो
too.
ऑडियो फाइल टाइप सी
ये
है
love you बोल रहा है
लेकिन
मतलब
ऑडियो फाइल टाइप
line
है
boost
उसका बहुत
भी
अच्छा
है.
है
good
और
punish,
हेडफोन
even though
भाई
Chichu catches one from behind.
जो white
he's
color का
gonna
use कर रहा था ना
swing
पहले से,
straight
वही
into
है.
this. I like the cage. Great use of it. Great swing. Oh,
Is
but
that
it
like
doesn't hit the
in-ear
kill
audio
shot.
fields?
55 HP.
No, no,
but
out
that's
here.
enough for
In-ear
Texture
मेरे
to
को
still
नहीं
be
इतना
able
अच्छा
to
लगता,
duel.
पसीना पसीना
And
हो
with
जाता
Meteor
है फिर.
coming around the other side.
It's not
I
good for
don't see
ears
a
also.
lot of ways this
For
goes for
extended
Chichu.
period.
He needs to be quick, clean, and clinical. Good shot. Good correction as
मतलब
well.
हम लोग
Meteor
जितना
forced
खेलते
back.
उतना अगर तुम
The
दिन में
Neef use
3-4
is
घंटे यूज करो तो
underway.
ठीक
No
है
utility for the
तुम
Yoru.
12-12
It's going to be a
घंटे
dry
खेलोगे तो
peek, and it's worked out again for GENG. One of the closer rounds.
किन्ना के
for
साथ
EDG,
एक stream
but
होना.
again they lose, and
YouTube
8-1
हिल जाएगा.
we go. It
कौन
doesn't
सा
seem like
कलर
there's
का
any
एड
safe
सुटेबल
haven.
रहेगा पता भी नहीं चलेगा.
No, that was one of the best opportunities for them. Both pieces of individual brilliance, an aggressive push, some team play that worked out, but they met Meteor at the end, and they went extinct.
TbOne earphone name, bro. I'm planning to buy this.
That's been the major issue.
भाई 8-1
GENG
shoot
have
है.
peaked at the
Bro,
moment,
SK send me this.
as they have done
KZAS16PRO 6000.
Well, time to lock and load.
Bro,
Going in.
I'm done with this thing, Ray.
Run through that.
Probably
Headphone.
would have called a timeout coming into this round if they still
Unless
had one,
sticker
but
caves.
they've burned them up. They're on their own now.
स्टिकर आते मैं बदल जाऊंगा.
All on their lonely, just like the round count.
शायद आएगा क्या स्टिकर?
Viper's pit online for the defenders.
बात हो रही
The
है.
way back through, that could help.
Check out the
See a
fires
retake wall
coming
on B.
out.
One that lets them get close from middle and then pop.
No.
Well, he's out. Okay, cool.
क्या escape है भाई? मुझे लगा इतना escape करने के
Oh,
बाद.
he's been hunted. Oh my God, the
damage is huge! That's one of the best Hunter's Furies I've ever seen! They just tagged both! That's ridiculous from Lakia! after a first map to forget, he has been fantastic ever since. Back with a
Check out the
vengeance.
fires
And
coming
look who it
up.
is they killed, Tom. That's
अरे
your
वो
hyper
गैंग
squad
अलग है,
down and
वो
out of the
इंजीनियरिंग
round.
की गैंग है,
No way
वो अभी
back
है ही
through
नहीं,
for
कहाँ है
them.
पता नहीं.
Well, nobody's going to try. He's got some support, but again, there's a smoke to deny them a meteor in an aggressive position. Just doesn't seem to be missing a
Bro.
beat. Stolen away by Karen in the end, but
नहीं हो
9
रही
and 1.
है.
Whether you predicted the first and the second map, I think you're a bit crazy if you did. But if you thought this is how map number 3 was going to go, props to you.
This is
and how is it living in Korea?
क्या ही वीडियो था भाई वो.
so disgusting. Was there? Am I mistaken in saying that there was nothing to give away that player's position? That was a blind fire.
गान मार रहा है, कैंके की गान मार रहा है, कैंके की गान मार रही है.
अरे
Back the bow. Three pulls of the
बे.
bow, and every
भाई हो
single
गया.
one hit their mark. Bullseye after
भाई.
bullseye. 9 to 1.
कैंके चालू करेगा,
GENG
कैंके चालू करेगा.
absolutely
घर में घुस
stealing
के मारेगा.
क्या हो गया बे.
And then they showed up. They've only given 6 rounds on the last map in this one. Explain that one.
बूम बाम हो गया भाई.
donated 40 rupees through super chat.
भाई heavy disrespect हो रही है बे.
The drone's going to give a little bit of info. It really is
Probably.
a bleak reality for EDG right now. We saw on the player cams.
कैंगे को ट्रिगर होता है. तुम लोगों ने देखा ना उसकी शक्ल इतना
Because it is
छोटा हुआ
rare, no matter who you are. that you shut
Confidence
this
देखो
down
ना.
completely, but that has been the story thus far. Even being played with by an opponent.
True पड़ रहा है
You
उसको.
can see just trying to make this awkward, try and make this confusing, and there's texture. Even still though, Khan has
वो
managed
भाग
to
के आया भी उधर मारने के लिए. भाई
I'll be
ये
honest, so far has been
ड्रोन जैसा काम करता है बे
in
इसका.
position from nobody, but looks away. Just as they make the
कांग
cross,
भाई
the
छोड़ दो.
entire team comes
कांग
out,
भाई
and
छोड़
then
दो.
Khan
नहीं होगा.
peeks
आज का
into
दिन
the
हो
lot of
गया
them.
आपका.
He has had a
गया,
cursed
चलो,
game so far.
Just
Finally, we
accept,
see
it's okay, it's cool.
There's a cypher. He got
Process
attacked.
change
Tommy got
करने से कुछ नहीं होगा.
attacked. It's because they're finally going B. That's happened very often. It doesn't matter though. They're still losing every single fight ahead
भाई
of them.
इसमें यूरो तो चाहिए भाई.
Chichu probably gobsmacked that they've actually entered
Hi,
into
guy.
the B site.
He's
I don't know
very
where he's going
hungry.
to go here. There's
आएगा भी और जाएगा भी रे बाबा.
does at least manage to drop the player planting, but it's after they've already planted. Amal, just as every other round goes.
जल्दी खत्म
Fuck
कर.
is that domination, man.
Ridiculous.
That's what she
I don't
said.
even remember what round EDG.
Yo, try the Samsung AKG tuned IC. नहीं चाहिए भाई. Gaming के लिए चाहिए.
You're right. Yeah, it was the pyramid play.
I remember
Flash
it
up
because
top.
it's the only.
There's a difference between IM and earphones. वैसे difference क्या है? IM and earphones का? Gaming के लिए best है
Study
क्या?
this. You could watch this back again and again. Icebox.
Oh, look
There
at
was
what they're
a
buying.
Devon भाई, but earphones are not that good for ears, right? अरे बेचो, तुम लोग मेरे को ना.
Look at what they're doing.
क्या डालो अभी मैं?
weapons for days and three.
But ये
ना earphones अच्छा है. Headphones में बाल जा रही है.
PK main. Does he peek into middle? That's where Kankan is. They're waiting for
हाँ
it.
public.
This is so disgusting.
बैकअप देखो बे बोट का. बैंचो बेस्ट है बे. बोट बेस्ट है बे कुछ भी बोलो.
Oh no, they know
Huh?
where texture is. What a disaster. Blade Storm used as well. Upshot
देखो बे
fires
बैकअप.
out. It was Munchkin letting loose on that shot.
मैं तो ना
swapping
सकता.
the
मेरे
weapon
सामने ऐसे
over
कोई
for a
3-3 ऑप
Phantom.
लेता तो
They're
मैं
still
ना
keeping the
सकता.
3. It's just juggled around.
भाई
Now it's
troll कर
Lackey
रहे क्या अभी
who's
तो?
going to be your opper. I don't know how they're running
Huh?
this. You know, you take one shot,
Aye.
then you juggle it
Troll
over.
कर
Right?
रहे
That's
क्या
your
अभी?
chance gone.
दो प्लेट
Now
चाय
someone
चाहिए.
else
दो
is
प्लेट
turning.
चाय.
नहीं नहीं.
They're already dropping them.
Oh no. Poor form. But they do have to
Bro,
make a
they're
play eventually.
trolling,
50
bro.
seconds left on the clock. It's time to push
Fine
forward.
now,
Hey, 2 ups on
Milevs.
attack. It's still pretty good. Still pretty unique.
Meteor taking space. There hasn't been a battle or a
Bro,
brawl
they're
in this
just
round.
using
EDG have
this-
played a little bit more passive. It doesn't
Bro,
make
it can't be like, bro, this is not even
difference.
EDG.
No, they are hungry for kills now.
Khan
कुछ भी
again
कर रहे
tries to be
हैं.
the
समझ रहे
hero, but this time
मिडिल
and
ले
every
वो भी
time he
important
has
है
been
ना.
No, they are
shut
very
down.
hungry for kills, bro. Like
Out
कुछ
on
तो दे दो
G2.
please. ऐसा. वो सीन हो रहा है.
There's nothing they could do. A nice shot at least. Still know where they are.
बैंचो इतना ट्रोल
But
करके भी आ
knowing
रहे हो.
and doing anything about it. It's going to be
Yo,
another
earphone
thing
is a bad
altogether.
experience
The
for
plant
gaming.
Not the safest, but that's cover.
नहीं
They didn't
बैंड
even
जो
need the
तुम लोग
plant
अलग ही
again.
चलती है
It is
भाई.
11-1 scoreline.
तुम लोग ने बोला टेबल भाई ईयरफोन पहन लो बाल की लौड़े लगेगी. अब अलग ही
Have to
चल.
be an even more dominant one if they're going to turn this around.
Yeah, fair play if anybody can beat that moving forward in the event. I'm not expecting to see a much better half than this on any map. Absolutely gobsmacked by this attacking side of GENG. 11 rounds.
Bro, what's the difference between normal gaming earphones and IEMs? क्या difference क्या IEMs?
I found themselves behind.
क्या
Let's
होता
hear
है
from
IEMs?
Munchkin, who sat down with them earlier on.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지에서 IGL을 맡고 있는 먼치킨이라고 합니다. 제 IGL 링 방식 자체가 팀원들이 잘하는 플레이 방식을
एकदम मेरे जैसे रे बाबा.
더 잘할 수 있게
Try to keep the team at peak performance.
IGL 스타일링이기 때문에 저희 어느 선수든 나 이거 지금 해보고 싶다.
बाल तो आ जाएंगे, कान नहीं आएंगे. क्या मत सोच रहे हो यार अभी?
그런 방향성을 최대한 밀어주는 것 같아요.
हेडफोन में क्या
크레이지나쿤에서
लौड़ा जाता है क्या अंदर?
저는 그때도 나이가 적은 편은 아니었지만 되게
एक बार वर्षन चेंज है बेटी बोल का.
되게 어렸던 것 같고 지금의 젠지는 그래도 이제 청소년기가
सुबह का वर्जन अलग है. 12 बजे 1 बजे के बाद वर्जन अलग है. टाइम जोन है मेरा. स्ट्रीमर टाइम जोन है. Bro, IMs are better tuned. I'm using 20k IM setup. हाँ क्या तुषार? सर वो membership भी लेना.
사실 멀리서 이제 유럽 경기를 보고 북미 경기를 볼 때는 되게 다 무서웠는데 지금 마드리드 와서 보면은 퍼시픽이 가장 무서운 것 같은데 지금 한국 시간은 되게 늦은 시간인데
ये नपा stream sniper श्रे.
감사드리고요. 저희가 남아있는 경기들도 좋은 성적으로 걷어갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
काफी फेमस वेबसाइट है ये headphone zone.
Well, Munchkin sitting 10-2 right now. I imagine he's going to be pretty happy with his performance and probably the performance of his team overall. 10-round lead.
क्या भाई ये देखने के लिए मैं
may well seal
बंद करके सो जाता भाई.
and even the best teams in the world.
बोला था भाई.
Those pistols as a coin toss. That's not a coin toss I'd like to be
चल रहे कर
participating
दे
in.
रे सो जा.
No, I think the word screwed comes to mind. If they pull this one off, we'll be raving about it for
Yo, headphone zone is Indian website. What chat?
They started slow, they built in map 2, and now they are looking
Boring game,
unstoppable. A chance for the first time in their history, not only
I'm
making it to a Masters,
go on a
making
drive,
it to a
man.
Masters
Maybe go to
playoffs.
airport.
For a lot of these players, that was a dream that may never have come.
आधा दिन जाएगा एयरपोर्ट
With a
जाएगा.
roster that many wouldn't have expected to be this damn good. They are just 2 rounds away from making that history and
मैं कल उठूंगा मुझे लग रहा है अभी सोया
maybe
ना.
even one of the favorites
3-4 दिन
to
से
take the crown.
प्रॉपर नींद नहीं
Still,
हुआ.
the players up against them are
शायद
not ones
ब्रेन
that
ऐसे
you can
शटडाउन
be
मोड में
fooled,
होगा.
that you can give chances to, and they have struggled
कमबैक
on
ना
this
करो
defensive
ना.
time before. EDG clearly not giving up just yet, but this man in pistol rounds is devastating
Bro, but I
as ever.
still feel like, you know,
The lurking Karen is all
Hong
that
Kong is
remains. Watch your
crazy.
flank.
It's a trap here as
Kang
well.
Kang is crazy. He's having a bad game right
Just gets
now.
caught
He's
by
having a
that.
terrible
There's the
fucking
info
game.
to play with. It would be a
मैंने
legendary
कभी उसको
comeback.
underperform नहीं देखा यार.
Using Phanteks pistol,
किया
you
ना?
have to channel
Every
some of
time
that
he's
energy
like,
and then some.
I'll do it.
Yeah, you need more than that.
कभी भी उसको bottom fragging नहीं देखा.
It's a mini victory, so to speak, for EDG. 11-2. They've doubled the
4-5 round है. एक ये, एक texture, एक mini boo.
Summarizes this game so far. It's been tough.
Demon.
We saw that comeback.
वापस क्रॉस
डर की कभी-कभी होता है. डर की टेंडेंसी होता है. तो ये सब players
No, not until overtime at least. They've got to do it on their own. The coaches, they mentioned it. I think it was Chichu in the interview we saw earlier. How much they think the
Top
coaches
frag
really
players को
impact
लेके वाह
how
भाई
much they
आज
lead
7-11
by
में
example, well,
छोड़ दो गेमिंग
they're
का.
silenced. You're going to have to rely, well,
कैसे
either on their
बदल गए
opponents
2
eventually
सेकंड.
taking one. I guess that will be
पोस्टर के पानी तो पीने थे
the
मेरे
real
को.
possibility. Even still though, Texture going for a little bit of an investment here. Other than that, not a whole lot to play with, and of
2
course,
सेकंड
you
में
don't really
बदल गए.
expect any players to be saving too much here for the side of EDG because
Bro, but I'm
you
serious,
can't
dude.
afford to
These
play a
guys
bonus
are
round
just
in the
crazy,
next.
man.
Part of me sees this as a GENG round, but
IM में सामने वाले की मम्मी की आवाज भी आती है. आपके गितेश भाई.
switching up a little bit. EDG have site control. Man advantage times
आ गया क्या
3.
Kang Kang?
And well, it looks like GENG will
toxic
fall flat
streamer,
in this
man.
go round. 1 kill for Lakia. And we're at the stage with 2 rounds needed for GENG. I don't really care how much damage they do.
Right-click that.
They can make this a bit more costly. And for Munchkin, he's picked up a Sheriff. He's close to the spike. There's a couple players getting close to ultis. It's 11-2
लेकिन
though, he
कुछ
can do
भी
what he
बोलो
likes.
भाई. राका भाई ने एक हफ्ते में जो दिखा है ना 3 साल में जो नहीं दिखा पाए. Love you baby. Proud of you.
Had so many plays.
आग लगा दे एक हफ्ते में
based
ICC
off
में से.
confidence, I wouldn't even mind too much.
आग
if he
लगा दे,
tried to
आग
do
लगा दे,
some
आग लगा
damage. They
दे.
have such
क्या
a
बोलती
ridiculous
public?
lead, but clearly just wanting to make sure that they don't give any of those orbs over to, well, Khan, Howdong, and instead we'll just go down to the spike.
आग लगा दे, आग लगा
Now, I
दे,
fully
आग लगा दे.
expect that any weaker weaponry here for EDG is just upgraded. You can't be playing a bonus round here. You are too far behind. If you allow them to get to 12, you're playing for overtime. And we are at least seeing rifles purchased up. It's still not going to be the best of buys, though. That's the thing.
पहले से vertical stream कर लेता है यार.
Place on Marshall. That's a slight upgrade at least, and it will still allow them to buy into the next round. But
comeback नहीं.
even with the slight
क्या?
weaknesses, EDG
भाई
need to win
comeback अगर हुआ ना. Genji वाले
EDG
gaming
has
छोड़
3
देंगे.
rounds and Munchkin has
इतना
3 deaths.
banter करने
It's
के
been a
बाद.
pretty strong game for GenG so far, and now the rifles come out. As you said, EDG have some upgrades, but there's no such thing as, oh, well, we
सब
lost the
PUBG
bonus,
से
it's
खेल
all
रहा है
good.
क्या?
You gotta win that bonus, and nobody's off to a flying start with Karen already down and out. GenG's numbers thin out, and the A site, well, you see, with the wall already up, I think they're going to wait for another pulse.
उसको पता था वो नहीं
The wall
लगेगा.
goes down. Kankan might have an opportunity to spray away. Good spray through. It's dealing some damage.
Bro,
Texture
एक
scores
week
back
में
caught
7
by
के बाद
nobody.
तो bro.
This is a good look for the side of
Bro,
EDG.
vertical streams
Trading out one
easy.
after another. We said they needed to win
वो
this
करता
bonus,
है.
and it looks like they've got it locked down. But Meteor has a free kill. And it's been left to a 1v2.
Bro,
Very
come back,
winnable
bro.
for Meteor.
You won.
TP, I love this. I don't know if he's going to
Need.
commit. I imagine
11
it's
is
a
all the way,
big
bro.
info, and then
देख
he sneaks
11
to the site.
5 से भी अगर उन लोगों ने देख 5 तक मैं दे दूंगा
Players
rounds
sat
को.
back. He does
कोई
take the
टेंशन नहीं.
TP.
5 के बाद भी अगर
By
NH के
Kankan.
मतलब
Both
होगा.
players around this angle.
Because
Would have
the
to
team
have
once
stake
the
at
legend
this
said the
stage, and even
team which gets stuck
Kankan,
in 11 is gone.
one of the most confident players, decided
Told
to
you,
not
bro.
work
11
it.
is all they get,
Smart
bro.
stuff from EDG. Not going to overextend, and
लोड़े का कम लगा गया.
this is the exact start they needed to start what will be one of the most ridiculous comebacks of all time. Still, I don't
भाई
think
ये
until we get to
भावना
the
क्या
overround
बोल
rounds
रहा है
are gonna
भाई.
start thinking.
भाई मेरा कान में
Mega
ब्लॉकेज हुआ था.
Could
डॉक्टर
be on
बोला
the
कि
cards.
इन ईयरफोन्स की वजह
And
से
you
हुआ
can
है.
see the confidence
और
was
मेरे को
there. Like,
हेडफोन्स
that push
एडवाइस
from
किया.
Karen
माँ
is
की
ludicrous.
चीज हो गया मेरा.
It just goes walking out.
हेडफोन डालेंगे तो बाल जाएगा.
Won that many rounds in a row.
You only needed to work once for GenG. They can throw out a couple of those.
सिर्फ गेमिंग टाइम में डालूंगा ना.
Here's the interesting thing. 11-4.
मैगी तो खा
A
लिया.
huge lead for
हेवी की
GenG.
उठती ना.
And they decide to call a timeout.
लॉक
Funny,
डाला.
because you
डरते.
mentioned, Tom, earlier about how Chichu
Sort of.
was complimenting the coaching staff of EDG, saying how important it is for
Speaker
them to
पर
touch
सुनो.
base with
हाँ.
them. The GenG have given them an opportunity to do
तुम
so,
लोग क्या सुनो?
but obviously they're just concerned about
Look.
closing this game out.
When your coach is solo, one of the legendary Korean FPS players, you don't care who's on the other side. But I'll be honest with you. He is someone who was there at the beginning of Valorant. He was there in titles before Valorant for many, many years. He has so much
मेरी पूरी
experience
watch
that
party में
I
एक ही
think
काम
they're
किया
going to
मैंने.
value that a lot more than,
पानी
oh,
पिया,
okay, now
सुसु
after
गया.
gets to
पानी
talk to
पिया,
his team
सुसु
as
गया.
well. I
भाई
also think
पूरा
there is
महीने का
just a
पानी है अभी
perspective
अंदर. बॉडी अगर तू पूछेगा ना पानी चाहिए अभी
Because the
बता.
fact is, I think of any team that
इतना
we
पानी
have in
किसी
the
ने नहीं
scene,
दिया
you
होगा
watch
बॉडी को.
Kankan's camera, when that guy gets pumped
4
up,
दिन से
you're
4
in
लीटर
trouble.
पी रहा हूँ पानी.
So create the calm. Use your pauses for that. It
सन
might
एक
even
चीज
just
है
be
बे.
a small talk of like, okay, let's
पानी
calm
जितना
down.
पीते
We're
हो ना
not
भूख
done.
नहीं
We're
लगती
not
पता है.
through yet. And I don't mind it.
हेपेटाइट का
When you
मैं
got a lead
हैक
like that, you
समझ
see your
गया.
players playing loose.
हेपेटाइट वे
And also
फालतू का
understand
आरआर
it's
करते हैं.
called
मुझे
that
पिज्जा
timeout.
चाहिए.
Everybody calm down.
मुझे
Let's play the
बिरयानी
game. Let's just
चाहिए.
close it out. We're not here to give
मुझे
EDG
चीज
away back
चाहिए.
in.
आइसक्रीम
And if you
चाहिए.
do, well,
चुपचाप
they
ऐसे
will
पानी
certainly
डाल
take
के
it.
ना आरआर सब खत्म होता
Big
है.
lead for GenG.
Public
Defensive
सच्ची बोल रहा
side,
है पता है.
couple of investments, but nothing huge. Mostly sheriffs, a marshal, and a bookie to back
सीख
them
लिया
up.
मैंने
For
अभी पता है.
GenG, I mean,
फिर भी
sometimes you'll see
फैटनेस
these
सुना
rounds
2 kg
where
कम
you
हुआ
group
ब्रो.
up, try to play the numbers, but it's such a big map. It's not really a gamble they want to take.
हर
Instead, just
बार
playing
पूछेगा
defaults
ना
and
मेरे
hoping
को
they
ये
can
चाहिए
pop
वो
off
चाहिए
individually.
पिज्जा
I think really
चाहिए.
they're just thinking about the next round.
सीधा पानी. साला पानी बोलते ही पानी पीने का मन करता है.
I'm definitely intrigued by a Bucky on Breeze. I'm not sure it's
हाँ,
something
क्या?
necessarily to be
बिरयानी.
expected, but when you
Lovely.
have that extra controller in the form of
चुपचाप.
Karen, you can create
Oh, by
little
free
pockets
kills.
for someone like Lakia to play. And as said, his resurgence resurgence in this series has been fantastic. And his resurgence in the scene in general.
Free kills होने वाले लग गया भाई को.
Being slightly trapped. to a one-map player.
वो तोड़ेगा.
To being trapped in the tier 2.
लग क्या मारेगा.
And now he's been shot in the face.
Bye.
That's optimistic.
Bro.
One of those plays you never
Mamba.
really expected to work. Meteor though, still making things interesting. But he will fall as well. Munchkin a little bit out of the action. Looking to keep the round.
Body से electrolyte जाते हैं.
नहीं मेरे सही मेरा माइक म्यूटेड था रे बाबा कब से बात कर रहा हूँ
अबे कमबैक है क्या बे
खत्म रे बाबा खत्म एकदम
एक मैं बॉडी से इलेक्ट्रोलाइट जाते हैं वो ड्रिंकिंग को वाटर से इलेक्ट्रॉन्स लाएंगे गाइस बैटरी कहूंगा मैं
13 to 5 on last map. Pushing up to 5 here, full buy for GENG next. Deja Vu starts to ring true, but the attacking side has had a good run of things in this round at least. Damage is very minimal. Nobody and Haodong both extremely low to the Sheriff. They're just going.
Bro, converter is fucking 4K?
He might not die to the spike. It depends how quickly he pushes out here. Still being watched on the cross, but he finds a nice, safe corner to go down to it. So he'll still be able to buy in the next 11 to 5.
Why this is required,
EDG
mom?
On their way, but still a long distance left to go. It's worth mentioning, Lakia, well, he's 13 to 9 right now, 3 assists. He was 3 kills, 18 deaths, 1 assist on map 1. I mean, it was an abysmal map for him on Esports.
Guys, अगर मैं headphone zone से लिया IEM तो मेरे को कन्वर्टर पे लेना पड़ेगा. वो तो बेंचो 4000 की माल है.
गैंग जाग गया रे बाबा.
11 to 5. EDG starting to bridge the gap.
क्या हुआ बेंचो मैं फोन देख रहा था क्या हुआ? क्या हुआ मैं फोन देख रहा था?
If this man starts gaining confidence, it doesn't get any better than that.
1 shot, 2 kills.
देखने के लिए वॉच पार्टी करता है.
GENG.
अरे बाबा मैं ईयरफोन्स देख रहा था.
Very scattered hold. Look at the minimap. You can see those
defenders. You will need a DAC with IEM also.
Big performances when the push comes down, and it looks like EDG want to shove into the A side.
यार मैंने मिस किया यार.
Seriously.
भाई मैंने सच्ची मिस किया. मैं ईयरफोन्स ऑर्डर कर रहा था इसलिए.
Behind this Viper wall as it's about to go up and the push to come through. Texture, no dash. He's being silenced, suppressed, but he still fires back.
Nice shot, baby.
23 HP though, and the players are quickly circling him.
भाई एक बंदा
I should say. And finally taking him down. Munchkin Karen to do it all. Nice shot by Karen. There's an opportunity. If he can buy some time, the flank will catch another off guard. And now it's winnable again. GENG has suddenly found legs in the round.
Wow.
Snake bite in hand.
Snake bite.
Munchkin's death. Karen has to clutch this alone. He's keeping his opponent behind the pyramid. But nobody
bro, that's it. That's it, bro.
As 6th.
Yo, it's 6. अगर 7th round जीत गए तो हो गया comeback. Because once a legend said, team which is stuck in 11 is gonna get losings.
Is only 3 kills away from being top fragger. I don't know how that's a thing.
They're throwing the op off the map. They did. They threw it right off the map. I guess because Khan has the Blade Storm, he's gonna use that for what could be a much quicker round.
I guess attempting something a little bit more explosive. Blade Storm available on the other side as well. But yeah, I guess maybe the surprise factor of that operator now being gone. It's not like they don't have the finances for it.
Right here. Right here.
You can see the patience. Interesting actually, considering how passive they're holding in this round at the moment. I feel like that operator could have had some value. They're going to remove the cam with a shot.
Cypher को मुंह में थूक दिया बे.
Chichu now looks to
इज्जत नहीं है
kinky.
भाई साइफर के अगली अपडेट क्या होनी चाहिए पता है
क्या
वो जो टैग करता है ना कैमरा से उससे 50 XP जानी चाहिए तब जो डर रहेगी ना भाई मैं तो ओपी बन जाऊंगा भाई तब इतनी हिडन कैंप्स पता है मुझे
say that again slowly tboone इतनी हिडन कैंप्स
ये बादल में बोला ना ये रात को नोटी होता है
EDG are going to use that.
चूते तो बातें ऐसी कर रहा है भाई सेक्स कैंप निकलेगा टीबोन में बता रहा हूं इतने हिडन कैंप्स मालूम है
the rest of the players need to break through the B site. Viper utility to block them on the retake, but the fight is taken instead. Munchkin blinded them completely, but Khan can't get it done with Karen on the side. 3 kills quickly found, and even the Blade Storm frag on the flanker. Easy peasy for GENG. They had a real handle on this round from the get-go, and 12 to 6. One more needed for GENG. 6 chances to pull it across the line, And I am
भाई
amazed
सब लोग
by what
आजकल
we've seen in
IEMC
these
यूज
last
कर रहे
two
क्या?
maps. This GENG
10
squad,
मैसेज आए मेरे को by this by that बोल के.
I don't know if they need to play a one-map scrim before their next
चल रहा है, अभी
series,
खत्म.
but they are just I would, if this was online, I'd say it's 5 different players, Tom.
Well, that's the thing. You look at their last few series, it does kind of feel like that.
हो रहा
They
है
always
उधर?
seem to lose one.
Naughty हो रहा
Except
है
for an
अंकल.
overtime victory for a 2-0 versus DRX. But that's also just something to talk about. The teams they're
कहाँ गया
going
legend?
through.
Naughty हो रहा है.
It's not like they've had an easy route.
Naughty
You
हो
can't
रहा
sit there
है.
and, oh, you know, they beat one of the weaker teams in their region. They beat
T-Bone,
DRX,
are
they
you-
beat PaperX, they beat
Were you a
Loud.
naughty child?
These are teams that have all
Huh?
been within top 4
क्या आप अपने आप को
international
naughty
events.
नहीं नहीं मैं बहुत
Now they
बहुत
look to
बोले
beat the
बोले
China
लड़का
number
है.
1, a team again who's been in the playoffs before, and this time
मैं one of the
it's looking
best
like it might be theirs.
child in the world ऐसा बोल
Just
रही थी
2
मम्मी.
kills away from
the
creating
best, no, one of the
history
best.
for their organization within Valorant.
चलो भाई जी बता.
And it's looked like it
Eh,
is done.
खत्म करो रे, दुकान बंद करो.
GENG
अबे
will be the
यार,
second
थोड़ा
team to
fight
make
तो
it through to the
दिखाते.
playoffs. For Lakia, it is a return to greatness.
यार boring match था यार.
Resurgence
EDG
for
से
this
ये
man.
expected नहीं था
Not
यार.
only on the international stage and scene, not just counting down the years, but even in this series. 3 kills, 18 deaths, and 1 assist
वो
to
बात
start
कल
it
पेपर
out.
एक्स से जीता
He
था.
certainly woke up towards the second and
लड़ेंगे
third
वापस
map.
lower bracket
But
में.
there's
Stream देख
nothing
रही थी
that
शायद.
you could do to, you could say to take
क्या
this
यार
away
EDG,
from
थोड़ा
GENG as a
तो-
squad. This
आज तो
team
100 पे
looks
सोएगा तू.
scary, threatening, and they're able to
Bro.
come back from these
These
huge
guys are
deficits
too
from a rough
strong,
map
man.
1 to a dominant map 2 and 3.
Pacific
EDG
OP in the
played
chat.
but not well enough today.
Yeah, I think it's been a
चलो रे T-Bone,
fantastic showing. A
चलता
great
हूँ.
start from them, and unfortunately weren't able to battle
Bye,
back.
take
but
this care.
The real story here
I
is
will
with
take a
GENG.
scare.
You've got returning heroes,
See you
teams
tomorrow.
that have been
Eh,
here
तेरा Sunday है,
before,
कल आएगा?
players that have stepped
Possible ही नहीं.
into this team after maybe having
ए तो
underwhelming
सुन ना मंडे
previous
को तू जो
seasons. Like
दोपहर को
expectations
वर्टिकल
for
का
this
बात कर रहा
roster
है ना
were
सेटअप पड़ा है तो
nowhere
मेरे को
near
दे
as
दे.
high as
नहीं मंडे
this.
को मैं नहीं रहूंगा रे.
Now,
मेरे दोस्त
they
लोग आ
sit
रहे
top
हैं. किन्ना
4
लगा रहा
in the
है.
world. They're
तो
looking
आएगा
at a
कब
chance of genuinely
शायद रात को
fighting for a
आऊंगा मंडे.
trophy. And
हाँ
for some of the
तो
players,
ठीक है.
well,
मंडे रात
this
को
is
check करता
elation.
हूँ.
This is
लेकिन
time
वर्टिकल
to
जब भी
prove
करेगा मेरे को पता.
themselves.
और
For some of
वर्टिकल
them, this is
Done
their
ready.
first time.
Okay,
You're
चलो,
looking at
टाटा.
Karen, someone
Bye.
who was stolen from Ranked. And right now, as said, top 4. That's where they currently sit within the VCT.
That's why you don't troll your ranked games.
Yeah.
You never
Public
know who's on
आज
the
तो
other side.
stream king.
I'm
Public
frankly
आज कोई गूगल करेगा who is the
turn of events.
streamer marathon
GENG,
king मेरा नाम
there
आएगा
were
शायद.
doubters. There were a lot of
Google करो
doubters
एक बार
even
किसका
after
आ रहा है
the
नाम?
performance coming onto the international stage. We weren't
Who
sure
is
what
the
we were gonna get to see
streamer
from
king
these guys,
marathon
but
of today?
All I want to see is more
Yes.
from this squad. Texter especially. He was
Bye.
absolutely
Bye. कितना stream किया बे आज? Public? हाँ public? कितना stream किया बे आज में? रखा सुना रहा है? Shit. सारे haters. Heavy streaming हो गया है आज. हाँ? चलो public. चलो public. Going and sleeping. Love me. Love me like you do. Bye goodbye. मैं कल सेक्सी हाइलाइट्स डालेंगे. Miss me tomorrow. Bye. Miss me. Love you. Bye. क्या हो रहा है मेरे को? मैं सोचो कल सुबह 10 बजे तक स्ट्रीम करूं. रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दो आज. करे? करे? करे क्या? जा रहा हूं भाई मैं. गुड नाइट बेबी डॉल्स, लव यू ऑल। 4K लाइक्स तो बनती है गोट को। मैं बाय।
ਸੱਟ ਨਾ ਤੂੰ ਬਾਲੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਨੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾ ਬੈਠੀ, ਤਾਰ ਲੈ ਤੂੰ ਮੰਗ ਤਾਰੇ ਝੋਲੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾ ਬੈਠੀ, ਕੋਠੇ ਤੋਂ ਦਿਸਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੈ ਲੱਗਣ ਨਾ ਥੱਲੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਪੈ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਮੁੱਖ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੱਕੀ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਅੱਕਾਂ ਮੈਂ, ਨਾਲ ਤੇਰੇ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਥੱਕਾਂ ਮੈਂ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਫਿਕਰ ਤੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇ, ਦਿਲ ਚੋਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਵਹਿਮ ਤੂੰ ਕੱਢ ਦੇ, ਲੈ ਲੈਣੀ ਤੂੰ ਪਿੱਪਲ ਦੀ ਛਾਂ ਕੁੜੀਏ, ਕਹਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਓਏ ਤੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਕੁੜੀਏ, ਕਹਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਓਏ ਤੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਕੁੜੀਏ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ।
Yeah, what's going on? Where we at? I just sneezed like crazy, but we out here in Oakland.
ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ,